playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and Evos. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. Esports fell down the monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between Esports and the grand finals.
Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu thắng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là vô địch. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand final.
Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. Esports, your champions victorious.
This is Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey survivors, the 9th anniversary party is about to start. Whoa, looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and Evos. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, PE Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Esports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. PE Esports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Esports and the grand finals.
PE Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Sports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Focus. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Esports, your champions victorious.
This is PE Sports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and Evos. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, PE Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Esports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. PE Esports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Esports and the grand finals.
PE Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Sports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Focus. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập tem đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Esports, your champions victorious.
This is PE Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited.
has already claimed its casualties, and the pressure is only mounting. There are no second chances left, just a desperate, chaotic scramble as the survivors fight tooth and nail to stay alive. Welcome to the final day of FFCM SEA 2026 Summer. The ultimate battle for supremacy starts right here. AGAL meets RRQ Kazu in a high-stakes showdown where reputation means nothing and execution means everything. Two juggernauts enter, only one leaves victorious. The victor will claim the first seat in the grand finals.
อินโดก็อย่างที่เห็นครับเขาไม่ค่อยโหดเท่าไหร่ครับอินโดก็น่าจะไม่มีปัญหามากเท่าไหร่
Tim AG apa ya? Nggak ada, masih di bawah Rikaju. Ada ya, tetap aja gue lawan.
Who will come down to meet GAMxPE for their final chance of claiming the second grand final slot? Who will keep their dream alive?
Em rất vui và hào hứng khi trở lại sân chơi dự kiến để thể hiện kỹ năng bản thân.
Semoga kita di FFCM SEA Fall ini kita bisa memberikan hasil yang terbaik dan nggak ngulangin mistake-mistake yang di spring kemarin.
ก็ตอนนี้ทีมเราครบเครื่องครับตอนซ้อมก็ซ้อมดีตลอดแล้วแต่ละตำแหน่งก็รู้หน้าที่กันหมดแล้วตอนนี้ก็น่าจะโหดขึ้นมาก
The two standing teams will collide on the ultimate stage for immortal glory. Who will be crowned the champion of FFCM SEA 2026 Summer?
Good afternoon, survivors. Welcome to the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia Summer Season 2026. It is finally the Super Bowl Sunday Grand Finals coming up. But before that, we also have the upper bracket and lower bracket finals. 3 teams, 3 different regions, only 1 summer champion. My name is Husky, and I'm joined at the desk with none other than Musashio AJ to bring you guys the glorious actions of 3 amazing Best of 5s.
Absolutely excited. I cannot wait to see exactly how far has RRQ come in their journey here within Clash Squad, within Clash Masters. We see the supreme improvement from them, and just like how GAMxPE had risen up to the top and dominated Clash Masters, I'm wondering if or not RRQ is going to be that new team. They're 1 step away from the grand finals, and the team that stands in front of them is unfortunately the Global Finals Clash Squad champions. I mean, if RRQ wants to take it all the way, they definitely have a tough fight ahead of them today, Husky.
Yeah, and AJAL, they have been feeling really, really confident. We saw Saifa talking about how they don't think the Indonesians are that good. And and I quote, as you have seen, they are not that good. And of course, we also have GAMxPE, who proved that you can take down the global final champions like they did last season in spring in the lower bracket semis with a 2-1 scoreline. And now they are on that lower bracket run for the second time. So there is a chance we see that back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just talking about the previous season's statistics, then everybody has proven that they can get it done against RRQ. But this season's RRQ is just a little bit different. I feel like Ma'al has really stepped it up as the sniper of the squad. And also because of the fact that AWMs are just bloody expensive. In a regular ranked match, you can get those AWMs. Here in Clash Squad, in our competitive setting, those AWMs are very expensive. I think it's about 4,000 coins. So to get to 4,000 coins, it's very late in the game. And the adjustment that Ma'al has made was not just to go to a SMG or whatsoever. He literally is the rusher of the squad, which has been quite surprising. But, you know, let's just walk you guys through the best of 5 map explanation as well as the selection route. We have got the Lone Wolf game, first of all, right? So there's no coin toss this time to randomly decide the winner. We're going to have a 1v1. It's a best of 9. Both teams will send their best 1v1 players out there. The winner gets to start the picks.
And of course, we have the usual map pools of 4 maps, except for Alpine, which has been removed, including in from Battle Royale. We will have 5 maps, so that means that by the end of map 3, the map pool gets reset, so there's a very good chance we see duplicates. Right? As you can see, the map selection rotation, it will be the winner from the Lone Wolf, and then we'll alternate between them, their opponents, and then all the way to the very end. So if you win Lone Wolf, you get to select 3 maps instead of 2.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So if it's going to be that 1v1, my question is, who's going to be in that 1v1? Will Ma'al be that guy for the side of RRQ? It'll be quite fun to see him take the 1v1 Lone Wolf battles. But of course, this is the recap of our journey so far to the final day of battle. AGAL in the best of 3 up against GAMxPE kicked the current reigning champions down into the lower brackets to book a spot here in match number 8. That's going to be the first series of the day that you guys guys watch. And RRQ took a 2-0 win over Secret WAG to get here. GAMxPE, obviously, they've had a much longer journey compared to the two of them. They beat Buriram 2-1. They beat down EWOS right after that 2-0. And right now, they are waiting here in the second series of the day to meet the losers of the first one.
And the only advantage the two teams in the upper bracket gets is that they do not have to play yesterday and they get more time to prep. Everyone is fair game today, though. You have to play 2 best-of-5s to call yourself champions at the end of the day. And for those who are unsure on how the schedule rolls, here it is on your screens. We start with the upper bracket finals between AGAL and RRQ Kazu. And the loser of that will face off against GAMxPE in the lower bracket finals. Winner will wait in the grand finals to face off against whoever wins the lower bracket finals.
Absolutely. It's going to be a long day today, so we hope you have your snacks and drinks on standby. If you haven't, you got to grab them now, because once the games start, we can assure you, you do not want to miss any bit of the action at all. Lots of changes have been brought into the current season, OB54, and on top of that, you also have the jammers in play right now. You know, I was scratching my head the other day wondering, why are some teams not running the team boosters at all? It did not make any sense to me, until I jumped into a couple of matches, and then I realized if you have the tactical market, you can get the jammer for yourself. Therefore, technically, you know, making sure if your opponents do have the coda or any way of spotting exactly where you are out there on the battlefield, it gets to nullify that, right? But I think teams have also started learning that that's not really fully effective. And the two teams that we really saw, or the three teams that we saw running this, was all from one region. It was Vietnam. So somebody out there is telling them that the jammers are working perfectly. But so far from the teams that have gotten eliminated, you can say that it maybe didn't give them a big advantage.
Yeah, and predictions are both gearing towards AGAL taking this over RRQ Kazu, but I think, you know, the Indonesians never a fair chance, right? I think I mentioned this in the past, I think 2-3 days, that RRQ Kazu, they look good. They are still the standard of the region, but we need to see them really prove their mettle, right? I think it has reached a point where they have to prove that they are worth it before our vote, it can go over to them. So today, it's going to be proving grounds. If they can take down AGL and get a grand final slot, I think that will be more than enough to restore a lot of the confidence in them.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think this is the biggest challenge for RRQ so far. Going up against AGL in a best-of-5, there is room for failure. They can fail a maximum of 2 times, but not more than that, right? So I think if they want to learn on the fly, they want to make those adjustments on the fly, they will be given the opportunities to do so. And I think that's the best situation here. Let's take a look at the lineup and see if anything changes here for the first game of the day. Because so far, we have not seen 18D at all for the side of RRQ. And on the side of AGL, Barros has barely played, and it looks like he's not going to be playing on the main lineup here today as well, as we've got Cypher, Team SR, Nameless, and Dew starting off the day.
And it seems like it's a unanimous decision, because we only saw Barros on the first day of the group stage. They lost that game, I think, and then afterwards he got swapped out, and then ever since then AGL has been winning their series, and perhaps that is one of the better reasons for AGL to keep this main 4, which I'm completely fine with. But I like the point that you brought up about 18D. We know that he gets interchanged in the Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad, definitely no appearances yet. And I don't think they are going to field him for such an important high-stakes series. That will be the case. So we get the same lineup: Dudes, Abai, Ma'al, and Ranze.
Yeah, the proven lineup, the proven concept here for RRQ. Dudes, Abe, Ma'al, Ranze, like you said. And if you look at this squad, the one player that we definitely need to watch out for would be Ranze. Extremely lethal on the front lines. But the surprising thing about RRQ is you don't really have one solid breakout player through the eliminations. Everybody's kind of keeping up with each other through those numbers. Even on the assists as well, they are all contributing for the damage. You see them all working together as a squad. Issue is going to be the numbers are nowhere near as high as what AGAL has brought in so far.
Even when you compare their numbers to what GAMxPE has brought to the table, it's still lower than what the Vietnamese team has. And in terms of individual stats, I think Rasha still holds the highest number of damage dealt, even though Evo's Divine is already out, because he is just so consistent across the entire tournament. So I think in the grand scheme of things, RRQ Kazu, they have already stepped up throughout the competition. Today, they got to step up even more. And my eyes are on Ranze, because he has brought in some big clutch moments, but they are also running a whole 4-man Russia strat, which against AGAL and GAMxPE might not be the easiest to pull off.
Oh, Mr. Dew's gonna be in the Lone Wolf. I'm excited. Dew's definitely a strong player, but when you ask me to pick between Dew and Cypher for these Lone Wolf matches, I'm definitely going to lean towards Cypher, right? Very lethal on the front lines, especially when he's got the shotguns in hand. And it's very rare that you see Dew perform better than Cypher on the SMGs or the shotguns. Usually he is extremely proficient with the snipers, and we obviously can't force a full-on Lone Wolf sniper battle, or can we?
Maybe depends on Dew has a way around things, right? He has worked some magic, but I'm also excited to see Ranze on the other end, right? You put up, you basically get pitched to 1v1 one of the greatest players we have had, who has, I think, worked like multiple years to get to his very first trophy. And again, he's one of the only, or one of the few only players who got finals MVP without actually winning the finals, I think just 2 to 3 years ago. So it's going to be fun to see how Ranze deals with this. I've also gotten some requests that people want me to vote for RQ, and I completely forgot about that. So I'm sorry, RQ fans, but they're in my heart. I hope they win, I think.
Ranze has 57 eliminations in the competition so far, and you compare that to Dew, who has 72. Obviously, a little bit more skewed to AGL winning out this Lone Wolf, but a 1v1 battle is very different from a regular 4v4. You've got those active skills that come into play. You've got the capability of flanking around, and they both play very different roles in the 4v4s. Dew's usually far away from the initial bit of engagements, trying to get the flank and the annihilations. But of course, let's see what's the most used weapon so far in the competition. And the USP2 is unfair, man. You've got pistol rounds all the time.
It's guaranteed. You're guaranteed to have the USP2. So Thompson, I guess, is technically the most used weapon, followed by the MP5. It's again big shift from what we know from Spring, where the AWM at some point is going to be on that top 3 list. It's either that or the Winchester. So right now, even if it's not the MP5, it could be the Max 7 as well, right? A lot of teams have brought that up. GAMxPE, sometimes when things get desperate, they will go to the Trogon, which also can work in times of need.
We are about to hop on into the Lone Wolf battle between Ranze and Dew. Dew definitely has the better numbers so far, but Ranze is the more skilled player up close and personal. With those Thompsons, with those Mag 7s, he usually does take control of these battles. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Dew handles him on the front lines here. What's going to be important is the type of weapon that's going to be used here in the Lone Wolf battle between them.
Yeah, and of course, first to 5 wins, pretty simple, and then you basically get to call dibs on the map selection order at least. It seems like we are not going to work with the Mac 10 to start things off, so a bit of an SMG battle, and Ranze already got some decent tags in.
Yeah, and Ranze not waiting for Dew to come out of his hidings at all, but has to be really careful though. Oh, Santino, the shape splitter sent towards the right, and the deep freeze going to catch Ranze off guard. Just putting himself towards that left-hand flank instantly. Medkits in hand, and Ranze forced to use the first one already. Needs to get in the second one as well. Stallion dash, but the shape splitter again makes Dew so threatening, giving Dew the first round of the game.
The ankle breaker. A couple of Houdini magic tricks and misdirect Ranze. Poor guy did not know what was hitting him. Dew felt like a specter in that round 1, but that is what we sort of expect, right, from these two players. Very different approach, and I'm surprised that Dew just decides to full-on rush Ranze to put on the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic positioning here with the shape splitter. Brilliantly played. Now, Rocky used here for Ranze, so you're going to see Dew stand in one place a little bit more often because he's using the cactus as his pet just to restore some of his EP. And this is going to give him a big advantage a little bit later on towards the mid part of the fight, unless Ranze just runs at him. The second nade is not going to find the connection. Ranze, one small mistake there. Shape splitter sent out, and Ranze with a punisher straight to the head. And that's a 1-for-1 equalizer.
Yeah, not really sure if the shape splitter was intended to get stuck at the glue wall. I felt like maybe it wasn't, but either way, great spray control there from Ranze all the way from bottom to top. Dude really didn't get much chance of responding in that sense. Still, 1-1 so far. We did see an early unfortunate miss of the ice grenade from Dew, because Ranze, like you said, decided to move on forward very, very quickly.
Let's see if the cactus gives Dew a lot of advantage. Again, he's not going to be moving a lot, which is a big disadvantage if Ranze chooses to rush at him. And if Dew is moving around a lot, then that cactus is going to be absolutely useless. And the Valiant dash through that glue wall is exactly what he's looking for. This time, M590s in both the players' hands. And obviously, Dew's not going to have a big advantage here, but he needs one more shot. And it's going to be that ice grenade again that makes the play. Santino shape splitter. And Dew with the perfect encounter right up to the face of his opponent. Unfortunately, Ranze did not see that shape splitter come through.
Yeah, again, it is an opportunity, something that I thought that it was going to cost Dew the round, but he turned it into his advantage, right? That the misdirection. Yeah. I think Ranze definitely did not expect Dew to suddenly be that upfront, but Dew having an intel that pre-fire around the corner was more than enough, especially with a weapon like the M590. See if he can pull it off again. The ice grenade did block off some of these access points, and he's still waiting on that ability to come a cooldown.
It's all about the patience gameplay here. Rocky on the side of Ranze does give him a little bit of extra viability with the Valiant dashes, and he uses it finally. The shape splitter saving Dew for just a second, but Ranze still catches him. Saw exactly where that mannequin was, and the follow-up was perfect.
Oh, we need a replay cam of that. What a nasty 180 from Ranze. Even Dew, we saw him laugh at that loss. It's like, oh, he got me. That was a complete outplay. What an exciting encounter between these two teams. Clearly very different mindset approaching this lone wolf. And yet, Ranze able to keep up with Dew's shenanigans.
I'm actually surprised again that Cypher is not playing the 1v1s against Ranze. And it is Dew. Even the previous season, we did see Dew play quite a number of these. He leaves the shape splitter inside the container here. Dew, what magic do you have for us? Ah, beautiful! Gets the backstab! Well executed, gets a massive tag on him. Misplay with the glue wall, but the follow-up on another shape splitter shift gives AGAL the lead.
And people wonder why teams are willing to steal Santino away from AGAL in actual Clash Squad. This is the kind of magic trick that Dew has been pulling off. In fact, I'd say one of the best Santino users we have seen in Clash Squad for the longest of time.
No doubt you can say that again for sure. Dew, a shape splitter master. He's just keeping a distance from him this time around. He wants to see where that mannequin is being left behind. But again, Dew just pulled off a beautiful shape splitter by leaving the mannequin inside the container. So Ranze had no idea at all. Now you can see Dew trying to fake it, just moving all around the battlefield, keeping Ranze guessing exactly where that shape splitter is going to be. And Ranze's best defense is going to be keep your distance and wait for Dew to cut that a little bit of distance between them. The Valiant dash, he tried to catch up with him, but just a little bit missed time. He now takes out the shape splitter, the mannequin out, but Ranze unfortunate with that rotation. Dew just stood in his place and caught him off guard.
And Ranze playing checkers while Dew is playing chess. He is outmaneuvering Ranze in all of these winning rounds. And I mean, I don't blame Ranze. It really feels like you're fighting 2v1 this entire game, right? It's sensory overload. You are too many things are happening, and you have no idea where to look.
For Ranze, I would have definitely gone for the Chrono instead of the Oscar. The Valiant dash is really not giving him any bit of advantage against Dew at all. And that's one big advantage of having Dew in here for the Lone Wolf fights. Because I don't think Cypher will be able to pull off the Santino moves like this. Yet another shape splitter. Ranze hears the footsteps, goes out for the shot, and again, Dew with the perfection of that Santino. That shape splitter is just so deadly, Husky.
Good Lord. If that wasn't the lone wolf, that deserves its own highlight reel. I don't know what is so well executed by Dew. Like, I can't think of anyone who can pull off a Santino better than what Dew has done.
Bloody too good. And there's no lag between the shots at all on the follow-up. When he switches spots with his mannequin, the shape splitter again and again and again, just the key element as to why that win was taken. And I asked, why Dew and not Cypher? That's the answer.
It's Cypher. It's probably more of a brawn match. They'll run each other and duke it out. But Dew has the brains, dude. I think that's sort of what gave him the advantage. It's just the misdirection that he's been pulling off against Ranze, and I now it begs the question, right? How many times is he gonna get the Santino in at the actual Clash Squad?
I think this is it's a bloody good reason to continuously ban out that Santino. Don't let it be in play at all. But the Santino is also favored by Secret WAG, so I'm expecting a little bit favored by the players on the side of RRQ Kazu as well at times. So there might just be a steal coming through from them a little bit later on. But of course, I'm very interested to see what the head-to-head looks like here. Let's check out some of the numbers.
You did say that in terms of eliminations alone, Dio has a lot more than RQ Kazu, but as a team, they're actually pretty close. Just seven eliminations in terms of difference. But the main big differentiating factor is in total assists. 360 for AGAL and only 269 for RQ Kazu. Of course, their best maps are Nextera, with RQ Kazu winning all of their Nextera picks.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So obviously both teams will not mind playing on Nextera at all. We have seen Dew just shine on this map, and again, it's not really a situation where they have not mastered any maps here in Clash. What I feel like both teams are very proficient regardless of where we land, but there will be a little bit of favoritism here towards that Kalahari for sure. Even though Nextera is on a 100% win rate here for the side of RRQ, I think AGL will have to be very careful when we drop into Nextera. Into Kalahari.
I agree. I think if AGL do become summer champions, we know who the final MVP is. I mean, Dew is like 5 times MVP compared to Ranze with 2 times, which I think is a very normal thing. Dew is so used to being called MVP. Sometimes I feel like he low-key wishes someone else will get that title because he's probably bored of it. But we want to look at Abai, one of the young guns of RRQ Kazu, himself rocking 52 total eliminations, with Ignis, in fact, as his favorite top active skill.
Oh, yeah, man. He's definitely not the player with the most number of eliminations on his side. Ranze still takes the gold here with the 57 eliminations, but he's a very dangerous player, especially with the Ignis. One of the better Ignis users out there in terms of how he positions each and every single one of those flame mirages. So lots of info can be blocked away from the opponent's side, and this guy is probably going to be threatening. So I am expecting a ban on this Ignis potentially later on as well.
Yeah, I think the Ignis overall is going to be quite contested. I feel like RRQ Kazu probably would gravitate more towards the Ignis, whereas for AGAL, we're looking at whether they get the Santino or not. I think that's always going to be the primary question. And if they don't, and we're on a map like Kalahari, how contested is that Morse, right? Some teams have really been going for the Morse. In different roles, like GAMxPE, they have their sniper go for the Morse, but if you're looking at a team like BRU, they usually put Wasana on that Morse. But if AGAL, most likely it's gonna be Dew again. Let's take a look at the top pick active skill so far throughout the entire throughout the recent matches, at least for RRQ right, in the tournament. Of course, the Ignis comes in first, like we just saw, but also the Orion Coda, and surprisingly, we have the last 2 as well. The Zane coming in with 25% win rate, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Ignis and the Coda, I am not expecting a ban to come through from both sides, because both sides do like using the Ignis and the Coda. So I'm expecting steals to come on through. It really depends on which side gets the initial pick, right? And if there is a potential where the first pickers are going to be RRQ, then there may be a ban on this Ignis, because I'm very sure AGL would love to use it for themselves. And of course, you've got the Orion here as well. The Orion just a little bit more favored by the side of RRQ, one of their more picked skills, picked 5 times so far, 80% win rate, and we have seen the lethal damage that the players can get done with the Crimson Crush on the front lines. Not because the damage off of the Crimson Crush is a lot, but it's because of the viability, how long your opponent gets to survive in front of your faces and then pop out and take your heads off. And I think we've seen that capability from RRQ quite a little bit.
Even the DJ Alok being picked, 4 times and winning half of the matches that he's been picked for RRQ Kazu is probably the standout, right? Because no other teams have went for this ability in any capacity. I think Dimitri was probably picked at some point by some of our competitors, but even then it felt like a very rare occurrence. So it definitely has been the defining factor of RQ Kazu. I honestly expected to see Ray up in the top 5 instead of DJ Alok, but I think in a best of 5 format, we are going to potentially see that at some point.
Yeah, that's true. Abe and Dutz, either one of these players can use the Alok. We have seen them walking in here with the plays before. But Ignis, usually in the hands of Abe, is the strongest skill. So it really depends on which one of these players do you want to nerf from your opponent's side. The top 3 pets used on the side of AGL, on the other hand, is the Sensei Tig, Beastin, as well as the Rocky. I'm a tad bit surprised that the Beastin is used more times than the Rocky here by AGL.
21 usage on the Sensei Tig really kind of exemplifies what AGL wants to accomplish in these team fights, but every now and then they sprinkle some of that utility that the Beastin brings to the table. Usually teams would have at least someone with the Beastin just so the utilities, the grenades that they throw out have slightly better effect. But I agree with you, right? I thought that Rocky would at least rank 2nd for AGL.
Yeah, so mainly because I don't really see a lot of grenade eliminations coming through from AGL at all. So this Beastin pick has just got me scratching my head, but maybe it was experimentational as well from them. They could have tried to bring those grenade users in, but them walking away with all of these games without those grenade eliminations kind of shows us that they would have given up on this already. So I expect the Rocky to be used a little bit more, but no doubt that Sensei Tig's definitely going to be brought in. So RRQ on the other side, then you gotta just figure out if or not you still do want to focus on your Moko, or you want to just go into the place with a different passive skill altogether, right? Because if your opponents are just going to have that Sensei Tig on them, marking them probably won't be giving you a huge advantage. So maybe a different passive skill in the place of that Moko could help the squad out in a different way.
And I think the fact that Sensei Tig is such a sought after pick, such a preferred pick for all of our players here means that abilities like the Koda's Aurora Vision is a lot more important, right? You already are losing the detection effect by almost, I think, 50%. So whenever you use the Aurora Vision, it's even more imperative for you to take advantage of that, which I think in this case it will be a constant for AGL, where the Sensei Tig is going to make a lot of difference, especially when you have someone like Dew.
The top 6 MVPs of the competition so far, led by Evos Rasya, but obviously he will be overtaken by the end of the day because the team is already out of the race, and the 2 players who are right behind him from GAMxPE as well as AGAL, both alive and kicking in the competition. Ranse is a tad bit too far away from the MVP ranks to catch up with these 2.
Yeah, and I think even the only contender right now for Dew is Zeref. He's the only direct contender, and GAMxPE is waiting in that lower bracket finals as of now. I mean, even to sidetrack a bit, Zeref has been phenomenal on GAMxPE. So many good moments. Yesterday, when they took out Evos Divine, it felt like Zeref just took over the entire series. It makes us pretty excited, right? Who will they face up against? I personally am expecting a GAMxPE AGL finals just to relive that spring matchup.
And if we do get that spring matchup, I think AGL is definitely looking forward to it for a big reason. They want that perfect revenge, but it could just be a little bit of a repeat on what happened when we first started off our elimination brackets. Let's not forget who kicked them down into the lower brackets here as well, right? It was a 2-1 scoreline. Wasn't the best of games that we had seen GAMxPE play. Although in the matches where they did lose in Bermuda, it went down to that round 11. On Nextera as well, we did see them pick up quite a number of good rounds in a best of 5 that could definitely change. I'm looking forward to that matchup just like you as well, but we cannot count out the new and suddenly dangerous squad in Clash Squad. It is the one and only RRQ. The Indonesian teams were never a big threat, but they have just done exactly what was required to make those fixes. I think they're playing it so much more safer these days, and they've got a 4-man potential rusher squad, right? Not really depending on the snipers, has really changed how RRQ approaches these games.
I think at the same time, it also comes down to how quick can RRQ Kazu adapt, right? At least what we've seen a pattern from the Indonesians, from Evos itself as an example, is that when things start to go south, you see them take quite a while to adjust, and they kind of devolve into autopilot thing. That's sort of what we can used as a takeaway when they went up against GAMxPE yesterday.
Yeah.
And I want to see if RQ Kazu can adapt better, can adjust to the gameplay that AGL is going to bring to the table. Because I think when it comes up to the finals or margins, the team that can adjust better mid-round or mid-game is going to be the team with the bigger advantage.
I wonder if these players buy their own chairs. So Deuce definitely the richest player in that room right now. Going in with the investments after all of the extra money that he has pocketed from getting the MVPs in multiple tournaments. And he's definitely the MVP of the squad for various reasons, right? But it's going to be RRQ here with the first pick later on. Since we have got the win from the side of AGL on the map picks, it will be RRQ banning and picking the first active skill.
And that also means that there's a very, very good chance that Santino becomes a big of a contender again, but we will have to check out the map pool first and where these teams have decided to go in terms of the map and what sequence is going to be. We will have AGAL taking Nextera first as an opener. We did see the stats. That is the best map of both teams, barring the fact that AGL didn't have a 100% win rate. But we will see 2 Nexteras if we do go to Game 5. Coming up, Game 2 is Kalahari, picked by RRQ, pretty much expected. And then we go Bermuda, Solara, and back to Nextera.
Ooh, excited to see exactly where this one goes. You do have the Thompson X on Nextera. You do have a lot of viability, and obviously those cyber drops are going to be a big contention for both squads. You've got the Coda active skill card there. You've got the A124 active skill card. So these 2 active skills might not be the priority pick when we go into the bans and picks in a little.
Now we are going to jump into the draft, and this is where we get to see how these 2 teams have prepped for each other. Obviously, AGAL Cypher did throw out some fighting words, and that RQ Kazu is not a cause for concern. We do see the Chrono and the Ignis banned out, and it's pretty interesting that RQ Kazu are the ones that banned out the Ignis, even though it is one of the more preferred picks. They get the Orion Steffi and the Coda, whereas for AGAL, it will be the Zane, Oscar, hovering the Skylar and the A124. So Santino completely ignored.
Yeah, it's still surprising that RRQ has gone in here for the Coda Force, although you do have the active skill card from the Cyber Drop, and you've got a team limit of 2, right? So technically they can go in with the informational play, but the one issue is that you will have to wait for those later rounds and probably sacrifice a little bit of information on the earlier parts. So AGL will not really miss out even though they don't have the clue on their side. So this is a smart pick coming through from AGL in terms of their team composition with the active skills. You've got the Extreme Encounter off of that Zane and the Oscar, which makes them very capable on the front lines. AGL also has that A124, which clearly shows us they want to go on an all-out attack. And looking at the way RRQ's playing their active skills, they want to be a little bit more defensive up against AGL in this first game.
And the fact that AGL decided that they are going to go for the A124 instead of the Cassie, even though the option is there, does speak true onto what the execution is going to be, right? But Dil got its most dangerous ability, the Santino, in his hands. So I want to see how RQ Kazu deals with it, because they don't really have a way to stop him aside from having the Aurora Vision to ping out where he is. But I'm pretty sure the Sensei Tick is going to be a solution to that.
And looking at the fact that we have got 2 tag markets here, so the players on the side of both teams, as a matter of fact, they do have the tag markets, will be able to get the jammer for themselves. And the jammer is dirt cheap. Even from the very first round, you should have enough coins to purchase it for yourself, which means the informational play, that Coda is going to have no effect on them whatsoever. They will not be scanned out on the battlefield. So that's a big advantage for the tag marketplace. And that's already an essential encounter up against RRQ as well as that Coda.
It's the round start. Dudes with the first shot ringing out. Actually gets a decent attack onto Dio, but AGAL already up on the platform. And that basic therapy is what's going to make the difference for RQ Kazu. The rush comes in. Team SR and Cypher up with a stupid bonfire right around the corner. The crossfire is set up by RQ Kazu, and they were able to find you, but at the cost of 2 of their players.
Yeah, beautifully done here, executed to perfection. It's that A124 that made the biggest of difference in that play. The players on the side of RRQ just could not respond with their active skills. That Cassie Electrotherapy was on lockdown. The Orion's Crimson Crush was on lockdown as well. AGAL winning that out, all thanks to Nameless. But they still do have room to lose this without Dudes, though. That M500 useless. Abe is now going to get rushed. He's too far away from his buddy. And AGAL walks away with an easy first round.
What was that headshot? Nasty stuff from Nameless. It's right on the pixel too. Again, this rush, like you said, the trio of battle, perfectly executed from AGAL, turning it into a raw 3v2 that, of course, does not benefit RRQ Kazu. But look at this one, the double taps from AGAL, sealing the deal.
And I think there was a big mistake here by RRQ. They've got a very defensive sort of a active skill lineup, but they still wanted to go in there for the push. And that's just not going to cut it, right? Unless, of course, they were banking on getting the first blood from Ranze, and he usually is the one that farms those first bloods. Good tag from Nameless from the opposite side. And now Ranze pressured by the ice grenade. Half his HP is gone already. Still up close and personal with that Crimson Crush. Waits for that backup. A base going to be pressured. Pulls the 180. Knocks down Cypher, but Team SR is there for the response. And a quick snuff yet again from AGL.
Ooh, that thrill battle is quite the problem here. Another incident. Just watch that A124 wreak havoc. Nameless waits for the perfect timing. The Valiant dash into the True of Battle. There is no response to that. There's nothing you could do against that. And like you said, right, it's a very defensive utility lineup from the side of RQ Kazu. You have the Cassie, but you're paired it up with an Orion who generally doesn't want to take much hits compared to Oscar or Zane. So it's a bit awkward there from RQ Kazu.
Yeah, I think they don't really have a big counter up against this A124 so far. And they just get locked down again and again. I think there's a couple of Josephs on their side. But it's going to be crucial in the follow-up rounds here. RRQ, the first two rounds, definitely not on their side because of the active skill picks. But round 3 onwards, they should be able to play a little bit of recovery, especially with that cyber point. They're going in for a very dangerous approach here. Nameless will be able to fish one out. And it looks like the Kingfisher gets the massive tags onto Dudes and will continue with the follow-up. Cypher wanted to go for the backstab, but Nameless sorted that out.
And not even close. Nameless single-handedly pinning down both of the snipers on top of the roof.
Man.
Just an execution there. Again, AGAL outgunning RQ Kazu in this round. It's less of the abilities contributing and just them landing the shots. Dude's completely preoccupied. He was dead in the water either way. And it's all thanks to Nameless.
I am not a big fan of the active skills, especially the ban from the side of RRQ. This A124 seems to be way more troublesome than whatever Ignis could have provided for the side of AGAL. 3 rounds in a row right now, I dare say it is all because of Nameless. The man is rocking it 4 eliminations, and he does not seem like he's going to go down anytime soon the way RRQ's playing.
Yeah, he's killing it, literally killing it. Every time that ability comes back up, he is able to apply so much pressure. And RQ Kazu, they need a solution to this, and now they just lost their Cassie. Ma'ao finds no solace in this one. Team SR with the Thompson does the job. And I dare say RQ Kazu have already lost this round unless a big clutch comes through.
Ranze still can pull something off here. Bay on that high ground, waiting for Cypher to step on out, but he's going to be unlucky here to make the internal approach. And Abe's already repositioned. Man, he could have gotten such a big advantage there. Ranze with the Crimson Crush keeps himself alive, but it's a 2v1 that overwhelms him yet again. Cypher with the MP5 up close and personal. And now the quota does give away their positioning, but it doesn't really matter now, does it? 4v2, the numbers advantage for AGL.
Yeah, they found a mannequin, but it's actually providing intel to AGL more than anything. So yeah, sure, go ahead, destroy it. You are still outnumbered. Abai finally takes down Nameless, but it's a small price to pay. I think Nameless will still survive the round. And the rest of AGL will just hunt down the captain there. Team SR with another 3-piece. And that's 4-0 for AGL.
Yeah, it's looking way too easy for AGL. Yes, RRQ has improved a lot, but I think they lost this one in the drafts. It was just not the right approach up against AGAL. And I think the mindset was that, okay, AGAL is really good with these gunfights, so we have to play this defensive to give ourselves a little bit of an extra viability out there on the battlefield. But I feel like up against AGAL, the best defense is offense. You got to take the fight to them. You got to make them scared to step out of the defenses, or else they're just going to run circles around you like what they've been doing the past 4 rounds.
I think the one thing that RQ Kazu lacks with this draft is also the agency, right? Who is going to start the fight? We have intel collectors, sure, we have defensive mechanism, but who is going to be the one that says, let's go, let's do it, I have my abilities, we can sort of take the fight to AGAL. That is the one thing that is lacking. They're going to use the smoke grenade to try and cut line of sight, but the question is, what comes next?
Cypher with a flank. They want the cyber point here for themselves, RRQ. And that's going to give them a very small advantage because you do get the Energizer out of the cyber airdrop. Probably even the Kodak skill card if they can hit it twice.
What?
Now they've managed to secure this one for themselves, but Dudes turns things around here. But it's still a 2v3 numbers disadvantage yet again for RRQ. Wait, how did AGAL steal the cyber point?
That's a good question. I thought RQ got it. Maybe they didn't finish capping it. I know that Ranze tried to force a 1v1. I thought when he used the Crimson Crush, they're going to double up on AGAL. But it ended up becoming a 1v1, and AGAL, well, they take those odds, right? Sci-Fi just found a two-piece again, and there's nothing left for Dudes. This is the second elimination, I believe, that RQ has gotten in total in the entire game so far. Yeah, the second one.
Yeah.
But still, barely a scratch on AGAL. This one was pretty weird. I think, did Mao get caught up before that? It definitely felt like there was a bit of a miscommunication there from RQ Kazu.
And now that AGAL has got the 2 cyber points already, they do have access to the quota. So earlier we started off the round without AGAL having that advantage with the information. Now with the active skill card on the quota available for the picking here for AGAL out of the cyber airdrop, it's going to get worse for RRQ. They don't even have the informational advantage anymore.
It is AGL's map pick. That is the sole argument that I guess some people would make. But RRQ is definitely not looking good for them, right? There's no solutions to AGL's gameplay. Too many problems that they cannot solve. A124 makes it a very vanilla fight that AGAL clearly has the mechanical advantage over RRQ. And even worse, RRQ, they could barely get a footing in the compound because AGAL basically locks down all of the crucial entry points, and to get through, you have to pay the tax in terms of health.
Yeah, it's going to be a crushing defeat here for RRQ in series number 1. Unless they pull off a miraculous play. Then A124 gets popped yet again, but this time the only one affected is Abe with that Steffi. So no painted refuge for the time being. Dew really tying hard for one. Cypher will be able to take Abe out of the equation. Ranze quite low, but Dew tagged up as well. There is an attack from the back here. Crimson Crush keeps him alive for a little bit. Ranze does have the Thompson in hand as Dew gets put down by Dudes. He's the one who's shooting him from the back. Some extra advantage now for RRQ.
Finally, a lead, I guess, for RQ Kazu, but Ranze did get taken down. So still, back to a 2v2. Around the corner is Cypher against Ma'ao, and Ma'ao wins that one. And finally, the signs of life there from RQ Kazu off the back of Ma'ao's performance.
I don't know how they're going to get 6 rounds in a row. If they do pull away 6 rounds in a row, I will first of all be mind blown. Second of all, I think it's going to be a massive advantage mentally over AGL, right? Because how do you lose this one? In this round, I feel like that A124 just did not get popped with the full-on advantage for the side of AGL because of the distance that the RRQ players put between themselves and AGL. Just spreading out across the battlefield. Only the painted refuge was disabled. The rest of them still had a fairly viable attack up against them. And Ranze played that round a little bit better. But now Cypher down in the middle, they're going for it. Team SR though, sprayed down by the Thompson. Abe coming in for the support as well. Pops the Seppi, painted refuge. Defensive advantage up against Nameless. Cypher taken down. It's a 3v1 up against Nameless, but the smoke keeps him alive for a bit. Abe sprayed down. Dudes there for the trade. And RRQ with the massive advantage, and now Dew with an opportunity for a 1v4 clutch.
Man, AGL wish that they were in the right place at the right time, because the Trio of Battle actually could attack down like 3 of the members of AGAL. No way out of this one. They lost as soon as the first gunshot rang, and RRQ Kazu, that's 2 out of 6 rounds that they need to win.
Now AGAL's just, running down the clock here. I think they sped their way through to that fifth round, pulling in the match point to their side. And it's not like something, changed drastically for the side of RRQ. They just playing this one a little bit better, and AGAL suddenly is just not looking as threatening, right? Perhaps a little bit of extra confidence on their side was not very good. They got to lock in once again and show some respect to the side of RRQ. I feel like they're rushing these rounds that bit too much. It should be the compound for Dew to play. This time, Team SR. You can see the respect coming through from AGL finally, not going in towards the mid part of the map furiously like they did earlier.
Deuce is going to be put under pressure. Nameless has it pinned down. Got to call for help right now, but help as he comes in on time in the form of Ma'al, and should be able to pick his teammates back up as they lose due to Abai off screen. RQ Kazu finding more than just signs of life. Seems like they have found a recipe to weather the storm that is AGAL. 1v2 not going to happen here. The Saifa Ego now left to his own devices. And RQ Kazu, they're going to be halfway there by the end of this.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row here for RRQ Kazu. Saifa now in a 1v3. Is there a possibility he walks away with the advantage off of this fight? Answer is going to be no. It's a massive disadvantage as he's distracted by Dudes. And the backstab pulled off here perfectly by Abe with that extra information. Very careless by Nameless. Went in there for the chase onto 1 extra point, but instead gave away the advantage to the side of RRQ in that round.
Even if you are AGAL and you still have 3 chances to win, you got to start sweating a little bit. RRQ Kazu, it's almost feels too good to be true for them to go down 0-6 in the first game, considering that it is their best map statistically. In AGAL, they have I wouldn't say that they've been careless. It's more of RQ Kazu calming the nerves down and, like you said, taking the fight to AGAL.
AGL kind of took their foot off the gas pedal a tad bit here as well. But I think the prioritization for the Cyber Point is going to come through big time here. Ranze going in for the unlock. It's a 3v1. Make that into a 3v2 as the base shows up as well. The Painted Refuge being popped, but the A124 is going to disable that Orion. Steffi's going to be under lockdown as well. Saifa, Punisher, but traded out. Ranze going for the pickup. Can he bring Ma'al back up onto his feet? In the meantime, Dew snuffing out the players on the side of RRQ one after the other. He needs to take Abe out right here, right now, but he will miss that opportunity and the numbers disadvantage yet again for AGAL.
Another clutch moment there from RQ Kazu to make this not beneficial. Dew was able to find one with the BSS, but Abai finds the ace. And that's what we have been waiting for.
And it's RRQ, the first one to 3 Cyber Points. They'll get their hands on the level 4 West first if they can afford to go in for the investment. And looking at the number of rounds they have won out in sequence, I'm fairly sure they've got more than enough money to get all of the extra defenses on their side now. And as I guess 3 level 4 West on the side of RRQ, giving them a massive advantage for a reverse sweep against AGAL in the first game of the series. Holy hell, I did not expect this.
Yeah, well, we were ready to call it, right? We were so ready to go map 2 on the Kalahari and see what RQ Kazu could do on that map pick. But it's not the case just yet, not set in stone. Some utilities thrown out. Saves smoke grenades in the same location. Bit of a spread there. Dew is hiding in plain sight. They don't see him, and now AGAL goes in for the full rush. There's Ranze down. Abai against Nameless. Dew's hiding in the smoke, gets completely sprayed to oblivion. Ma'al, sliver of health. They found him as well. AGAL brings it to a 1v1 somehow. Ranze gets back up. Abai and Dew's on their feet again. And RQ Kazu seemingly bringing themselves back from the dead. That's 5 rounds in a row, AJ.
Man, Dew's going to be pissed. He did so much in that round and the rest of his team members just could not keep up with him. Look at the movements off of Dew to get the spray down onto Ranze and then the follow-up onto Dudes as well. Dew was doing so much. Everybody else on the side of AGL, on the other hand, was just getting tagged up, sprayed down. No response whatsoever. Saifa kind of lagged behind those glue walls for like 3 years. And a reverse sweep on standby here from 5-0 down to 5-all, 1 round away, and RRQ again has a massive defensive advantage with those level 4 Wests.
Yeah, I see the chat, they're gonna take some time to catch up, and some of them are already spamming comeback, and there might be a reality once they get to this point of the game. Again, his sudden death You have access to whatever weaponry that you want. And AGAL, for the first time in 11 rounds, taking it slower than we know them for.
Should have been done from the first round in itself. Dakota used finally. A little bit of an advantage. Nameless still has got that A124 for the pop. The thrill of battle has not been called out just yet. They want the circle to start moving in to put on that pressure from the outer perimeters first. Now they should have a Coda active skill card on the other side as well. So AGL should be able to get a little bit of information on the side of the RRQ players if they went in there for the purchase.
If it comes down to the circle deciding who wins this round, part of me feels like RRQ has a slightly better position just because of the setup. Team SR and DO, they do have control of the platform on a higher vantage point, but it might be decided on where Ma'ao and Ranze are positioned. You also have dudes on the low ground who could make a slightly later rotation, and he relies on Nameless to pin him down. And AGAL, they got to make the call right now. How do they want to approach this?
I think even RRQ has that A124 now. Dew has picked up the A124 active skill card for himself as well. Both teams have got the capability to disable each other off of those active skills. Dew gets locked. Beautiful A124 played on the side of RRQ. Massive advantage now for the Indonesians, but Ma'al loses his life. Ranze up close and personal, gets sprayed down by Team SR. And this is AGAL stepping it right back up. Abe in a 1v2. Massive disadvantage. Still has the Thompson X up close and personal. Team SR gets sprayed down. Circle tagging up both the players. But man, that was too close. Holy Lord, AGAL got very lucky that the circle did not annihilate them in that situation. They walk away with the victory. But that was too close.
That was a win that should have happened 10 minutes ago for AGAL with how dominant they were. I honestly thought that Abai is going to get that clutch in again. He has more health than AGAL. The circle was closing in. Abai, he turns the corner and sees two gun barrels pointed at him, and he almost got a double spray down. Like, if you are an RQ Kazu fan, I feel like a part of you will call that a win in your books, even though it went all the way to 11 rounds, because man, they almost came back 6 rounds in a row. They almost made the impossible happen. I think RQ Kazu, they might have what it takes to bring us the distance.
We both bet on Thailand taking the win, but we are both in Indonesian batik. That only means we're giving a little extra energy to RRQ here, okay? Man, that was way too close. And it's good that we saw that A124 pop come through from the side of RRQ, but it just didn't lock down all of the players on the side of AGAL. They took on a clean gunfight against them, but that was way too close, man. I think AGAL would have really bitten the bullet there if the circle had taken them out on that late rotation. They were just a couple of seconds late, and 1 second more, I think they would have gotten snuffed out already. The only grace that they got in that final battle, that they still had the numbers advantage. Both players had the SMG, so just wild sprays from them. But RRQ almost punished AGL in this first game.
Yeah, and not only that, when you look back at the highlights, right, one of the, I guess, the factors that gave AGL the small edge to win that final round was also dudes got knocked down by the blue zone. So I assume he got tagged and then the blue zone took him out. So he wasn't in the main fight for when it truly happened. So it became like a 3v4. And even then, AGL almost dropped that. So it really shows you how the finals of margins could have given RQ the victory. Bit of a callback to the RQ curse, right? It always seems like in the last moment it slips away, but in this case, they work harder than AGL, and I feel like, again, if you're an RQ fan, you do not have to be discouraged at all. They have shown something that could rival what AGL has brought to the table.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think it was a brilliant play from RRQ to catch up. Although I'm just scratching my head, how did they do it, right? I didn't see anything brilliant from them in terms of gameplay, positioning, active skills use whatsoever. It was more of AGL dropped the ball after they got to 5 rounds. I think, maybe it hit them that, oh crap, maybe we shouldn't speed run this one and really break their hearts a tad bit too early. But I think when they started getting a little cheeky with that, they kind of dropped the ball as well, because you give RRQ an inch, they'll take a mile, and they definitely took it a mile ahead of AGL with the cyber points, getting themselves a massive advantage with the level 4 West, with the A124 active skill card on their side as well. They almost turned things around. But AGL, again, this was that part where they got very lucky. Both players on the side of AGL way too low on that HP. The circle caught up with them. Team SR had 10 HP left on him when he took that final shot. Man, that was a lucky play for sure from the side of AG. 7 eliminations, 14 assists strong for the side of Cypher, the player that was rocking the Oscar earlier on. Not as good as Dew, I would say, at the very start of the game, but he caught up.
Yeah, he definitely did. And again, right, that final frame, if it wasn't the fact that it was a 2v1, if it was an isolated fight, that was 100% a buy clutch. Again,
yes.
smallness of margins, 10 HP made all the difference. But I think the saving grace, ironically for AGAL is the fact that they were up 5-0. Imagine if it was the comeback happened when they were at 4 points, right? This could have been a very, very different game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I still do think that it's a bigger defeat for RRQ here. The fact that they managed to catch up and still get beaten down. It's a little bit more discouraging than just throwing that first game 6-0 and just calling it as, okay, we were not ready. Let's see what we can do on this Kalahari map, right? But if you look at the numbers, a very clear difference here in terms of what Abe could do in the game. 5,500 damage, the biggest damage contribution coming through from the guy. In fact, the most amount of damage on the battlefield.
Yeah, and right at the bottom, it's going to be Ranze with only 2 eliminations and 1,700 damage in total in 11 rounds. So not the flashes of start from what we expected from him. I wonder if the lone wolf shook him up a little bit because he did get played by Dew like a fiddle. But there's plenty of time for RQ Kazu to readjust to this. There is a potential of 4 more games, 4 more maps. That is assuming we go to distance. And we are going on to the mapping next of Kalahari, so that's where RQ Kazu will feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, talk about a neck-and-neck attempt here. Both sides doing really well with the headshots, aiming above the neck and doing it really well, walking away with 9 headshots each. But it was down to the wire. It came down to the final 10 HP and a 2v1 advantage for AGAL to take the victory over RRQ. They could have flipped the script, and if they had pulled that off, I think RRQ could have ended this 3-1. It would have been a reversal on our predictions. But the fact that AGAL has gotten this victory still kind of keeps me a little confident that they might be able to walk away with the overall victory by the end of the series. Now, one very threatening active skill from this first game has been that A124, and I think obviously way better utility than whatever the Ignis provides with the Flame Mirage. If there's going to be a ban from RRQ, it should be on that A124.
Yeah, I think the A124 is something worth considering right now, right? They have overcame the Santino, they have overcame the A124 with their own A124 active card, at least on Nextera, but it's the early rounds that really costed them. Right? That really disabled this Orion. The Steffi wasn't able to really keep up. The Cassie as well, Ma'al, really struggling in the first at least 4 rounds of the game. But I think that Ignis maybe could be a character, they have an ability that can be led through as well. There's one more ability that we probably won't see that often on these 2 teams, which is the Cryo Mine of Nero. That is more of a GAMxPE thing. But I wonder if when we go deeper into the podcast, will that be considered?
Yeah, I feel like the Nero has just been nerfed down to the ground, man. With the plushie having 150 HP, it was a very annoying active skill to deal with. Now that the plushie has a 1 HP, like who thought of that? Garena, who thought of that? 150 to 1 HP is just a little bit too massive of a nerf, but it still keeps the Nero a little bit viable in Battle Royale, but not as lethal, right? I think because it was a little bit too OP. Everybody acknowledged that. Thankfully, it's not going to be used here in Clash Squad between these 2 teams, and I don't think it's going to be used throughout the whole day as a whole. But if you look at the potential here for RRQ Kazu to walk away with the victory. It's their map pick, and they also get the advantage with the first ban and pick. So big advantage for Indonesia to make this 1-1.
I think they should look at the previous game as, we actually almost got that crazy reverse sweep. So we're actually not that shabby, right? We're not that far behind AGAL, like what they thought we are. And you do it if they can actually pull off a win on Kalahari. I think we're gonna get a solid upper bracket finals on our hands. As again, for those who just tuned in, AGAL won Nextera by the skin of the teeth, 6-5. Now we head to Kalahari.
Yeah, absolutely. So now let's see Where we fly on in terms of the standard that RRQ wants to match up on Kalahari, I'm surprised that their best map was Next Terra. This should have always been their best map, has always been their best map. This is their comfort pick, and that's why they have chosen it for their very first one here when they got the chance. This is their opportunity to make their way back in, but if AGAL had been given a rude awakening in that first match with an almost reverse sweep, I think they're going to be handling RRQ with a lot more care in the second game, which just makes the situation a tad bit more difficult for the Indonesian squad. Now, A124, as expected and recommended, they take it out of the hands of AGAL.
And that leaves the Ignis wide open. The chrono ban from AGAL remains a constant. They still take the Zane and Oscar just like the previous game, which gives the Coda and the Orion over to RRQ Kazu. We did see on the statistics, they like the Ignis and the Alok a lot, but since Ignis is open, most likely it's going to go into the hands of Abai.
Yeah, you have the clue skill card in the Kalahari store, so I don't think AGL is going to be too worried about not having a lot of information from the get-go here. RRQ Kazu, on the other hand, one final pick available for them. It's not going to be the Skylar. You do have the Skylar active skill card in the game. So let's see what this final one is going to be from their side. Usually, okay, I was going to say Alok, and it is that Alok that's locked in here. Just a little bit of extra HP for them to roll around on the battlefield. I'm very excited to see what Abe walks away with the Flame Mirage this time around.
This is exciting because the AGAL decided to take the Ray for themselves, and that the first time we saw Ray, it was on Kalahari by RRQ Kazu on Ma'al, and they steamrolled their opponents. And now, AGAL, they picked up some tricks of their own. They read the textbook of RRQ Kazu, and let's see if the scriptures is going to pay off as good as what we have seen. Of course, completely ignoring the Santino for duel this time, opting to go for the Moors, which, funny enough, works pretty well on Kalahari. It's the more favorite pick on Kalahari, and now you have a Ray on your end that could prove to be a problem if AGL can catch RRQ Kazu isolated.
And because Nameless is the one holding on to the Ray, I feel like they do have some viable potential for big knockdowns here. But without that A124, finally Ranze can play a decent game on the front lines. His Crimson Crush is going to be very useful in this Kalahari map. They'll have to be careful though, because as we start things off, these crucial rounds are going to be important for them to walk away with a victory. So I'm expecting the M500 investment to come through from the side of RRQ as well, if they want to deal with Dew, who's most probably going to purchase that gun as well.
Head to Refinery again for our first round. Let's see, AGL first time pulling out the Ray, so some exciting prospects there. I wonder how much practice they've gotten with it. The ability to pour out. Team SR instantly pops one. The Crimson Crush gets used by Ranze. He takes on the 1v2. Ranze actually winning without losing much health. And Abai gets his own feast as well. Wow, RRQ Kazu winning the pistol.
And Dudes getting that M500 knock from afar. That's exactly why it was very important for them to go in there for that investment, and the USP2s as well. So money well spent for RRQ in this first round. And as we head on into round two, you know for sure AGL is going to be force buying. So RRQ can't get too excited just yet. They can't go in for a big rush. But there's nothing much for us to worry about. This is their comfort map pick for a good reason. They can run circles around Refinery and know exactly where the opponents are, even if they're doing it blind.
I think we saw the Deagle on Team SR's hands too. Deal with the G36. See where he goes to with the Morse, right? Usually you would split from your team, and teams like BRU and GAMxPE have started to read into where Morse might rotate.
Yeah.
And to make it harder for the Morse to play. And again, Dude spots Dew and just immediately eliminates him from the equation. Nameless doesn't stand a chance. Ranze again with the backstab, goes in, brings out the side again in the face of Team SR, RRQ Kazu. 2 clean rounds.
Ranze just distracting with the scythe, trying to go in there for the melee, and the numbers advantage gives them that second round as well. Well played so far from RRQ, as expected, and anticipated whatever moves that were supposed to give them that advantage for the pistol round as well as the second one. They have pulled it off perfectly, and the main element of the second round was taking Dew out of the equation early, because the G36 in the hands of Dew with that flanking position that he held on to obviously was going to be very disruptive to deal with. But Dudes had the coda. He went in there for the Aurora Vision pop, knew exactly where Dew was, and punished.
Santa Catarina, it might be slightly easier for the Morse to navigate. Still, of course, wants that high ground. The VSS in hand as well. Flame Rush comes through. Team SR loses his defense and does again with the snipe. This time on the Cypher. Nameless fighting back with a P90. Ranze pulls out the sight, but AGAL keeps their distance. And Ranze switches to his primary and takes the win anyway. Still is 100% going to be gone here. 3 rounds for RQ Kazu.
Yeah, without that A124, Ranze is a beast on the front lines and he will not be holding back in these games at all. Especially with the Cyberpoint round being in question. RRQ wanted to keep the streak of victories on their side. This is a big advantage for them, active skill-wise. I don't see a big way as to how AGL can turn this around unless, of course, Dew starts pulling off these magnificent comebacks with that Morse and his positioning. But with the Coda on the side of RRQ, in the hands of Dudes especially, it is definitely going to be very difficult for Dew to navigate.
Things are going from bad to worse right now for AGAL. They need a solution because this Ray and Morse combo is not working out at all. Not with Dudes constantly finding these first contact. The Aurora Vision helping them in the endeavor. Dew finally gets a pick up on the Ma'ao and gets the confirmation. Ranze will try to take him out. Dew with a sliver of hell. Ranze not able to get the finisher, and Nameless will get the job done instead. Finally, AGAL, they strike back.
This is not what I was expecting from RRQ. I did expect the streak of eliminations to come through from them. The Dudes all alone is going to get capped. No way for him to get out of that situation. Just a 1 round loss here for RRQ as AGL finally picks up their first one in the game. And I feel like this one was just mostly mechanical skills, right? They had the right angles. They played it perfectly, especially with Nameless up close and personal with the Mag 7, expecting to encounter Ranze. And we did not see the Crimson Crush activated in time to save him. And that's going to be a problem for Ranze, but it's better to learn these lessons a tad bit earlier in these rounds. I'm sure we're not going to see that mistake from him all too many times.
Yeah. VSS again, fully loaded out on the side of AGAL. There is a Mac 10 for Ranze. Understandable as he wants to be in your face. Dew on a quick exploration. It's going to be in range of a buy pretty soon as Ranze getting pinned down by both Sci-Fi and Team SR. Will have to throw out the Flame Mirage just to create some line of sight, but he is bleeding out so fast. What a crossfire from Dudes to pick off Team SR on the cross.
Nice.
Dew was able to take Ranze down finally. Cypher coming in hard with his exchange, but Abai making sure he keeps it even.
Yeah, brilliant play here. Dude's trying to get the flank. Ignis from Abe once again. Flame Mirage just blocking out the positioning here for the side of AGL, forcing them towards the right-hand side. And this gives a positional advantage now to the RRQ players who flank around from that right. And they will find those perfect shots up close and personal with the Mag 7s. And of course, Dudes with the constant pressure off of the VSS from the left. AGL just at a big disadvantage because of the active skill perfection picks here by RRQ this time around. The Ignis combo with that Orion blocking out the vision and staying hardy on the front lines, giving RRQ a massive boost.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for AGAL. It seems like RRQ Kazu, like that game 1, the close comeback. Now they're taking that momentum, right? That's why I feel like it was technically a win in their books, even though they didn't win the game. But they have shown that they are warmed up. And they are finding solutions to a team comp that, they themselves brought in initially. Because AGL really toying with fire, trying to run this raid. They do find Ranze, 2v1. This time Ranze stands no chance as the finisher comes through from Cypher.
Again, no Crimson Crush off of Ranze. Not too sure exactly what's causing this play out of the guy, but he's going to lose his life early because of that. Cypher, sliver of health left on him, no medkits whatsoever. Who's up against Nameless, could not sustain, and Cypher punished. Ma'al didn't really have a lot of HP to take away from Cypher to deal that punisher. Now 2v2. You've got the Ray and the Morse going up against the Arlok and the Ignis.
It's going to be very close. Variability back up as well. Of course, for Abai, he has that Flame Mirage. With all these tents around, it's going to take a while for both teams to sift through and find that info, but RQ Kazu thinking of a double up, and if they do catch Nameless there, it's going to sway the round in their favor.
Looks like the slower pacing here is doing AGL a lot of favors. They get to really strategize how they want to pull these flanks off. That Flame Mirage is taken a little bit away from the player on the side of AGL. Ma'al, a sliver of health. still successfully pulls it off against Nameless. And Dew just did not stand a chance in that fight.
That is gotta be frustrating for AGAL. It's another round where they got the initial pick, but then ends up getting equalized. I mean, Abai, he is stepping up big time. Game 1, it was same with, I think, 10 eliminations despite losing out. In Game 2, him and Duz, especially Duz, working behind the scenes and getting these first blood tags that enable the rest of RQ Kazu to, kind of ease the burden a little bit. It is really paying off big time. Rosa also a choice there for Dudes. This Aurora Vision is providing so much value.
Absolutely. Game point here for RRQ in a map that they definitely love and have found big dominance on time and time again. Miss our third cyber point. AGL just focusing on the cyber point plays this time round. Cypher max 7. Big advantage. Abe can't go anywhere, just stuck in a tight little corner here. But outside, AGL just losing the numbers, losing their players one after the other. Cypher finally wins out that gunfight, but it's a tad bit too late to give them any advantage.
Cypher needs a clutch of a lifetime here to even have a shot to keep AGL alive. Wow, he still has a mad pick, so he's going to be back up to full. And you have Ranze's Crimson Crush to deal with. There's no way they win this one. RQ Kazu with a convincing Kalahari victory. 6-1. Absolutely crushing AGL on their map pick.
RRQ, big advantage. The map was on their side. The active skill selections this time was on their side. Disabling that A124 was probably the prerequisite of walking away with this dub, and they just made the right decisions here. And obviously, they were not going to be stopped at Kalahari. These guys are monsters on this map.
Absolute machines. RQ Kazu really going above and beyond in their effort, right? These individual gameplays, man. Game 1, it was Abai that almost pulled them back from the brink. Game 2, these first bloods from Dudes, these first contacts. Dudes unseen for majority of the map, and then everything else just didn't work out for AGL. It's kind of weird when you have a lineup that sort of wants to be the ones that gets first blood, but RQ Kazu read every single one of their moves.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think the Morse did much at all for the side of AGL, right? To try to go in there for the reposition. And Dew wasn't really playing very menacingly in this game at all. I felt like they were just not extremely confident in the approach. And it's not like a lot of the items off of the Cyberstore was giving them a big advantage. Initially with the Dragon Freeze, but even that RRQ managed to sidestep very easily. And then with their Flame Mirage, it's just made it so much more difficult for the players on the side of AGL to spot them out. You've got the skill cards there, but just absolutely useless. By the time they got to the third cyber point to get the level 4 West, it was just way too late already because RRQ just sped run their way through the second game.
No, definitely a faster game compared to game 1, and majority of this is a compilation of just RQ Kazu having great execution, right? I think the highlight is definitely on Du's, the way that he's finding these pickups, right, onto Dew of all people, especially when Dew is running to Morse. But RQ Kazu, they are the one that first put up a competition like what AGL has, so they fully understood what the rotation is going to be. And a big enabler for RQ Kazu's lead, again, is Captain Dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think AGL kind of brought anything dangerous in this game at all from their positioning, from the way they were approaching the fights. Yes, Dew did have some extra advantages with the Morse, but it didn't really hold him on the battlefield for too long, alive and kicking, because the Morse kind of needed him to get up close and personal with his opponents the way he was using it this time round. The stealth bites to cut the distance probably would have given Ma'al more advantage, but stealing it away from Ma'al gave Dew zero advantage this time, surprisingly.
And again, right, I just say they decided to omit the Santino for the Morse just because at least statistically Morse fared pretty well on Kalahari, but it is a pick that if it works great. But if it doesn't work and people start reading your moves, then you are working with basically no ability at all. And I think, it's sort of a risk for AGL to take, and it didn't pay off. And GAMxPE, they had the same experience yesterday where they took Morse against BRU on the Kalahari, and they ended up losing that as well. MVP for this game, though, Max 7 in the hands of Abai.
I mean, this is brilliance coming through from Abai. At the end of the day, when you look at what gave him the massive advantage, it was the Ignis, and he wasn't just giving himself the advantage, positional advantage. He just has such good map awareness as well as awareness as where his opponents are. With each use of the Flame Mirage, I think he blocked out a lot of the rotations from the side of AGAL. Although he could not use the Flame Mirages to get to those cyber points. I thought that was going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for the side of RRQ, but AGAL just wasn't playing their rotations in the way they played that game number 1, and that was a big letdown overall in terms of whatever their fans were expecting from them in the series, especially this game number 2. They could not pull many rounds away like what RRQ did to them in that game number 1.
Teams are not having a game at all. 0 eliminations, 0 impact overall, and even for Saifa, he is struggling. Right, he struggles.
Yeah.
He struggled a lot in this game. Dew also not able to do much. Even though the MVP is Abai, we also have to give credit to Dew again. Look at that, 9 eliminations, the most damage dealt in the entire game. And because of him, Dew didn't get to play at all.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, unfortunate for Dew, just walking away 2 eliminations. Team SR, nothing at all to really step it up in this game and punish RRQ or even slow them down a tad bit. That's going to be rough if your Russia is not really pulling off these rushes in a solid way whatsoever. Right now, looking at the map summary on the other hand, headshots-wise, RRQ winning it out this time just by 2, but it's overall the damage output from the team that AG needs to worry about. I don't think they were getting many of those shots in connection at all.
It took quite a while for RRQ to sort of warm up, but I think for AGAL, they now have to deal with the adaptation from RQ Kazu, and that was one of the asks that we wanted, right? We wanted to see if RQ Kazu can adjust, can adapt, because that will be the determining factor whether they have a shot in the grand final slot or even winning the whole thing. And so far, they've been doing a great job. They are outdoing AGAL.
Yeah, they're most definitely outdoing AGAL, at least in the Kalahari map. Right now, we are 1 apiece. We get into map number 3. It's going to be Bermuda. This is the AGAL pick. So, I mean, slight advantage here because it's their preference, but I don't think the team of RRQ does badly on this map. Probably not their best map, but it's not their worst map as well. Bermuda is fairly decent if you look at the RRQ record so far. What is going to be a problem is those active skill picks, right? The question is, can we see that A124 go back into the hands of AGAL? I feel like that's one of their biggest advantages over RRQ.
I think there's a good chance it gets banned out again, right? Because of the value that he has brought. And it also begs the questions, let's say we just based off of the Kalahari match, is there going to be a sub at any point for AGAL, right? They still have Barrows on their side. We've seen him kind of interchange between him and Nameless, and sometimes him and Team SR. At least for now, I don't think that it's going to be the case. They will still stick with the lineup that has worked for majority of the tournament. But in the event that RQ Kazu goes up 2-1, I wonder if that would be necessary.
Yeah, man. And RRQ moving up 2-1 would be big for the squad. Can they potentially walk away with a predicted scoreline that was technically against them by the casters, but they turn the script around and walk away with the victory instead of a loss on a 3-1 scoreline? Because if they continue to proceed in this way, I feel like they may stand a good chance, right? What RRQ did not do well in the previous season, we saw all of the fixes that they have brought, and they have taken it up a notch as well, which is the moment-to-moment adjustment to what AGAL is doing. Even the difference between the game 1 and 2, we were talking about how effective the A124 was, and this is something that they detected themselves as well. Going in for the ban on that A124 gives me great confidence that RRQ is more than capable of ripping this one away from the Global Finals Clash Squad champions.
This should be a map where the Santino becomes priority for AGL again, but it seems like RRQ, they're not really phased by that. Again, it's AGL's map pick because Dew did win the Lone Wolf over RQ Kazu. If anything, I think they've already shaken off that Lone Wolf magic from AGL, right? The plays are great. I mean, Dew still superior, one of the most superior players, but in a 4v4, the odds are very different. right? Duke can't really win everything all on his own, even though he had that moment against Fluxo last year. But it's such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and again, in most situations, it is not going to happen. And RRQ Kazu, they fully understood that. They let Ranze readjust, give him the confidence. Then they start making that near comeback in game one. I think it's more of a win for RRQ than it is for AGAL.
Yeah, man. And, you know, if you look at AGL and their performance on Bermuda so far, it has been looking fairly decent. They have gotten great runs here. But again, it's going to go down to how well they play their mechanical plays. And it didn't seem like we got the better version of AGL, not just in the second game, but in the past 11 rounds, because the second half of that first map where we went into on Nextera just wasn't good. And RRQ again with that A124 ban, this is a big problem, and they take away Ranze's active skill from the front line, so no Orion for them this time.
And Ranze decides that he would just take the Oscar instead, right? There is still the Zane available for AGAL if they want a front line. I think they should take the Zane, but this also opens up the Chrono for RQ Kazu in second and third pick. I think AGAL, they have an important decision that they need to make, and Zane seems to be the clear choice alongside the Steffi. But RQ Kazu, they also are pretty decent when they rock the R-Lock. First, they were locking it. In fact, both R-Lock and the Ignis, this should be Chrono for AGAL.
Yeah, absolutely. So AGL with the Steffi, I'm liking the fact that they are doubling down on the defense this time around. So it looks like they're a little bit more wary of RRQ now. And if you look at RRQ, they have got the Ignis, they've got the Oscar. I wouldn't say an all-out aggressive setup from them just yet, but they do have extra defensive viability, extra capability to just block off that information. But Cypher bringing in the Coda is going to be a small difference maker for AGL to counter that Ignis. They're going to have decent information. It's now going to be dependent on the informational relay between Cypher and the rest of the squad members. And Dew has that Sentino, which I think he can make magic work off of in this Bermuda map.
Even our viewers did, point out the importance of just getting rid of the Orion, right? That has been causing so much problem, because RQ Kazu, they clearly found the crux, which was the A124. And if our AGL takes away the Orion, I think it might even the battlefield. The Chrono is still an option there, but is it going to be the RO-Ray again? Seems like that will be the case on Bermuda, in fact, instead of Kalahari. So this is something that, again, only RRQ does. Let's see if this is what's going to bring them to that series point.
Yeah, not the best active skill out there right now, the Ray, but still very useful if you are Russia, if you're very aggressive, and that's what Ma'al surprisingly is in the current season. He's a Russia, and he gets the job done fairly well. Now, if you look at the active skill lineup here from the side of RRQ, it definitely looks like they do want to take a very aggressive approach, as opposed to AGL, who's playing it a little bit more passive this time around. Steffi especially, right? Team SR is going to be the backup for Nameless, most probably, and Dew is going to be looking for those angles. Cypher, there is a big chance that he's going to be on the front lines alongside Nameless as well as Team SR. If they can pull a three-man push on the front lines, I think sorting out RRQ, Ma'al as well as Ranze very specifically shouldn't be a big problem for AGL.
Yeah, and I think one of the adjustments AGL might need to make is to pay a bit more attention to what Dutz is up to, right? Because clearly Dutz caught them off guard on Kalahari. You could chalk it up to just because RRQ Kazu is so darn good on that map. And now we're back on the Bermuda. It's one of the El Clasicos in terms of map and location that has been picked for Clash Squad. I think AGAL, as long as they kind of make adjustments and not allow dudes to roam freely around the map, then there will be lesser space created for Ranze and Abai.
And this is going to be a crucial one. It's one game apiece. Cypher rotating around. Oh, he's going to lose his mannequin there. Cypher with a headshot. Cypher, great positioning. Gets a double as well, finally. Not even punished yet. Just tagged up a tad bit here. And the numbers advantage will turn massive for the side of AGAL as Cypher goes berserk. Ma'al cooking up the grenade. Can he serve it up hot? He chooses not to. Barely gets a tag onto Nameless. Pulls out the scythe, but there's a big distance here, and Nameless punishes with a USP2. RRQ will lose this round to a very aggressive AGAL.
Yeah, thank goodness there. RRQ had a way to come back into this game for sure, but pretty weird, here they were just feeding into the machine. of AGAL, and the fact that Deuce decided to just blitz out the main entrance. And I thought he would at least try to pre-fire the corner, so AGAL able to punish on the decisions made by RRQ Kazu.
And I think that was the informational relay that we were talking about from Cypher, right? He gives information to everybody else, manages to pin the locations of his opponents as well. And as a matter of fact, went in to get the job done all on his own. Beautiful stuff from Cypher. But now what do they do in the second round? Coda Pop use once again Cypher, the threat for RRQ in this third game.
Mini Uzi in hand, do immediate relocation. Again, we say you have to keep an eye on Deuce, and I think Nameless is on the case. That glue wall completely locks out the impact that Deuce and Ranze might have and isolates Deuce in that angle too. So if they go for the push, Deuce is going to go down. Man. What a great nade from Nameless. This is exactly what we want in terms of adjustments.
Mechanically, AGAL is playing this much more seriously this time round. Does that mean that they were not serious in that second game? Yep, absolutely, that's what it means. I didn't find them going all out at all. And RRQ, we just see them just unable to keep up with the pacing of AGAL when they are on this forward momentum, and Team SR sorts out the final player. 2-0 now, big advantage for AGAL.
That's it. Isolate Dudes. I think the setup from the glue wall already gives us quite the clear direction of what AGAL is going to do in terms of rotation. They did it exactly by the book. Of course, ending up with a numbers advantage. This Deagle headshot, the icing on the cake from Team SR, who definitely had a subpar, underwhelming Kalahari round, which, you know, some of the chat is calling for him to get subbed out, but I'd say give him time. He's up 3-0 now.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good approach to go in there for a 1-3 split up against a Coda on the opposite end. So clearly they knew exactly what was happening, and they chose to pressure the player who was all alone, and they cashed out big time on that approach. Cypher, Team SR, all going in for the slice and dice, and will focus on the Cyber point instead. A quick loot and getaway. Ma'al's going to be on the chase now. Cypher with the distraction. Valiant Dash breaks down his defenses, but spray down from the opposite end. Dew with the high ground advantage sorts out the RRQ players, gets the double tag onto Abe as well. But glue walls keep him safe, so he can get the pickup. And RRQ now getting all of their members back up into play. But Dew is all alone. Can he bring Team SR back in for a little bit of backup as well? It looks like he will just have to depend on himself in a 1v3 clutch somehow.
If he wins this round, it's going to be an ace. Throwback to the Jakarta stage where he did it against Fluxo, and he has a good chance because all of the RQ members are low in health. Abai being the most healthiest, around 55%, but everyone else is one hit away from going down. And Dew has the right weapon for both styles of combat, up close and from afar.
Oh, nice.
Chase Splitter dropped again. The circle is going to be quite the problem there. Immediately finds the info to relocate. Can he big brain this one? Inhaler gets dropped. We want to isolate the angles. The Ignis Voice is going to bring them all down. And Abai finds the spray down from a separate entrance.
Yeah, smart play by Ma'al there. He connected with the Ray, and the rest was history. Perfect advantage. Knew exactly where Dew was behind the walls. And that's the advantage that Ray gives you, especially in situations like this when you're going up against a monster like Dew. If Fluxo had the Ray last year, I don't think he would have gotten the 1v4 clutch.
that is true. That's true. I blame it on the late release. Probably still in design by that time. It's quite an interesting character. I mean, you know, props to RRQ Kazu for bringing it to life, in the meta at least, right? We heard Mao talked about it as being a Clash Squad exclusive just because of what he brings. But it is a double-edged sword, you know, something like a Morris, or to a certain degree, the current state of Nero, which only GAMxPE has pulled off in a very flawless manner because of how coordinated they are.
Absolutely, man. The bond of Eclipse, they call it, but as far as Ma'al is concerned, it's the bond of annihilation, because informational play is all RRQ needs up against a team like AGAL. If they know where they can find them, fishing them out shouldn't be a problem. Looking at their mechanical prowess, Ranze very close to danger here, but it looks like Dude does not suspect a thing. Blue wall pulled out. Team SR spotted him out already. Still just teases from both sides so far. Abe sends out the Ignis Flame Mirage, tagging up Team SR. Quite a bit of information gained off of him as well, but clearly playing the sensitive as those markers don't stay for long. But the informational play, Abe sprayed down. Dudes find Cypher. Good trade coming back from RRQ. Dude drops Ma'al. The numbers are getting stacked here, but they can still get picked right back up.
They have no idea where Dude was. That is the freest vantage point. Dude's gonna try and bring it back. Dude again putting in the legwork there. And the Cypher for the finisher this round. AGAL just controlling both of the important areas. I think RRQ Kazu just got lost in the sauce. Had no idea where to look and just got caught off guard.
Yeah, you definitely see AGL playing this one very much more seriously. And that high ground advantage by Dew is just deadly. So this is the final round that we'll be playing here on this compound. So he'll have to see how he can work magic off of the next one. But in the 2 rounds where we did play here, Dew has shown us perfection. Now in this 3rd round, that second floor is probably going to be a big vantage point for Dew once again. Or they could just focus on the outside, right? Because it's Cyber Points time once again.
And Nameless is going to pack a punch as well. Leading in with the Flame Mirage. The plan of RRQ Kazu, and they're actually good enough. They find Dew, they instantly pop him, and once more, you keep your eyes off of Dew for a split second and gives you an advantage. Nameless losing out to Ranze. Cypher finds a trade back, but again, the numbers don't favor AGAL.
Yeah, the A124 just without it on their side is a very big difference maker. AGAL trying to go for those trades, but Cypher all alone could not do much in that situation. But they banked big on the Cyber Point. So let's see if or not this pays off for them in the later rounds. 2 Cyber Points now to the side of AGL. What sort of an advantage does it give them in this Bermuda store? It does give them access to the Flash Freeze. They've got the Steppy skill card now potentially in their hands. They'll have the annoying Spider of Raiden on their side as well in a little bit. But they're aiming for the level 4 West. This is going to be a crucial one for them to pick up in Game 3.
For RRQ Kazu, even in terms of the loadout, they should feel slightly better. One of Eclipse and being quite the difference maker as the numbers thin up for AGAL. That's where RRQ Kazu actually can strike harder. Again, keep your eyes on Dudes, whether he can find Ma'al. These utilities, ooh, they hurt. They are really painful. But still, RRQ Kazu decides to commit to it regardless. And AGAL, they're willing to take these fights. Of course, they will win now with the health pool advantage.
Yeah, great Flame Mirage there to tag up all of the players trying to step into the compound. Dudes out in the open. Good glue wall. Protect themselves. Cypher stuck in a CQC. Still not taken down just yet, but Ranze running circles around. Both players performing really well, but it's Ranze that just absolutely crushes it with the triple in the house.
Frustration on Nameless's face. This round, it really felt like, you know, AGAL, they actually got him on the right foot, right? Those ice grenades made it pretty hard for RRQ Kazu, but Indonesia decided to just bite the bullet, walk through the flames, and take AGL on, and they somehow still won. And, you know, we even saw multiple headshots onto Dudes with the spray down, but unfortunately, I think Cypher just didn't have the right weapon for that occasion. It makes things even more complicated now that Dudes was able to pin down AGL's members.
Now Cyberpoint yet again on the hunt here. Team SR going in for the unlock. Flame Mirage Ignis. Interesting spot to stop the Flame Mirage at. Smoke's going to keep Team SR covered for a little bit. Wild Grenade, not going to find any tags whatsoever, and that's a wasted one. You don't have a lot of frag grenades in these rounds, and every one that you waste is just a pity. Ranze still has it in his hands, so RRQ does have a decent chance here. Team SR going for the Cyber Point, but it's a big fight up against Ma'al, who's contesting for it. Ranze pulls out the time turner. Team SR does not get the shutdown just yet. Still alive up against the 2 players. And the spray down gets Ma'al down, but Ranze there for the trade. Perfectly played by AGAL, but the Cyber Point gets claimed by RRQ.
Could not have gone any better for AGAL. If not for that extended 2v1, I think RRQ Kazu would have ran away with the rounds. Good stuff there from AGAL. Team SR really stepping up. Pin and Refuge helping him, but the Chrono Dome working in his favor. This trade was everything that allows Dude to come in and turn the tides. And of course, kind of a shot to the kneecap there on Team SR. AGAL, they wrestle back the lead.
Yeah, good play, good pressure by RRQ for the cyber point. Both players within the compound of the cyber airdrop. So AGAL, Team SR just could not steal that away. And I guess they just weren't desperate enough for it, because if they were, they would have just stacked the numbers for the cyber point. This is a little bit of a waste, because they could already be closer to that level 4 West now. And because they do not prioritize the cyber point, they'll have to lag behind and wait for yet another round to get that advantage for themselves. Ice Grenade gets tossed out. And the Dragon Freeze will not find anyone on the roof, which is unfortunate on that toss. Here comes the Spider. And Raiden catches Abe. No follow-up though, Abe will barricade himself in with those glue walls and still stay alive.
They're gonna try and free Dudes up with the Flaming Rush, but they forced just short, and Nameless, he's in the backline. He's free hitting everyone. Ma'al also getting picked up. Do you understand with the Abai AGAL roaring to life here, completely outmaneuvering RRQ Kazu. Pretty weird round.
Yeah. I think it's a series point time here for the side of AGL that might best be the biggest difference maker, because they can use the cyber point as bait for RRQ in this next round, Husky.
Yeah, RRQ Kazu really taking a beating there. Ma'al, no cigar. 0, 6, and 6. Couldn't really find anything in terms of frag. He has been putting in the work to present himself in the front line, and you can say that a lot of that contribution comes from the Bonifer Cliffs, but at a certain point you need to be able to get the frags in yourself, and he's not logged any of them.
Double snipes. AWM not paying off big time this time round for Diu. Has got enough money to get the job done, and Diu. Third time's the charm. A base spray down. Sends out a mannequin. Sentino, Nameless. Do you really want to go in here for the risky play? Diu with a shot again. They punish this time round. The super sniper on the side of AGAL, giving no face, no room for comeback, and AGAL sorts it out. They pull this 2-1 now in the series.
Nasty stuff from Diu. Those AWM, sure it's expensive, but makes all these shots work out in the end as well. And that puts AGAL in the lead. Was still on track with the prediction as they win their own map pick on Bermuda. We're going to go to Solara next, and that's where RRQ Kazu has decided to bring us to. Even though with a map reset, I thought that they would take Nextera, but then again, AGAL, they almost dropped that map. And now we got to see is RRQ Kazu's turn to adjust, because the last few rounds felt a bit weird, right? They just take the beating from AGAL. They start majority of the fight with less than 60% health, and Diu left unchecked.
Especially in these late rounds where AGAL has won out so many of these rounds already, and the map allows you to have the AWM. You got to keep your eye on that high ground, and you got to stay out of sight, right? Diu with the AWM is just lethal, and he has proven that time and time again. This next game will have that AWM in here as well. It's a great blessing for the other teams that Diu will have to wait for the AWM. It's 4,000 coins, man. 4,000 is a lot to spend, especially when you want to get some defense in for yourself as well. You need the West, you need the helmet. So that's the only thing containing Diu in this Clash Squad run so far. Clash Masters is not kind to the snipers this season.
Yeah, not at all, right? Like the only reason that he wasn't more dominant or as dominant is because everything was more expensive, right? And it feels like a targeted strike, but he still made it work. And I think that's the scary thing. Again, it was quite a close match, but like you said, in the later rounds of this game, AGAL switch flipped in them, and they completely dominated RRQ Kazu, who it felt like they just suddenly lost, had no more gas, right? They just started eating shots from AGAL.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if you look at the potential of RRQ making their way back in here, there's definitely potential, right? The only question is, what form of AGAL do they encounter in this next Solara map? Because if it is the serious version, it's going to be a little bit difficult. If they've got the A124 on their side, it's going to be a little bit difficult. It comes back down to the bans as well. But there's also a situation where you now got to think, if or not you want to take the Coda away from Cypher, this next game will not have a active skill card for Coda. In fact, you only have the Arlok or the Homer, which means informational play. If you can nerf that on the side of AGAL, maybe you stand a viable chance. And I don't speak of it just from the ban, right? You could steal it away for your side as well.
Yeah. There's a lot more openings now, not a lot more variables for the squads to play around with. But clearly for RQ, Kazu, Ma'al got zero impact. The most they were able to kind of pull off is have that Bond of Eclipse as more of a utility, but in terms of individual contribution, Ma'al ended the entire series, entire game with 0 eliminations. So that is going to be something to note heading into game number 4. But for Dio, he gets the send on the Santino, he gets the prize AWM, and he just locks in.
Yeah, absolutely. He also brings in the Shiro, right? And whenever he gets hit, the attacker is marked. So even if you do have a Sensei Tig on your side, if you shoot at Dew, you best bet you are going to be revealed on the map. And he's probably going to hunt you down personally or send one of his lackeys to chase you down. And he is very good at finding you on his own when he's got the AWM in hand. If you've got a line of sight, you are then you are as good as dusted on that battlefield. 6 eliminations, 16 assists, just shows how effective the rest of his team members were to take the eliminations on their side as well. 10 eliminations on the side of Cypher, and Team SR with Nameless stepping it up on the battlefield as well. Big win here for AGAL.
The amount of assists that they have too, 14 Team SR, 11 on Nameless. I think this DJ Arlok still, I feel like as much as it's an RQ Kazu specialty, you know, it's an exclusive pick that they go for, it's still a 50-50, right? It feels like a coin flip because you need to be with one another, but the person using it is the one trying to hunt down Dew, who also rocks Santino this round. So there's definitely some synergy that felt weird, felt off, almost reminiscent of game 1, but with a bit more of a mismatch, I'd say.
Absolutely, man. So let's check out the match summary here and see exactly how well mechanically the players of this side of RRQ do. Not too bad at all. Dude's walking away with 3 headshots in this game and a total of 5 eliminations. Just luck wasn't on his side. He was expanded too many times back to back in these rounds. And if you look at the rest of the players, it's not like they really put up a bigger fight than Dudes, right? Dudes just technically was the better player on their side, and their best play was the weakest play on the side of AGAL.
And even then, I think, you know, for AGAL, this game that didn't rely as much on headshots as we saw, but a big part of it really just came from RQ Kazu really leading into the main fights, into the main clashes, already crippled, already down in resources. Something that they need to think about, because I think the solution that came out from AGAL worked in their favor perfectly. Ban out the Orion and let's see if RQ Kazu can still take us on in a fair fight. And the answer in the late game was not really.
I do like getting my predictions on point, so RRQ, I humbly request you to bow out. Win or loss here. Look, I don't think we could do that. But, you know, I think they are going to obviously put up a strong fight. But AGL looked so much more serious on this game 3, right? I didn't see them making the same mistakes as they did in game 2, where they were extremely passive. Even their active skill picks for game 2 was very, very passive, which was a little bit of a head scratcher for me. I was wondering why they were going in for such an approach. I don't think I'll ever get my answer for that. But in this next game, I'm fairly sure they want to get the finisher. They're not going to take it easy on RRQ, because giving a map away to RRQ, pushing it into game number 5 is risky regardless of who you are and how good you are in Clash Masters, in Clash Squad, because RRQ is just that team this season that can flip things instantly out there on the battlefield with just a couple of good rounds.
I mean, it already feels risky. I guess it feels even riskier, the fact that they almost drop their first Dexterra pick, right? I think there's going to be some extra pressure on AGAL, but this is sort of like the contrast between these two teams. RRQ is more inclined to go for utility-based setup. They're more willing, they're more comfortable, I guess, to play those long rounds. So if we want to talk about who likes to bite and shoot first, it's most likely going to be AGAL. And I think even in terms of taking initiative, amongst the top 3 teams, RQ Kazu probably ranks last. But what they're good at is these responsive maneuvers, which AGAL decided to not give them much time to set up.
Yeah, this season, I think AGAL is still a very scary squad. The difference is RRQ is way better than whatever we saw them play as in the previous, not just season, but seasons, plural. They have been learning for a long time, and they have finally cracked the code. They know what to do out there. They know what to aim for. You see the bans coming through perfectly on their side as well. And whatever drafts they've been bringing in so far has been helping them keep up with AGAL. But every time you think you find a answer, every time you think you find a solution for what AGL is about to do out there, they kind of change the way they approach the battle, right? Just like what they did in the previous game, where they suddenly had a very defensive approach, kind of very passive, and that, I'm very sure, surprised RRQ, and they started changing their playstyle a little bit, becoming more aggressive, and that's the perfect bait if you're going up against AGL, because then they changed their pacing yet again, and they caught RRQ with their pants down. I think RRQ just needs to respect the fact that they need to keep their distance and play this next game extremely safe, because it's do or die for them. Technically speaking, they don't get eliminated from the competition, but I'm sure they want to book a early ticket into the grand final.
I mean, I guess the best / worst case scenario, depending on how you look at it, is that you drop down to the lower bracket, you win, you go into the grand finals. That would be a maximum of potential 15 games you have to play, right? And then it would be more than just your skills. It would really come down to, do you have the fortitude to stick it through? And that's something that, it's gonna, be tested, right? If you're an upper bracket team, you're given the advantage of, we don't have to play for one day, we get to prep. Yeah. But the downside is that if we go to lower bracket and then we win lower bracket, it is gonna be a hell of a long day for whoever drops down. And right now, RQ Kazu are at risk of having to make that run.
Yeah, absolutely. You actually bring up a very good point. Having to play 3 best of 5s to become champion is going to be really tough. Assuming, of course, whichever team that falls down into the lower bracket finals gets the victory there. And in the best of 5 for the upper bracket finals, we are now moving into a game number 4. This is a map picked by RRQ. Does that mean they have the big advantage over AGAL? Absolutely not, because this map is decent on the side of AGL as well.
Yeah, not too shabby on Solara. I think even for RQ Kazu, they are just picking the it's like the red pill, blue pill. They're taking the best of the worst between Solara, Bermuda, Nextera, Kalahari. I think going for the Solara probably gives them the better odds, considering that the other 3 maps, sure, we have Kalahari in the pool, but Bermuda and Nextera are sort of off limits, right? And if you go for anything else, the last map is going to favor AGL regardless. And the best part is that for AGL, they have not played Solara before, I believe, in the summer season. So it is going to be the first time we see them, and the best chance that RQ Kazu has to force a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And if you look at the situation here, it looks like they have allowed the A124 to be played, but with a little bit of a difference. And this is that big brain play that I'm talking about on the side of RRQ. Allowing that A124, but then sneaking it away to their side is going to give them a massive advantage up against AGAL. But I'm surprised that AGL did not sneak that one away. They chose to prioritize the Ignis pick instead.
Ignis, Oscar, the Zane banned out. You do have the Santino, which it should be what keeps them in the game, right? It's harder to be affected by the thrill of battle, but aside from that, I think the Chrono is also important. Yeah, this Chrono has to be picked because there's no Steffi, so either way, you have to play with the timings of the A124. Santino locked in as expected. Now it's just going to be a Skylar for RQ Kazu. Aside from Skylar, who else is there? Skylar, Nero, DJ Arlock. You're going to run for the Arlock again for dudes.
Holy mama, RRQ is going to go all out here on the aggressive play. They've got the info, they've got the capability to lock you down, they've got the extra viability with the HP off of the Orion's Crimson Crush as well as the DJ Arlock. And then on the opposite side, it's all about the skills. It's all about staying away, staying undetected. Yes, the Coda is going to be a good counter for that Ignis as well as the Santino. But if AGAL pulls this one off well, I think the game will end here. But the way the drafts are looking, I'm a little nervous that we are not going to get our prediction correct here, Husky. We might just go into a game 5.
There's a good chance because RRQ Kazu's lineup screams that they want to play together as a squad, and they have the perfect setup for it, right? Offensive capabilities, they have that. They can easily double, triple up because of the Orion. But not only that, this lineup is built to fight as 4. And if you catch anyone from AGL, they can definitely overwhelm them with the utility usage as we hop into Solara for map 4. If AGL wins this, they are grand finals bound. And if not, then we go back to Nextera where this series began.
Absolutely. Nextera, 100% win rate for AGAL. On the side of RRQ, they do get challenged a tad bit there. But then if you look at the Solara map, this is the first time we're seeing AGL play this map here in the current season. And it's decent on the side of RRQ. Great shot off of that M500 to start things off. But RRQ losing player after player, not looking good with the numbers advantage. But it's now a 1v1 dudes. M500, can he finish things off? Looking for the player, spots them, could not get the finisher.
Oh, the pick out right at the last second as well. Deuce was about to win that round big time, but there was a moment here when Ma'ao got completely jump scared. The Shade Splitter swap, Ma'ao got misdirected and suddenly Duke pops back up in front of him. If not for Dudes, this round would have been over even earlier. Still, valiant attempt there from RQ Kazu. They got out to a great start, but in that close range, I would much rather take the shorty. As AGL, let's see, the investments will come through from RQ Kazu to try and get the equalizer.
I just checked out the stats of AGL in our spring season. This is actually their worst map, Solara, and they haven't played this map so far in this season. Things are not looking great for AGL statistically here based on the Solara, but whatever they've done on Solara so far. So they really got to go against the grain somehow. Saifa, beautiful shot. And the head he gets him, then one knock, but it's a 2-2 so far on the knocks. Team SR picked right back up. RRQ needs to find a way to make sure it's put back right down, and a base sorts that out.
Deuce is slowly bleeding out. And Abai, let's finish off Team SR. Deuce goes down. Abai now on to Cypher. A good conversion there. Better weapon for Abai. And that's a 3-piece there. Equalizer achieved by RQ Kazu. And not to say this is the first time that AGL plays Solara, but they also happen to be the team that delivered the first Nextera loss to RQ Kazu early on in game 1. So there's a first for both teams, but RQ Kazu, there's a reason they picked this map, right? Not only are they confident on it, but also banking on the fact that AGL are not feeling Solara.
Not feeling it at all. Can they turn things around on a map where they're not the best at? I think it should be straightforward. Even though they haven't shown us the stats here on this map, doesn't mean that they can't shut this down. But Dude's great positioning here. XM8 will get the spray down. The pickup possibly going to come through. Ranze making sure that does not happen. Nameless going to be kept far, far away. The ice grenade doing its job. And AGL at a massive disadvantage after losing Team SR. No chrono for the time being, but Dew up on top. Will be playing those cheeky shots that gets him nothing.
Yeah, the tracking was great, but just one headshot would have made the difference. It does pin down Ma'ao and Cypher with the backstab. The stuff there. Deuce goes down. There's the equalizer. We see the Santino Shade Splitter drop down, but instantly removed by Ranze and Dew on to Ma'ao. Ma'ao back up, but Ranze was able to take Dew down in the process. Goes into Crimson Crush, 1v1 him against Cypher. Couple glue wall separate, done around the corner. Ranze with the pre-fire, wins it out. RQ Kazu takes the lead.
Not looking good at all for AGAL. But resources-wise, since they've already had that one round to their side, they should be able to get some pretty decent guns here for this round number 3. Sorry, round number 4. Let's see if or not they can find the execution. It's still going to be the exact same compound, so there's a little bit of adjustments needed. The big problem that I see here is AGAL is focusing on the NAG-7s, which means they need to get a little bit closer before they can take the shots. RRQ, on the other hand, they're smart enough to focus on the XM8s and the AN94. So mid to long range, they should have a massive advantage still over AGAL.
Yes, Cypher was able to find Ranze of all people. That's Orion erased from this round. Doesn't really want to be there. He is the Outlook, and Nameless punishes him by hunting him down. AGAL, they get a big lead at the start of this round. They should be able to mow down RRQ Kazu. That was a slightly weird encounter. Big contrast to what we saw in round 3 where RRQ Kazu was a lot more patient, but for this one, AGAL decided to speed things up and it paid off.
Yeah, man. And that's exactly what they need to continuously do. Obviously, Duts did not have much of a viability there to pull away 1v4. Even though the close range weapons is what AGAL had to depend on, they made it work by cutting the distance down instantly between themselves as well as RRQ there in that game. Now, level 3 Scar, level 3 MP5, big advantage for AGAL in this round.
Desiring a bit more from Team SR as well. Only 200 damage dealt so far in 4 rounds. But that tag is good enough. Team SR, as I say, it takes out Ranze. And again, Orion, the first one to get removed from the game. And that is not looking good. Valiant Dash Cypher easily collects that one. 2 clean rounds for AGAL.
Absolutely perfect. This is what we need out of AGAL, that aggression, that pure fight. They did have the advantage with the weapons already. But what made this one perfect is the way they were moving out there on the battlefield, right? The flanks and Dew getting involved in that fight as well is a big plus for them. Because unlike RRQ, who's actually throwing all of their players on the front lines, AGAL still has a sniper that's backing away from a lot of these engagements. So if he does not have a great line of sight, it puts AGAL at a massive disadvantage. This is something that they need to constantly focus on fixing in these rounds. Dew, again, high ground advantage, is going to get the shoulder boost up to the top, as well as a great vantage point over the players of RRQ.
And Abai knows that. He's going to make the call to go for the rush for his teammates. They got to win this one. Abai actually takes down one, and that is good enough. Team SR with the backup. Him against Ranze. Ranze low in health, and Dew somehow finds the snipe. And I thought it is paying off. But for RRQ Kazu, at least they have the numbers to work with. It's Dew against the entire world. Needs to finish up, but the glue wall keeps him at bay. Abai not landing the shots. Pickups should come true regardless.
Absolutely. Dew all alone though. This is not looking good for them. And in this round 6, it's not a crucial round. No cyber point, but don't want to give your opponents any bit of advantage at all. Now, when that circle starts to squeeze them in, Dew will have to get off of the roof. So he needs to find those angles to get a couple of knocks for himself first. Getting down to that lower ground right now is not going to help him out. Dew still has a chance against Ranze and Mal.
Yeah, this looks like an impossible situation. Most likely an equalizer.
There you go.
Sure. Now they found him. Abai, as Dew's aerial influence is going to start shrinking. And RRQ Kazu preparing a welcome party. Crossfire is all set up. Matter of time. That's one. Can they do it again? Okay, that's two. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, it's running out of time though. Oh, sends out the mannequin. The Sentinel for the quick reposition. Doesn't break his ankles. Mag 7 up close and press. All right, gets the tag from the circle. That was a big mistake from Dew. No medkit on him, and the ice grenade follow-up is going to be perfect. I think there was a misclick on the side of Dew.
Yeah, it could be. Or maybe he tried to big brain it. Okay, that was interesting, right? He was trying to misdirect RRQ Kazu, but RRQ Kazu had the utility to guarantee that they win that round. But you know, it looked possible. Who are we to doubt Dew, right? He has done it once. This time the odds a bit more stacked against him. But in the interview, they did say that scrim results have been fabulous for AGAL. They're looking for the translation. It is as good as it can be. Mechanically, I still think they are superior.
This time, Cyberpoint down in the middle. It's going to be the outside. Cypher Mag 7. Opportunity misses that opportunity big time. Down in the middle, though, it's the battle for the Cyberpoints. Team SR up against Ranze. who manages to pull this one away for the squad. Ice Grenade is going to tag him up. Ma'al comes back in here for the defense. A little bit of extra viability inside the time turner. Team SR prevents the Crimson Crush from taking over that situation, and RRQ snuffed out with the combo of Cypher and Team SR. The Mag 7's making magic work this time for AGAL.
Once more, the Crimson Crush led by Ranze in, but he needed someone to immediately follow up, and that Chrono Dome made it pretty hard. Like, wow, he's being preoccupied by Nameless and Cypher, and like you said, AJ, the Mag 7 with Team SR are doing hell of a work. Not to mention, AGL basically have the high ground coverage in that fight, so RQ Kazu are already at a disadvantage and made worse by the time turner of AGAL. But this is a closer one, pretty back and forth. That Ignis Wall, Frame Mirage has brought in a lot of impact for AGAL, but primarily it's the Chrono that has been making the difference.
How do they... Oh my! Ma'al. Just with a shorty pop. SR taken out very early. And the sniper of RRQ just doing great on the front lines. Dropping the beat, giving Cypher a tad bit of extra backup as well in that situation. But at this situation where Dew needs to perform, he just could not pull it off against the Thompson. 1v2, Cypher, Valiant Dash on cooldown. But Ranze is really low. Cypher has got more health. Time turner helping out. Cypher does not get the shutdown. Unfortunate. That was a final second save that the active skill card gave Ranze.
Dang, I really thought AGL got this round in the back. They had everything going for them. They even had a man advantage at one point, but Abaye and Ranze holding hands and making sure that this round still is within control. It's Abaye doing so much of a legwork. That insane spray down onto Nameless that tracks him up the stairs. And not to mention this last second time turner that made all the difference, because Cypher was about to give AGAL that series point.
This is nerve-wracking if you are an AGAL fan. Now they're going in here for the level 4 West play. Team SR staying protected inside his time turner. Gets tagged up by another deep freeze. 1v2. Nameless. Advantage, but look at Ranze.
No way.
Inside the time turner, jumping in and out. Massive advantage. Ma'al now going in for the finisher. And RRQ secures a double cyber point off of that play. Ranze made that work for RRQ.
And we said that this lineup from RQ Kazu, that is the prime example of how a perfect execution looks like. It is built to fight into AGAL together. And they made it work. And of course, behind the scenes, the dirty work done by Deuce again. The early pickoff this time onto Cypher turned this round into a 3v4. And I mean, AGAL, they did everything that they could, but the time turner, I didn't work the way that they wanted it to. And backup from RQ Kazu, just a lot more prompt than AGAL because Dew wanted to play from long range. We might get that map 5.
Can they hold them to the match point that they are on right now? AGAL at a disadvantage here on a map where they have not found full mastery on just yet. But honestly, it's not RRQ's best map as well, so it's a fair fight. It's all about the executions. Ranze tagged up. It's Ryan, that Crimson Crush, giving a massive advantage to the player on the front lines. No A124 on the side of AGL to disable that Orion as well. RRQ has 3,000 IQ'd their way into this game to send us into a game number 5 and are just one round away from achieving that.
Yeah, look at the investments of the utilities from AGAL, thinking that there are RQ members there, but no, it's just a glue wall. Ranze safely tucked away in the center. So is that a backstab? Deuce. Oh, this angle. This is perfect. It took too long. They found him. But Deuce able to bail himself out. The trigger discipline. Is it going to pay off in the very end? Dew comes under pressure as RQ Kazu switches into high gear. Dew disengages fully. Backup comes in from Cypher.
Oh, Cypher spotted him out already. Dew's tagged up though. Ranze with a backstab. Big play. Without the sniper, this still can be done. AGL on a run for their lives here. Cypher cutting down the distance. You can see the enhanced hammer has already made God's work here on that Mag 7, powering it up. Ice Grenade tagging up Ranze. He still has the Crimson Crush. AGL needs to be careful. Where is your glue wall? Time Turner pulled out by Ranze as well. And the mechanical skills of this monster is so admirable. But tagged up now. Both players of AGL inside the defenses. And AGL senses into round 11 as they hold RRQ on the match point.
Look at this. He did not see Dew, who was on his right because he was scoped in. Oh, that has got to hurt. If you are RRQ Kazu, that was the winning angle. If only he saw Dew, because Dew wasn't even looking at him. He still tried to bring it back, but AJL, they were blessed by the grace of God or something, and they took advantage of that match point. Again, same situation as game 1. It would be quite poetic for them to win the first ever Solara map in summer season by taking down RRQ in this fashion.
Let's see what they can do. Level 4 West, a big advantage on the side of RRQ initially, but AGAL has got their hands on it as well, and that's because of the round that they won. What they stole from the loot from RRQ is all they have as an extra layer of advantage. So 2 players will have to play this very carefully, and that's Dew and Nameless, who do not have access to those level 4 Wests. Ma'al, great position. Nameless far away from the heat of the battle here. Nobody wants to take that risk. Cypher spots out Dudes. Dudes knows he's there. It's a 1v1, big time. Cypher Mag 7, big advantage inside the Time Turner. Cypher barricade out of nowhere for Dudes. But Cypher still punishes, and that's a big win.
Yeah, takes the fight and wins it with confidence. And now Ranze, can he step up where his captain fell? Blue zone closing in. Ma'al getting Dew. That's the AWM removed. And Abai getting Nameless too. RQ almost making magic happen. Cypher keeping it together. Him against Abai in the front. Cypher picked up by Ma'al. Team SR couldn't clutch it out. RRQ Kazu sends us all the way to map number 5.
Man, that went down to the wire. But it's not done just yet. This is a brilliant game. The best one so far from Indonesia. And RRQ Kazu showing us that they are not here messing around. They want to become champions. And that's going to be the first one in a long time that they walk away with in Southeast Asia. That's an official tournament.
Yep. RRQ Kazu. The first time we got to 11 rounds, they couldn't complete that 6-0 run it back. But the second time, they made sure it counted. It really came pretty close. You know, Dudes losing that 1v1. But again, the young rushers of the team, they stepped up, they took revenge, and they took matters into their own hands. And that's why we said from the start, Ranze and Abai always reliable when the chips are down. And they have been one of the biggest reasons that RRQ Kazu wins most of these crucial rounds.
AJL, they threw that round with one bad mistake. Going in for the Ignis investment instead of the A124 is the biggest boo-boo I have seen AJL make so far in the drafts. I don't know how to back them up for that mistake, man, because they clearly knew what they were doing. They thought that the Flame Mirage was going to give them an extra advantage up against a team that could overwhelm them in a second. That doesn't make any sense at all. And then on top of that, the A124 gets taken away by RRQ on their next pick. And it was just a one-sided game, but it still went down to the wire. So that just shows that AGL, even without the advantage on the active skill picks, is still keeping up with RRQ, which still kind of tilts the balance towards AGL for this next game, which is going to be the final one in the series.
I mean, I think the best part about that final round was the fact that both snipers picked up the AWM. Dew got picked off very early on, and then Ma'al decides that he's just gonna put the sniper rifle down and go straight into the heat of battle, just like what he's been doing for majority of the season. I gotta say, AJL, they were at round 10 really given an impossible. It feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win this just because Dudes missed out Dew on the corner. And in the 11th round, Dudes was the first one to get picked off, and RRQ still put it back. Call that impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dude's actually missing out big time here on this round where he got pressured by Dude. That was a little bit unfortunate. But on this round 10 where Dude got picked off early, I thought that, this was going to be the end. AGL's going to lose this one already, but then the rest of the players, just like what happened when Dudes got taken out in the final round, happened for Dude. The rest of them stepped it up. But Cyber Barricade used by Dudes as an extra layer of defense was just brilliant. That was genius.
It really is. Even this last part, right? Like again, Ma'al, he's willing to duke it out. Him and Abai really putting in again legwork. MVP of course goes over to Ranze. Man, given your Orion, of course this is going to happen. I personally didn't expect it to go 11 rounds, not after what we've seen in the draft, but still. Orion is quite a handful, honestly, for AGAL to deal with, right? So I think ban it out, I guess, for map 5.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you have to take the Orion out of the equation. You have to have the A124 on your side, at least if you're going to allow that Orion to be out there on the battlefield. Neither one of which was done by the AGL squad this time around. But I feel like the MVP personally for me was Ma'al. Without Ma'al, there would be no dub for them. The series would be over already and RRQ would be in the lower bracket right now. Look at that guy. Look at that beast in the 3rd spot. 8 eliminations, 3,495 with 6 assists. Ma'al definitely played his role way better in this season than he has ever contributed in Clash Squad before.
Yeah, and at the same time, like Cypher, 12 eliminations, really breaking his back this game, and still not enough, unfortunately, right? It's not to say the rest of the team wasn't pulling their weight. I mean, Nameless has 7, Do has 6. They all were really putting in the numbers, but what really mattered at the end of the day was RQ Kazu having these clutch factors in the heat of the moment, and that was something that they did better than AGAL.
Absolutely. Now, it's all down to the map that we're going to be playing on in a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, up next, we've got Nexterra. And AG Global has been absolutely squeaky clean on this map. Even when we dropped into that first game, we saw them walk away with a massive victory. And we might just end up with a massive victory here for AGL. But it's going to be down to the drafts as well. And so far, the data just doesn't lie, right? Whichever maps that they have shown to do well on in the past have continued to be the case. So RRQ has to go against all odds in this final game to get the victory.
Yeah, it feels like it is destined that we are going to have quite the evening here as this series has completely, exceeded the expectations, right? We came into this, I think there's a general consensus that AGL, they're going to win the series. They themselves feel very confident. And RRQ, it's close to being a pushover, but I think after these past 4 maps, not anymore. I think public opinion is going to start changing. No matter how you feel about RQ Kazu, no matter how bad you want them to lose against AGL, you got to admit that these boys, compared to spring, compared to 2025, they have improved by a lot.
Yeah, I mean, tons of improvements. I feel like they were just sick and tired of losing, right? I feel like initially they were never really focusing on Clash Squad. And then when it became Clash Masters, they thought, okay, maybe we have to try a little bit. But they just jumped onto the bandwagon of improving in Clash Squad a little bit too late. It took them some time. This season, though, you see the massive jump in terms of how they're performing out there on the battlefield. I feel like it's just making it a little bit difficult for me to kind of predict how well they're going to do on these maps based on their previous, showings in all of those competitions. But now purely based on what they have done in summer, RRQ is looking like one of the cleaner teams out there, hands down.
Yeah, and I gotta say, in the craziest of permutations, if somehow AGL, they lose this and then they lose afterwards, we're gonna have a grand finals without a Thai team.
Yeah.
Once in God knows how long that this has, I don't think it's ever happened that we have a grand finals of any mode without a Thai team, and that's going to be quite the special occasion. But of course, it's still too early to say. I think AGL, if anything, that they have shown across the seasons is that this is an incredibly resilient team. If Dio has to 1v4, he will 1v4.
Yeah. I think it's time to stop the choking, right? Somebody needs to go and give them a Heimlich maneuver. So they can at least breathe a little easy in this final game. But RRQ, I'm starting to believe, I am starting now to actually hope they go all the way and they walk away with the trophy for Indonesia. Like you said, for one of the first times, they're going to have a grand finals without a Thai team. And I think the Thai team in question here has already proven their worth on these Clash Squad competitions. On the global finals, they were the grand champions of Clash Squad. And GAMxPE has already proven themselves in the spring season. Maybe now is the time for RRQ in this series. But the win here does not make them champion. The win here just gives them access into the grand finals. Even if they do take an L, it's not over just yet. RRQ still has got a lot to show us in today's play.
And you know, what better way to utilize your second chance, the second win, than to go back to the map that you came so close to winning. Back to Nextera, AGAL's map pick. RRQ Kazu, they were flawless on that map until just, 2 hours ago, less than 2 hours ago, when AGAL delivered their first loss of the Nextera. And even then, RRQ Kazu almost made one of the craziest comebacks happen. And it was a difference of 10 HP, right? Couldn't have gotten closer than that. So for RRQ Kazu, the only trophy that they had was from more of a tournament in the preseason that most people just kind of brush off. And ever since then, trophies have eluded them, even though they always came within touching distance. Let's see if this one's going to be the case. They get the Orion again.
You better pull in that A124 this time, AGAL. We want to see it. It is the teaser on Iris for Dew, and Iris has always given Dew a massive advantage in these games. But when we go into Nextera, we also have to remember the A124 skill card is available. The Coda skill card is available as well, which will make those two active skills not be a priority for these squads. So I'm still not too worried, but with the fact that RRQ quickly grabs that A124 when it's available does make me scratch my head a little bit in terms of what AGL is thinking with this draft. They've got the extreme encounter off of that Zane. They've got the time turner from the Chrono. It seems to be a potential defensive play. Oh man, this better work out, AGL. This better work out.
Wow, I'm shocked. They really went for the Iris. I felt like that was a Santino angle. It has to be a Santino angle, right? Because they're doubling down on what is already available on the map. I think if you ask me, if I have the resources already available on the map, why not I reinforce it? Again, this DJ Alok, I feel like it's an RQ thing. It has been an RQ thing. But the way that they've been playing around with just sheer utility, it is starting to show its relevance against a team that wants to run head first. RQ Kazu, they're sticking by their identity, but the fact that they constantly make these responsive plays work, I think AGAL, this feels like a big gamble, especially putting out the Iris.
Yeah, this is a big question mark for me. Yes, the A124 skill card is there. Yes, the Coda skill card is there, but it's going to cost money, and it's also going to cost you to put your life at risk to get the cyber points for yourself. So, but this could just be a big bait, depending on how or what kind of mind games AGL wants to play with RRQ, because now RRQ knows that AGL is going to be desperate for the cyber points. Maybe they're going to go in there for the full-on commitment and then get trapped. So RRQ needs to really watch out, because AGL is looking sneaky with this draft, but I am not liking it at all. Based on what I'm seeing here, RRQ gets to be super aggressive. AGL cannot do much about it at all.
I agree. And this also confirms that Dude does not want to be involved up front. He wants to be at a safe distance. Dudes want to pop again. Man, Dudes has been so good working in the shadows, right? These initial contacts have been a big proprietor of RQ Kazu winning the rounds. But of course, AGAL, they are fighting back. Sci-Fi and Nameless, they have no abilities available. Ma'ao just found Dew, and Ranze got Team SR. This is a sure pistol round for RQ Kazu.
Not looking good. Not looking good at all. I mean, pistol rounds are always 50-50. It all depends on the positioning of the squads, and I feel like AGL positioned themselves well. They just got outplayed by RRQ in this situation. And yes, RRQ they did have the time turner on their side, which did give Team SR a huge advantage. And Ma'al, man, this guy is just so irritating on the front lines. Now he's got the VSS, and it's the best case scenario for Ma'al. A sniper turned rusher to still have the VSS accessible gets him that long range capability in these games as well. Early rounds, RRQ has got that advantage, all thanks to Ma'al and Duts off of those VSSs, who gets the big tags. Team SR tagged up, Dew put down to the ground. Nameless also almost snuffed out. GG, RRQ about to be up 2-0.
We gotta have a stats. Gotta look at the stats by the end of the series. Like, how many first contacts has Duts won? Because it is starting to look quite the problem, and it is not just a 1 round, 2 round thing. It is consistently throughout the series. The captain of RQ Kazu is doing Lord's work right now for his team.
Yeah.
On the quota nonetheless, right? Gets the intel immediately, tags onto the important target. So far, AGAL haven't found a footing on Nextera.
Yeah. Fun fact, before we started off this match, the total first bloods that RRQ has gotten is 42, and the total first blood for AGL is 48. And if you want to look at who's the biggest harvester of first bloods on the side of RRQ, it's the one and only Dudes, and he just keeps on doing it, man. The guy definitely knows how to play fishing in the earlier parts of these rounds. Ranze, oh, very dangerous. Sight in hand, almost sliced down Team SR, but he's going to go and prioritize his play for the cyber point, making sure AGAL gets nowhere close to that A124 skill card.
Yeah, good stuff there. They finally hunt down Dudes. And Dude just slightly ducking away into cover, making sure that he keeps that vantage point under control. And this should give AGAL a bit more of an opening. They still have the Flame Barrage in the hands of Nameless to go for the rush when they want to. Dudes confirmed. As a bleeds out from the earlier shots from Cypher, it should give AGAL the confidence to push right in.
See if or not they can pull away a decent comeback here with Ma'al down on the ground. Ranze still in the thick of the action, but surrounded by 3 players, distracted and shut down. AGL pulls back a crucial round and a big win from the perspective of the active skill card acquisition. They get the cyber point here for themselves. It's going to be very important. AGL, without those cyber points, this game is definitely not going to go their way, or at the very least, they're going to have a massive disadvantage for sure.
If you are RQ Kazu, you don't have to really rush too much, right? Again, this lineup built to respond to aggression from AGAL. But I gotta say, Dew making some adjustments in the previous round to keep track of the potential angle that Dudes might come from. And even Cypher, to a certain degree, continuously making these aggressive moves just for an RQ member. Where's the point? Ma'al has his back turn.
Ma'al, big mistake. Oh my. Ranze just walks into a firing squad called Cypher, and he regrets it instantly. Without Abe, this is AGL on the comeback. 2 rounds in a row to the side of AGL, as they do sacrifice Nameless, but it was well worth it.
Poor old Nameless with the face palm. Like, man, I invested, and I'm the only one that got taken out, but it's good, right? Cypher getting a 2-piece here. Ma'al got caught by the wayside, but greatest thing was the fact that Ranze just ran into the gun barrel of Nameless, of Cypher. Wait, that's gonna be the equalizer. This feels more like it, more like a game 5.
Man, oh man. Can AGL work against all odds to pull away the victory here? They need a cyber point, and this is that cyber round. Ma'al's gonna be up close to that cyber drop to make sure he doesn't get snuck away. Ranze getting a little bit closer in. Team SR up against Ranze. 1v1. In the smoke, he has no idea where the shots are coming from. Invests in the time turner, keeps him safe for the time being. Cypher, if he wins this out, is going to be big for the squad, and he does! AGL will gain that cyber point off of that round. Cypher making a big play here for the side. Oh, holy Lord, how did it go to RRQ?
I mean, Ranze and Abai, they again pulling this back together, and it comes down to Dew. 2v1. Plenty of help out to work with. Abai trying to win this one before Dew gets in position, and he does. But in the end, because Dew is still up, AGAL just wins in numbers.
I could have sworn AGL got that cyber point there. But it looks like somebody else was sneaking around in the vicinity looking for the point. And it was the moment where, Cypher was too far when Team SR went down. How unfortunate that the play was just weak on the side of AGAL in terms of positioning. Again, this is the same mistake they have made a couple of times already in the series, committing too few players to win out that cyber point. AGAL cannot afford to not get those cyber points to their side. If they continuously get challenged and pressured in this way, you're going to have that extra bit of disadvantage in the grand scheme of things, and that Orion is going to be unstoppable in the later rounds where they do get a tad bit aggressive.
Yep. Slightly difference in setup too. 4 VSS for AGAL. So really trying to keep that distance and not let RQ gain ground. I think if the battle shrinks and RQ gets to play CQC, they technically have a better shot just because you have the A124 and the Orion. And that's why AGAL wants to end the game as fast as possible before the zone forces them to really commit onto RQ in close quarters.
The angles played here by AGAL is decent. You just need to make sure they stay away from the edges of these platforms. Dudes, do you go for a push? Yes, he does through the Flame Mirage. That's a big disadvantage.
What?
And he's going to get nailed down by Nameless here.
That should not have happened, and that is going to be unfortunate. That could be the reason RQ Kazu loses putting on this round.
GG.
Those are such a good spot to make a difference here. The drop down, the Cypher, spotted by Bai. Caught off guard. There's a backup from behind, but the blue zone is closing in. Though RQ, they need to catch up one space, and Abai pinned outside of the blue is due with the takedown and exchange for Ranze.
Unnecessary play there by Cypher. Gets punished, but thankfully Team SR is there for the pickup. And now the numbers advantage against them. The flanking capability, and AGAL take another step forward. Closer to kicking RRQ down into the lower bracket final. This is just all grid positioning and mechanical skills. A big mistake by Dudes to go in there for the initial rush.
Yeah, and he even had a health advantage, right? That should have been his pickup, because that would have sealed the fate of AGAL for that round. And just losing out in terms of numbers. And again, it's only so much you can do as, when you are the Orion. But unfortunately, it's the slight margins of the difference of this one shot. AGAL now feeling confident to take the aggressive move. Actually, Dude's able to take the zip line and reposition himself, and that puts a bit of pressure on the Team SR. But look at the amount of ground that they have taken.
Ranze down here, looking for a little bit of an advantage up against Team SR. Blind shots just through the smoke. The time turner was there to play a little bit of a defensive advantage here. Team SR backed up by Nameless, but Ranze is still alive and kicking. How is this monster so tanky? And Abai, the final one left in here with the A124, up against 3 players. AGAL with a big win off of the cyber point. And now the games will begin. That A124 active skill card in just reaching grasp here for the side of AGAL. I guess Ranze is not going to be a big threat as much as he is right now.
We saw 3 separate 1v1 happens, and all of them won by AGAL.
Oi.
Pretty uncanny. Uncanny sight there.
That's it.
That's going to be 5-2 on the scoreboard. AGAL 1 round away from the grand finals.
And again, I don't think the Flame Mirages have been a massive advantage at all here for AGAL. Nameless just focusing on it. A big reason is because they wanted to make sure they have a advantage for the cyber drop, but the second cyber drop, they just didn't go in there for the investment with numbers, or else they would already have that massive advantage to their side right now, be it with the active skill cards or the level 4 West. But those mistakes will find the quick adjustments and recovery. Ma'al, DJ Alok dropping that beat, keeping him extra viable, sustained some shots, but still very much healthy. Ranze cutting down the distance with the time turner. Team SR helps himself, but he steps out of the defenses a little bit too aggressively, and Ranze will punish. Cypher now looking for the shot, and out of the Crimson Crush he comes. Abai looking for the save. Cypher with the disadvantage, but still pulls off the 180. And bye-bye RRQ, AGAL will say, as they successfully kick them down into the lower brackets, as Dudes has to go up against a monstrous 4 players on the side of AGAL.
Yeah, this is done and dusted. Man, RQ, they had a good angle to keep themselves in the game, but sadly,
GG.
they overheated. The tunnel visioning definitely didn't work their way, and AGAL makes it back to a Clash Squad Grand Finals since Global Finals, since Jakarta. They came close in spring, they finished third, but now they're guaranteed top 2.
Very, very, very dangerous squad this AGAL is. Disadvantage with the active skills, but what stayed as a massive advantage was their teamwork, their positioning, as well as their superior mechanical skills out here in a Clash Squad battle. And they have proven once again they are extremely dangerous with or without the capabilities to lock you down with the thrill of battle. But now down at the lower brackets, the question is, can RRQ perform as well against GAMxPE, who have been looking super suited at shutting down Titans?
Yeah, and this is going to be the test for RQ Kazu. I think, if I gotta give them a grade, they definitely passed the test, right? They passed the test for sure, but not good enough. At least now it doesn't give me enough confidence that they can beat GAMx. I have the RQ jersey ready, I was ready to celebrate with this, but I gotta keep it for if they actually make it to the grand finals. And if they can take down the spring champions, then I think it's something worth celebrating. But odds are it just got harder considering how close they came to beating AGAL. If that game went their way, it could have been a 3-1, right? A lot of what ifs for RQ Kazu. Now they gotta take the long road.
And this is the final day here of Clash Masters summer season, and even the first series has taken close to 2.5 hours to complete. It's about to be a long, long day. So again, I hope you guys have got your snacks and drinks available by your side, and you still do have a little bit of time to grab that, because even before we go for a break, we've got quite a bit of breakdown here for this matchup. I feel like RRQ, they had all the advantage that they could have ever hoped for in this game against AGAL. It was their game to win. Unfortunately, they just got capped big time by a superior squad in terms of movements out there. But we also have to acknowledge, map advantage-wise, this is the map for AGAL. They are super proficient at Nextera, and it looks like the disadvantage in terms of maps where they don't find dominance on still continues. AGAL got crushed on Kalahari, and the same happened, but unfortunately, it was nowhere close as that first Nextera map where we saw the super comeback by RRQ.
Yeah, AGAL, they let their guard down once and never again, right? Again, RRQ's first Nextera loss was delivered by AGAL. In fact, AGAL did it twice to prove a point. But I really feel like, after the first 2 rounds, RQ Kazu, I wouldn't say they got complacent, but AGAL started gapping them in the gunfights, right? Suddenly, AGAL was the one fighting first blood. Suddenly, AGAL was the one getting these 1v1 wins, especially the 1v1s, which looks extremely painful for an RQ Kazu fan, because it was... the difference is always one good shot, right? We saw that happen to Dudes, we saw that happen to Ranze, and then they start to autopilot, they start to tunnel vision, even until the very last round where they got an advantage, when they had the Crimson Crush, they ended up not playing together as a duo. And that is something that RQ Kazu needs to quickly fix before the next series.
Yeah, and I didn't see that A124 really affect AGAL at all, right? The thrill of battle was not thrilling enough from the side of RRQ. The number of times where RRQ got locked down when the A124 was on the side of AGAL versus the number of times, the players on the side of AGAL getting locked down by the thrill of battle is just unbelievable and a tad bit disappointing. I just wish the plays could have just been a little bit sharper. Ma'al was sharp this time round, but it just wasn't enough for the squad. And Ranze with the Crimson Crush on the front lines, he was dangerous, he was looking good. The mechanical plays were really decent from him, but again, just wasn't enough of a strong team play off of RRQ to get them that massive advantage.
Like this moment, right? They got the knockdown on the Team SR. Ranze, he rushed in with the Crimson Crush, completely understandable. But Ma'al was 10 miles away from him, right? You needed to play together as a squad. And it just didn't work out that way. I mean, I'm surprised that Ma'al decided to take the stairs instead of jumping off the roof. Certain small details that they could work on, and they have a bit of time. But the MVP goes over the deal as he decided that he has had enough of Dudes for 5 games in a row, and he decided to turn up and completely demolish RQ Kazu with the Iris of all things.
And yet another MVP for the MVP of Clash Squad Duo. Just shining once again this Iris, he has kept it hidden away for quite a while. And whenever he brings it out, I tell you, this is for sure a classic move from him. Just the wall brawl that allows him access behind all of those defenses to tag up the players. I would say not the strongest active skill in my eyes, but in the hands of Dew, it's just a different story altogether. 15 assists in total. Not the craziest run of eliminations from the guy, but clearly it was more than enough to take RRQ down.
Yep, 100%, right? 15 total assists. If it's not Dew just saying that he is going to carry everyone, I think this is it. I think the craziest thing about this entire scoreboard is the fact that the Coda has 0 assists. I don't think I've ever seen a Coda with 0 assists.
A Coda with 0 assists is fine as long as they bring in the eliminations, but even the elimination numbers are not looking solid from the side of RRQ, right? If this was the kind of stats we were going to see RRQ bring in, this series should have ended way earlier. But instead, it got dragged out. So I'm just a tad bit confused with what's up with RRQ. They had the right active skills. They were still the same squad. It's just that the approach was a little bit iffy this time around. Like you pointed out in one of those rounds where they could have just bought a little bit more time, waited for Ma'al to catch up, and they would have a great advantage in that fight. But, you know, they put themselves at a disadvantage in many of those situations. And they're going to take the L and move down into the lower bracket final, where they have to now go up against the Titan Slayer, GAMxPE, who are the reigning defending champions of Clash Masters from our spring season. It's not going to be an easy run at all for RRQ. And even if they do get that victory, they would have played 3 back-to-back best-of-5s to end the day. And man, it's going to be a tiring day here for RRQ either way.
Yep, it is definitely going to be. I mean, we have been doing this for a long time. We know how long the day can get, and this we aren't even playing, right? We're just watching, talking about these people playing. I can only imagine how much more exhausting it is to be put in a situation where you have actual stakes on the line. And for RQ Kazu, it might be another case of that trophy, you know, within touching distance, and they couldn't lift it. But it's going to be the ultimate test. The match summary this time, it tells an insane story, like 11 KDA for Dew. I mean, what else do we need to know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the total number of headshots here, showing you exactly how lethal AGAL was in this game. And the response was weak on all fronts from the side of RRQ, even though they had all the advantage. The only disadvantage they had in the grand scheme of things was the map pick, right? Apart from that, everything else was still on their side. This is going to be a problem here for RRQ that they can definitely sort out before we come back in here for the next season. But is it going to be something that they can sort out by the time they get into a matchup with GAMxPE here in the lower bracket final? I mean, even if they have failed the first time around, it would be quite the story to see them beat down GAMxPE, make their way back into the grand finals, and then take the fight up to AGAL. But they'll definitely have to win out the Lone Wolf if they want to stand a good chance in terms of map advantage.
And I mean, RRQ had quite the easier journey, right? They essentially skipped like what, 4 potential best of 3s just because they came in on the upper bracket seeding. I mean, they did take down Secret WAG, and that was something that was pretty impressive. And going 5 games against AGAL, I think a lot of people can agree that they have improved. And even though it was disappointing that they lost in that manner in Game 5, the RRQ Kazu in spring probably wouldn't have even made it this close. Now that the test continues, right, with minimal time to adjust in between and having to go up against the spring champions after coming so close against the global finals champions, what else does RRQ have left in the tank?
Yeah, this is already gone. I mean, if anything, AGL just made RRQ bloody tired. This is a massive advantage for PE. Not only is RRQ tired, now they're a little disappointed. So it's really going to be a big factor as to whether or not mentally the team of RRQ is strong. And if they are tough, then going up against GAMxPE as if nothing happened could be a good one, but I think that's asking for a lot. We've got an interview here with AGAL, the winners. Let's see exactly what they've got to say. We'll be back with you guys in a tad bit.
ครับก็รู้สึก
ดีใจมากครับ แต่ว่าก็ตามเป้าครับเพราะว่าวางแผนมาแล้วก็คิดไว้ว่ายังไงก็เข้ารอบชิงครับครับก็ที่พัฒนาอะไรเงี้ยน่าจะเป็นแบบว่าเรื่องแผนเรื่องการเล่นอะไรเงี้ยเราเล่นเข้ากันมากกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่าทัวร์ที่แล้วเวลาซ้อมไม่ค่อยได้ซ้อมครับก็พัฒนาขึ้นเยอะครับก็ทีมไหนก็ได้ครับเพราะว่าเคยชนะมาหมดแล้วครับแล้วก็เข้ามาก็เตรียมแผนมาดีๆแล้วกันครับ
He is not wrong. He actually AGL has a record of beating every single team at least once in Clash Squad. So yeah, Nameless not wrong about that. But the biggest difference from I remember last season they say that they didn't practice that much. So I think right now AGL they should feel very confident. They did take down GAMxPE in the upper bracket. So I think right now in the grand finals they have plenty of time to prep for that match.
Absolutely. And Saifa, little by little, he's reaching up to the top of the most number of eliminations. Right now, he is battling against the title holder. If I'm not mistaken, it's Rasia. I'll have to double check that stat. He has got 110 eliminations in hand so far as he awaits the winner of the lower bracket finals. AGAL in the grand finals yet again. And like you said, this is the first time after we had seen them perform really well on the global finals. It's been a while, and I think I'm very excited to see what they can do, because I did not think it was their draft at all in that final game that they played in the Nextera. But positionally, mechanically, they overwhelmed RRQ. And that's the kind of supremacy that you're going to need if you want to shut down the reigning defending champs of Clash Masters. Now, we're going to take a quick short break. Like I told you guys, you better get your snacks, better get your drinks, and join us in 5 minutes. We'll kick off the lower bracket final.
The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? Alright, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here! Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 summer season, and it is definitely looking hot. Teams have definitely grown. Looking at how far RRQ has come since those past few competitions where they've been crushed in Clash Squad, they're now looking like one of the titans. The problem is they have been kicked down to the lower bracket finals, and they are meeting a Titan Slayer called GAMxPE in this lower bracket final. I think it's going to be pretty rough on them, but if they can show us the kind of magic that they just showed us against the team of AGAL, then maybe GAMxPE gets sent home a tad bit early. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the day.
It's going to be, again, the test continues for RQ Kazu. Throughout history, we've seen the best teams or champions are forged in the flames of the toughest of situations, right? The toughest of conditions. Yeah. You know, EVOS Divine, they didn't win Riyadh last year by going through a 6-round blender. They had to go all the way to 10 games. And I think RQ Kazu, they are put to the test again. They have been the best in the in their region, but they haven't been able to prove their mettle on the regional stage. And this is going to be one of the toughest ones. They have very little time to prep for this, but if they can take down GAMxPE, I think regardless of the grand finals result, they have proven their worth here.
Only one player is going to be the weakest on the side of GAMxPE, and that player is called LBT. He's not a very weak player at all, if you want to compare the numbers and the stats, right? But we both think GAMxPE is going to be able to dominate, and it was very difficult for me to put up this prediction because my heart definitely is screaming for RRQ, but facts, man. Facts just say that Zeref is a bloody monster. Now, I did tell you that we have a player on the side of AGL who just took that second spot with the overall eliminations. The guy who's holding on to the number 1 spot is Zeref with 120 eliminations in his hand so far. And he's not the only one. You've also got Wang Shi with 101 eliminations on his side. GAMxPE picks up eliminations like they're candy on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think Zeref, from yesterday's match, when we saw Zeref, when we saw Esports having to play 2 best of 3s, I mean, Zeref has been an absolute beast. He feels unstoppable. If you think that, you know, Dew is getting these first contacts, Dew is is winning these first bloods. Talk about Zverev being in your face, right? First blood or not, it doesn't really matter. You want someone that can rush fearlessly into battle. You want someone who's going to throw his life for the kingdom. That is going to be Zverev. And so far, GAMxPE has utilized him to a T. He is a absolute machine.
Let's check out the lineup here. You guys know the names of these players. They've definitely made a lot of noise in the competition so far. C1, Wang Shi, Zverev, as well as LBT. If you want to look at the assists, C1 has been a monster. I think he's #1 ranked so far with the overall assist of 160, followed by LBT, who has 155 assists in the competition. Now, this guy has the lowest number of eliminations on the squad, but LBT is no slouch at all, constantly backing up the players from the back. And this is what makes GAMxPE so dangerous. Everybody provides assistance as well as numbers in every single game they jump into.
Even C1 has really stepped up, right? Like we say that LBT is the life of the team. And then he has a bunch of soldiers who are so good at what they do. Of course, RQ, Kazus, and it's the same lineup that we saw from just now. We've seen enough magic from them. Duis, Abai, Ma'ao, and Ranze. Everyone has really shown their capabilities, and I think we are also finally easing into the fact that Ma'ao is no longer the guy that plays from long range. He is willing to go down into the thick of things and duke it all out. But before we even get into the map selection, we have that lone wolf again. Last time they sent Ranze out to deal with Dew. I wonder if that is going to remain a constant, and who will GAMxPE send?
Yeah, exactly, man. I think the earlier game where Ranse played against Dew, it was one where it was a total mismatch, right? Look at him. He's just on standby, and this time we get a tad bit of a difference. Ranse is going to be subbed in here. Abe is locking in. He's going to go and obliterate the competition. By the looks of things, it's not going to be an easy run for GAMxPE. And I think Ranze, after that first game, probably is just a little bit shook after not being able to provide the team the advantage from the Lone Wolf gameplay.
So, gotta switch it up. You know, someone else has to take the mantle. Someone else has to take on the challenge. This should be closer, I'd say. I guess the lucky thing is that at least you're not playing Lone Wolf against Zverev. You know, maybe that's a silver lining. They're keeping it for the actual Clash squad. But we've seen how important the map selection order matters, right? At least that's what got AGAL the win in the earlier match in the upper bracket finals. As we hop into Lone Wolf this time, again, RQ Kazu, they have Abai up against Huang Shi, which honestly is the least expected representative I would, expect GAMxPE to send out.
Well, Wang Shi is the second top fragger of the squad. 101 eliminations on his side, 121 assists in the competition. Second highest damage on the side of GAMxPE. And the Valiant Dash counter. Both players on the Valiant Dash. And it goes down to the bullets. Is the Mag 7 running out before Wang Shi could get the final tag in here? Man's got a 1 HP run and Abe's going to take advantage.
What?
But holy Lord, Wang Shi with a headshot. 1 HP clutch.
No way.
Damn.
Abai looking to his side like, wait a minute, he's hacking. Someone call a pause.
You cannot lose battles like that. And Wang Shi, man, I think big boost confidence-wise. Should have gotten snuffed out when he ran out of bullets. No glue wall, standing out in the open, and Abe did not get the finisher. Valiant Dash, both used carelessly on both sides, and that was a rough round one. Let's see if Abe can pull something solid back for himself this time around. You see the Shiro here on the side of Abe, so if he gets one shot onto him, he's instantly going to have a marker and understand exactly where Wang Shi is standing. I don't think he wants to get shot on purpose.
This is more like a battle between brutes, right? Having to ask Wang Shi. Yeah, she should win this. He has the health advantage. Yeah. Contrary to the one that we saw between Ranze and Dew, which is more like a battle of bronze and wits. This one is more of just, the Neanderthal fist fight. Who gets the shot first? And I gotta say, so far it's not looking too good. I personally feel like a small part of the best of fives, at least, is won through Lone Wolf. It's not just the map selection veto. It's also you could actually get a mental advantage just by dominating your 1v1 opponent.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. But You know, it's a bloody big advantage to have your favorite map or your map that gives you the biggest advantage over your opponents picked twice in the rotations. Because we have that reset after the game 3 in terms of map picks. Hongxi, good disengage here, gets tagged up. Does not lose a lot of time with the medkit play. It's going to be pressured once again, but Abe, what? Dropping a glue wall, breaking down his glue wall. Both doesn't give him any advantage and now gets tagged out by Wang Shi. 3 rounds in a row. Wang Shi just looking better and Abe needs to fix his Valiant dashes.
Wang Shi is outplaying Abai. The idea was good. The idea was good. Trying to catch Hongxi off the timing of the med kit. He goes in and then he puts down his own glue wall, which buys more time for Hongxi. And yeah, it felt really weird. I can understand the rationale, but you know, the results, the ends didn't justify the means. I mean, 2 rounds away, if it's a clean one for PE, for GAMxPE, imagine how good they would feel going into the series later on.
BSK, Wang Shi, beautiful tag. Looking for the follow-up and he gets exactly that. 4-0, Abe is getting clapped.
Not even close. And in round 4, he didn't even take a sliver of damage. Not even 1 tag.
You don't see no smiles on that face for a good reason. Wang Shi's not getting overconfident. Nothing's worked out for Abe so far. On the Oscar, questionable moves with the Valiant dashes. Breaking down his own defenses. Get some sort of a surprise attack. Now if you look at the Shani on the side of Wang Shi, extra defense. Both are running the Antonio with the gangster spirit. But the Luna on the side of Abe and just not the right guns have been giving him that advantage with that skills at the moment.
Actually, so patient with his Valiant dash. Pretty close. Oh, he ducks behind the crate. Oh, he does it again. He does it again. Another clutch. What the hell is this?
A 1 HP clutch 2 times. Yeah, you get to stick your tongue out if that's how you want to play it, Wang Shi. Bloody hell, Abe. That was just not acceptable at all. He had no blue walls to protect himself. No HP to sustain those shots. That M1014 still had bullets this time instead of the Mag 7 running out of bullets. And Wang Shi still survived. He just crawled behind the crate for the final shot.
Yeah, if it's a sign that nothing is working, I mean, if God wants to give a sign that nothing's gonna go your way, that's probably it, right? Didn't help that they just came off from a close series against AGAL in the upper bracket. You know, it doesn't even account the fact that they have very little time to prep for this, and now you lose the map veto again. You lose the map veto in quite the disgusting manner. And props to Wang Shi, right? Like I couldn't have planned that better. So RQ Kazu, they have to work against the ties again. And this time, there's no do-overs. There's no second chance.
Better with every single gun that he was given. And that's exactly why Wang Shi is so dangerous out here on the battlefield, regardless if it is Battle Royale or Clash Squad. Again, the second best player on the side of GAMxPE. How crazy is that? We haven't even seen Zeref just yet. Probably Zeref's not the best in 1v1s in Lone Wolves, but he's definitely great out there on team plays. That player with the most number of damage and one of the highest numbers of assists in the overall competition as well. And if you look at the top 5 assists for all, if you compare all the teams in Clash Masters summer season so far, GAMxPE has 4 players in the top 5 for the assists. How insane is that? Look at their total assists, 589. I think that's the reason why.
and you know, if you are RQ right now, you must be thinking for yourself, what else can we do, right? Like, we sent out both of our best rushers and they both got dunked on.
Oh, man.
They both got absolutely destroyed. But at least this time, the best thing about the best map is that it would have been Nextera if RQ didn't lose 2 Nexteras early on to AGAL, but at least they still hold 100% win rate for Kalahari. They did win Solara against AGAL early on, but Solara is GAMxPE's best map. But like you said, the numbers wise, it was close between Ranze, I think Ranze and Dew, but between Zeref and Abai, not even close. And it wasn't even Zeref that beat Abai earlier on. It was the second best rusher on GAMxPE.
That's crazy, man. I definitely got to read out some of these stats to you guys for the assists. Sichuan with the most assists on the side of GAMxPE with 160, followed by LBUT with 155 assists. Zarif has 146 assists. Wang Shi has 128 assists. Again, 4 players in the top 5 assists ranking leaderboard in the competition. How ridiculous is that? 589 assists is just out of this world. And the Solar, we've seen how Solara's not the best map here for the side of RRQ, but it's 100% win rate for the side of GAMxPE, and they're definitely going to show us a double Solara pick for the total maps list in a little bit. Let's check out the player analysis as well. Zarif, 120 eliminations, like I mentioned earlier, 59,613 on the damage. This is unfair to bring in the USP2 as the most used weapon. Because everybody starts off with a pistol. We should literally drop it out from the list here whenever we're making these graphics. But the most used loadout is the tactical market. And I think the tactical market has definitely been a very big game changer, right? Especially when you look at the stores, what you can bring in. You get to buy the jammer. Sometimes you get to buy some skills off of it as well, especially the chrono skill and the special mushrooms. And you want it for the smoke vortex or the super bonfires out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think, you know, Zarif, even in Battle Royale, we've seen how much impact he brings to the team, right? Given that Battle Royale has a lot more variables, a lot more variants that could decide the outcome, you put GAMxPE in a 4v4. If spring season didn't show you much about Zarif, summer is definitely a statement from this young kid here. And I think him and Sichuan also talked about how being able to come back and play Clash Squad again. And as the defending champions, which they made no changes to from spring, and now again already on that podium, that's trying to find out if they can make it to the trophy again. I think with what we've seen so far, RQ is going to have a tough series ahead.
Yeah, both teams love banning the Steffi. The thing is, neither team loves using the Steffi. So I think that's going to release a good ban from both sides. I think if GAMxPE wants to have a decent advantage on the front lines, taking out the Orion from the hands of Ranze is definitely going to be key here. And if RRQ wants to nerf GAMxPE, best case scenario, they take the Oscar out of his hands.
Yep. Top picked active skills right now for GAMxPE. It's the Oscar, coming in hot with 8 pick and, quite a decent win rate, right? 63%, the Santino, the Ignis, Zane, and Chrono. They also have another alternative, which is the Nero that they have shown yesterday, and they have great coordination when they utilize the Cryomite, right? Sure, it has been nerfed. It's 1 HP. You sneeze on it, and it vanishes. But the way that the PE uses it creates a plethora of problems, at least for Evo's Divine, who went up against them yesterday, which is just, it's a distraction, it's a decoy, and most importantly, it really messes up your setup if you want to take control of certain locations, which is what RQ Kazu usually likes to do.
Yeah, so I repeat, if you want to nerf him, if you want to nerf the squad, you got to take this Oscar out of Zarif's hands. But it's not the best active skill that Zarif always depends on purely, right? Without the Oscar, we have still seen him, just bring a lot of advantage on the battlefield if he can get his hands on the Orion. And this is going to be a little bit of a fix. It's going to be dependent on who gets the first ban and pick, because I think there's a potential here that if this Oscar is banned out and the team of GAMxPE does get the first pick, they're definitely going to steal that Orion away from Ranze. So this is going to be a tough fight for RRQ whenever they do not have the advantage and that first ban and pick.
Yep. I think the pet usage, top 3 pet usage coming up on your screens right now, I would assume it's going to be almost the same as what we've seen in the previous one, right? Sensei Take should still be mostly prioritized. No, in fact, for RQ Kazu, it's very different. And I can understand why, right? This is more of a utility-based team. If we're talking about GAMxPE, then sure. But for RQ Kazu, you wanted Rocky to have more recognition. I mean, RQ Kazu uses Rocky every single time.
Yeah, so ever since the addition of one super weapon called the Jammer that you can purchase off of the tactical market was added in, I think, going to make a very big change overall in terms of the active skills and the pets that are brought in, right? The Sensei TIG was definitely very popular when it was still very viable to mark your opponents out there on the battlefield and keep them marked. But these days, it's not super useful. What is useful is having the quick refreshes on your active skills and just keeping you a little extra viable on the front lines. But you still do see the Dreki sometimes being used here by RRQ when they want to play super aggressive and hunt down for a lot of these points of their opponents. But we are still going to expect tons of those Rockies. A couple of Sensei Digs, maybe one at most for the team.
Yeah. And I think, overall for RQ Kazu, if there's one thing that they have consistently shown in the tournament is that they stick to their identity, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I think they have brought forth a playstyle that sort of really define what RQ Kazu is about. Reminds me of how Falcons also like to do things their own way in the early days of Clash Squad. And the only thing that I think RQ Kazu, or the main thing that they need to sort of dig deeper is that what happens when you fall behind, right? We've seen them make that comeback, right? They were really close to it, but then when they tunnel vision, that's where things start to fall apart. And for GAMxPE, usually things fall apart when they get a bit too complacent after a win. So both teams having some issues that they need to work with, but I think the ones on GAMxPE side is easier to handle.
GAMxPE so far, they've got 89 first bloods compared to RRQ Kazu, who only have 62 for themselves. So, these starting rounds are going to be very crucial. If you are RRQ Kazu, you do not want to be making a beeline straight for the GAMxPE players, especially on the cyber rounds, because of their proficiency, especially in these pistol rounds, man. The M500, even with the USP2s, we've seen some nasty headshots come through from GAMxPE. They are just a different kind of lethal monster. They are called the Titan, Slayers for a good reason, because even the biggest and the best teams have not been able to keep up their aggression up against GAMxPE so far. The stats are brilliant. And again, the one leading with the total first bloods is Zareth with 30 first bloods in his matches, a 1.76 average, which makes him that lethal player. But you do have a good average first blood puller on the opposite end as well, which is Nuts. But we've seen a couple of mistakes from him in that previous matchup up against AGAL. Fingers crossed those are not repeated this time.
Yeah, I think if you just put both stats, on parallel, you're almost guaranteed to get a first blood for GAMxPE, 9 out of 10 times. And that's what makes it scary, right? It's the rusher that's the one that gets up close and personal and get that first contact and win it nonetheless. I think GAMxPE, they have shown that they can be aggressive, they can be very responsive, and the way that they utilize their utilities, the combinations that they can kind of put together with the draft that they have is something that I think is a cut above a lot of the teams right now, and they have the mechanics to back it up. And in a long series of the best of 5 last year, they didn't even go full best of 5s in lower bracket finals, and they clean swept the grand finals. So for this one, I want to see how far RQ Kazu can push them.
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on who you're supporting for this low bracket finals, we have got a small technical issue with that Lone Wolf match setup. So there might be a situation where we have to redo this. So bear with us. We might just have to jump into yet another Lone Wolf, a best of 5. I'm liking this. I'm wondering if or not we're going to see the exact same representatives. It definitely looked messy. It definitely looked sus in terms of how it was being played out. I'm not so sure what the technical issue was though. But if I get to see another 1v1, I'll definitely welcome it. It's really fun.
Yeah, I hope they stick with the same reps so we get to see, if the results are going to be any different, right? Like, if it's another 5-0, then you just have to concede that. And unfortunately, you just got owned. Yep. But if it's any closer, then it probably will restore some confidence to, especially to RQ Kazu, who are again taking L so far today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Do I really want to see Abe again in there for the Lone Wolf? Because he was just not making the right calls in those situations. I think using the Oscar wasn't really a big advantage for him in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't anywhere near as exciting as watching Dew on the Centino in Lone Wolf, right? I can't wait to see the grand finals Lone Wolf battle because, regardless of which team goes up against potentially Dew, I think it's going to be yet another exciting one. But I want to see such an excitement in this one as well, because the first Lone Wolf between them, the first, I think, 2 or 3 rounds was just me going, oh no, from multiple situations. So yeah, bring Ranze back in. I want to see a little bit of action here.
Yep. And we've gotten the confirmation that Lone Wolf is, we're going to have a rerun of that, right? So we have to see the representative first. Is it going to be the same one? Is it still Huangxi against Abai, or it's are we going to get a different? Well, it seems like it's going to be the same. Okay. So GAMxPE, same. Okay. Okay. Rematch. Ding ding. Round 2. Let's go.
Okay. All right. Let's see what this redo gets for us. It's a little bit of a Santino in Lone Wolf. From a perspective of he was almost about to lose the first one and then he just hit it. He ran it back. The shape splitter got him a second chance. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Just on standby for the second Lone Wolf here. And I don't know what to say if we see the exact same scoreline yet again, Aski.
Then it would be 10-0. that would be even more worse. But okay, we're gonna do it again. Back to the warehouse. Let's see if this could be any different. All right, Huangxi, can you do it again?
Show me a different active skill, maybe. Maybe Abai can bring in the A124 and just turn this into a free, a straightforward 1v1, right? Looking at, it's going to be a sniper round 1 with the M82Bs. And Abai flashes him to the next round. Ice grenade, not going to find the tag onto either player, both sides. Oscar in the hands of Wang Shi. And obviously the first round that Oscar is probably not going to be used at all, looking at the fact that both of them won the long shots.
Abai is the one that makes the first move to get closer first. A lot of maneuverability there.
Okay, all right. Whatever rocks your boat, Wang Shi. I see a little bit of a difference from Abai this time round, though. He's changed up his passives. So maybe that was the issue for that first game. Maybe he couldn't switch it out, right? Because, again, I did say that he brought in the Shiro, which was a head-scratcher for me. Like, why would you want to get shot in a Lone Wolf just to gain information? It makes no sense. And it wasn't giving him any bit of advantage at all. This time he brings in, I think, the Andrew. So let's see what he makes work off of this. He's got the Andrew and the Antonio, so... And the Shani, I have to say. So triple extra defense here for the guy.
Yep. Theoretically, he should have an advantage. But this zone closing in, it's getting more and more dicey. And Huangxi actually sees the shoulder of Abai. The glue wall not fully cracked. Huangxi knows exactly what's up. Now, both Val and Dash use. Huangxi is the one that gets shot first. Abai actually getting tagged through the glue wall. Now it's going to be open. Abai still loses out. And that's first blood, Wang Shi, keeping that scoreline real.
Man, Wang Shi, how good are you, bro? Too damn good, that's the answer. Oscar and the M82Bs on round 2. X-Rene's not going to find the tag. Abai has managed to tickle Wang Shi with that, but Wang Shi on the cross. Both of them do manage to find the tags onto each other, and Abai will get the follow-up to pull an equalizer. First round win in 7 rounds between the two.
Better late than never. He has already done better in the first Lone Wolf matchup. Now we get to, we go more up close and personal. It's the shorty. It's definitely going to be a lot more traditional for Lone Wolf, right? No more long range, no more chickening behind containers. This is going to be just who gets in whose face first.
Because it's a different gun this time around, you're just going to have to adjust a little bit of the approach. So no more penetration through those glue walls. It's M1887 time, so the Oscar can shine. But Abai does not want to get too close just yet. Being fair distance, good glue wall. Valiant dash through the defense, and Abai now has an advantage with the active skill. That was already used, so my bad. He doesn't have the advantage.
It should be around for Abai. Huangxi didn't get time to heal back up. Should win this. Yep. Looking better now. And it's always, as he was about to finish patching himself up, Abai cancels it. This is the, I think, 3rd or 4th time, including the first Lone Wolf encounter that Abai got the timing right.
Abai instantly with the frag grenade. Gets tagged up by the deep freeze and will not be able to find that perfect response. Oh, medkit. But thankfully, he does have some cover here with the wreck. Now, high ground could give him a big advantage with that woodpecker. But he wants to take the CQC. Oh my lord! Take his head right off with that shot. Abe with a 180 in that situation, and Wang Shi did not see that coming.
Knocked the wind out of me with that shot. Maybe they will win the veto after all. It's a good shot now. There's a good chance. Okay. So very, very different compared to the first encounter. This, again, we say this could restore confidence to RRQ Kazu if they win the veto.
Let's see, what is the advantage here? Solara is on a 100% win rate for the side of GAMxPE in the competition, but they have got more wins on Bermuda.
Yep.
So obviously, Bermuda and Solara will be a big push here for GAMxPE. But which maps do they get to pull on repeat? Because if RRQ gets the win on Lone Wolf, obviously we're going to see a double Kalahari, no doubts.
Yeah, there's a good chance that they pick double Kalahari or they even pop in the next Terra, right? Like in the earlier stage. But Bermuda is almost a guaranteed for GAMxPE, and
yeah,
wow, that's a free shot. Oh. Quite the bold move there for Wang Shi.
Yeah. If RRQ wins this out, I think we're definitely going to see a double Kalahari and a Solara off of the team. Abe, just one more round away here from sorting this comeback out. And we do acknowledge that there was the technical difficulty that Abe just could not play at all in that first game. And this remake clearly shows us that they are very equally matched instead of it just being a one-sided run-through.
I mean, the only thing that this decides primarily is the map veto, but afterwards you still have to look at how the Clash Squad turns out, right? And
yeah,
cases have been proven. The veto can only get you so far, and Abai down to less than half, but coverage was good enough. He's gonna get the medkit back up on time and actually disengages, but the Valiant Dash will be up for Huang Shi. In fact, both of them opting to pop back up. Abai getting rushed here. Then Blue War resources running dry. Huang Shi trying to spam with the max 7 around the corner. Abai this time wins out. And he gets to celebrate. So RQ Kazu, they get the official rights for the veto.
Yeah, man. I mean, Bay's looking good. Making his way back in here. I'm calling it early. A double Kalahari and potentially a Solara in there as well. They are decent on Solara. I don't expect to. I'm very sure they want to avoid Bermuda at all costs. And if you look at Bermuda, you know, not only is it a really good map on the side of GAMxPE, but it's literally the worst map for RRQ Kazu. They've got a 0% win rate. They've played that 3 times so far, and they have gotten owned all 3 times.
And the fact that the map pool resets after map 3 means that there is also a good chance that a double Bermuda shows up, right? If Esports really wants to book it. So either way, regardless of the map veto, who gets to call the shots, I think that PE Sports at GAMxPE can respond in kind. If they want to go double Bermuda, go ahead, because I think there's just a big advantage, right? If they get the veto first, we are gonna get double Bermuda. Regardless, it's just the sequence is a lot more spread out than it is packed. So for RQ Kazu, they gotta prove it on their map pick that they can convincingly take down GAMxPE, because if it's close, then it's going to be a tough best of 5.
Yeah, a double Bermuda plus a potential Solara that might just be picked here by RRQ Kazu will give a massive advantage to GAMxPE in this best of 5. It's not looking great if you are RRQ Kazu, who only is extremely good on Kalahari. Now, granted, we have not seen them play Solara as much, so maybe the numbers are just not as high, but they don't have a win streak on that map, right? It's good to see that Solara has been dominated by PE Esports. We see that they have played this map 3 times so far, and on every single time they've dropped by into Solara, they've managed to walk away with a victory. So Bermuda, Solara, strong maps for the side of GAMxPE, Kalahari, Solara on the side of RRQ. And I would not take my chances at all, RRQ. I mean, if they want to get cheeky with this, if they just want to play Kalahari once, you'll definitely see me scratching my head. And it'll be not the first time that RRQ has made me scratch my head.
Even in the previous series, at least, right? The teams that the team really won on their own map picks, right? To a certain degree, obviously having 3 map picks over 2 is an advantage. But if I just look at the maps that these two teams are good on, at least in this particular matchup, I feel like PE going second is actually better because you get to, the moment you win one match, you're guaranteed your strongest map already, right? And that could be what it takes for GAMxPE to close out the entire series. So I'm expecting that we probably just see 3 maps in total. Kalahari, Bermuda, maybe Solara, right? I think Nextera is probably up in the air unless RRQ Kazu decides that we want to spice things up, right? We play Kalahari and then we play Nextera if we go game 5.
Yeah, I'm just checking out the stats from the previous season as well, just so that we can see if or not there's any similarities. And even in the previous spring season, you saw the strongest maps of GAMxPE being Bermuda, Nextera, as well as Solara. So these 3 maps are going to be tough. Kalahari was not a bad map for the side of GAMxPE. It was just their worst map. They had a 50% win rate there, which is still not the best thing to hear if you're an RRQ fan.
Yep. Take a look at some of the stats from RRQ Kazu's side. And of course, we have to look at the captain dudes with Koda as the most used active skill. This time, the VSS, his weapon of choice. And 80 eliminations, right? I think a lot of this came from the fact that he's the one that, surprisingly makes first contact and secures it for the team, as compared to what we are familiar with GAMxPE, which would be in the hands of Zeref.
Yeah, he has used the Coda 8 times in here so far, and whenever the Coda is not available, either after getting banned or stolen away, he uses the R-Lock, and he's very dangerous on either skill, but of course more viable with the Aurora Vision on his side. He's the second best player on the side of RRQ Kazu when you look at the overall eliminations. Abe leading with the 3 eliminations for himself. And of course, he's kind of put on more numbers after that Lone Wolf, although I don't know whether or not the Lone Wolf numbers will be taken into account. But he is a dangerous player. We've seen him walk into some of these encounters 1v1 and then drop the ball, especially up against AGAL earlier. And so fingers crossed that's just the mistake that he kind of avoids this time around, because the Coda does give him a little bit of unnecessary confidence sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that is sort of like the double-edged sword in a way, because it allows him to get a lot of these first blood, but at the same time it also sort of throws RRQ into the false sense of security, especially when they start losing and they get desperate. Suddenly this Aurora Vision becomes a tool that gives them the green light to just go for it, and then they end up losing, right? And that's why we saw a lot of scattered 1v1s between RRQ Kazu and AGL in the tail end of the earlier series. So like you said, hopefully it doesn't happen again. But aside from that, I think Koda is still going to be one of the most valuable assets for RRQ Kazu. But it's more of on the Russia side, right? The Orion is also a big pick for GAMxPE. So I do wonder, where does Orion stand?
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at the top 3 pet used by GAMxPE, no surprises here at all. With the Flash also having some time out there, sometimes when they want to go super aggressive, especially on solo runs, we have seen the Flash come out for a little bit of a play, but very few times, right? I don't really think that anybody has really hyper-focused on making sure the Flash is brought in here for the side of GAMxPE. But the Rocky is going to be rocking it as usual on the #1 spot.
Yeah, of course, if Rocky has been used a lot more times by GAMxPE, but I believe it's also because they play overall quite a lot of games as well, and that's why some of the stats might feel a bit overwhelming. But this is a team that has, again, proven that they are good in both styles, whether they want to go aggressive or whether they want to be a bit more responsive. They have the exact draft for that, and a lot of it centers around, surprisingly, that narrow pick, which if you're RRQ Kazu, you're looking at the narrow pick and thinking to yourself, do we have a good enough answer for that, right? Because it definitely doesn't feel like you should invest a ban in that character.
Invest a ban onto... I mean, that's definitely, going to be a little bit of a problem. If you look at the players on the side of GAMxPE, Steffi, Koda, Oscar, Ignis, usually a lot of focus on that Koda and Ignis, which I feel like might be a problem because you have 2 squads that love playing those exact same characters, right? So it's going to be a tussle for sure between the 2 to see who gets their favorite pick. the A124 is never the main picks here from either side, but I think it could be very useful if either one does manage to bring it in here for the play.
Again, folks, this is going to be quite the long evening. We are only 2 out of 3 series in, and we are just at the beginning of the second series. So if you have any plans early on tomorrow, you might want to reconsider your schedule for your plans tomorrow. Of course, I want you to stay and see who lifts the trophy by the end of this. But just be ready that we're going to go late into the night, and hope you guys are ready. I'm sure RQ, Kazu, the players are ready. They got some. I see some juices on the table.
Yeah.
We know Evos likes to eat, so if only Evos was here, we would see them snacking already.
Absolutely, man. You gotta get that extra bit of boost out there, regardless whether it's a little bit of a sugar rush of a juice or a little bit of extra boost off of these active skills. The following what do you think is the percentage of impact of active skills versus mechanical skills, Husky?
Oh, that's actually a very good question. I think it's for me, I think it's an even spread. Probably
okay.
I think it's like 65 to 35, and my justification is the fact that your utilities can set you up for success, right? And mechanics is good, but if you get disabled by utility, your efficiency goes down. So I personally think that mechanics can only get you so far. The preparation, the homework that you did, the setup, the utility usage is what dictates majority of the results. PUBG highest damage player, we did mention at the start of today that Russia still holds the highest number by quite a mile because he's that consistent. We'll see if Zverev overtakes him by the end of the day. Saifa, highly unlikely to catch up, especially now that they're in the grand final, so there's really not much games for him to do so. But Zverev has a very good shot of doing that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, AGAL in the grand finals should be able to make some magic happen here. So Saifa still can keep his hopes up high. Dew is in the race as well. He's in the 4th spot, but we'll leave him out of the question for the time being. Whether or not Zverev catches up with Russia, I think that's going to be a big possibility without Evos Divine in the play here. And GAMxPE potentially having 2 series to navigate through. They could pull away those big numbers and put Zverev on the number 1 spot for the damage by the end of this. But of course, it is all for the players of RRQ to put a stop to. Abe is also on the damage leaders leaderboard, but he's quite far down at the bottom, so he needs to bring out quite a bit of shots out there that does find the connections onto the GAMxPE players if he wants to climb up. Of course, they don't really win anything if they do get the highest damage. It's just a little bit of flex.
Yeah, it's a bragging rights, right? And well, with that being said, I think for these 2 teams, the big topic has been the map veto, right? Like, where do we go to? Which repeats are going to be? We're going to look at the highest first blood as well. That has also been the big point of discussion for the entirety of today. Saifa with 32, Zverev coming in close with 30, and Russia with 29. Again, we saw Saifa earlier on being 3rd in total damage dealt, but Zverev, he once more has a chance to become first by the end of this. And if GAMxPE wins the whole finals, there's a very, very, very good chance that Zverev tops the highest first blood alongside the total damage dealt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No doubt at all. Dulce is a little pissed off. He's playing in this game, but he's not on the leaderboard because he's in the 4th spot. He's got 26 first bloods, 3 behind his brother Rasya here from the Evos Divine squad. If he can show us some magic in a little bit, maybe he gets to climb up the leaderboard a tad bit. If they get to smash GAMxPE, he'll definitely put himself in the top 3 by the way he plays it out there very aggressively in these starting points. Again, a 1.76 average first blood for Zverev if you look at the number of games that he has played so far. And GAMxPE is always very aggressive the moment we open up these games, unlike RRQ, who do like to play it a little slower.
Yeah, they do take a while to warm up their engines, but I sure hope that the engine is still warm, because if they have to regrind their gears again and work the cogs from ground up against GAMxPE, I think it's going to be a big, big challenge, right? GAMxPE, it's not, how do I put it? They're not really a super momentum-based team, but they're a team that once they get their footing, it feels very hard to find a solution to the chokehold that they put you in. So let's look at the map picks first and see if our predictions come true. So double Kalahari and double. Yeah, we hit it right on the head.
That's why we get paid, buddy. We've got a Nextera in there as well. RRQ's not going to like that, but not the worst team, I guess, on Nextera. They just have a 0% win rate from spring. And in summer, let me just catch up with that. Nextera is not looking too great for the team. If you look at a 33% win rate in summer, 0% win rate in spring, RRQ is probably going to lose Game 3, so they better hope and pray they steal away that Bermuda from GAMxPE in Game 2.
Yep. If GAMxPE wins Kalahari, we are in for an experience. They have to get the Orion first. We did say that it is very much sought after. The Morskas locked in. Another big pick on Kalahari, which RQ Kazu has found solutions to, right? They did the same to AGAL earlier on off of Dutz's read on the movements of where Morse could go. So no surprise there.
Well, okay, so we might actually see a narrow here because they have stolen away the Coda from Seat1. They've taken the Centino and banned it out as well. So Seat1 actually has got no other choices. All of his main active skills are either gone or stolen away. You might just get to see a plushie out there in play in a little bit. They've got on the side of RRQ, the Oscar, the Coda, the Zane, looking for a very aggressive play by the looks of it, and Ma'al as well. So it's going to be a heavy play for the cyber points, no doubt. Seat1 teasing with the Tatsuya. No way in hell he pulls that in. There you go.
Narrow.
Hello, Narrow.
It has to be Narrow, right?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I look at Narrow and I'm like, wait a minute, that's Zareth. Like, who came first? Narrow or Zareth?
Well, either. Oi! Oh, okay, all right. Cheesy. And they bring in the Cassie instead. Again, Nero's just been nerfed down to the ground. The plushie having 1 HP on the side. And then with some of these players running the Sensei Tig as well, just makes the marker off of the plushie takedown a tad bit useless. And like I pointed out already, the Vietnamese teams love to play without the team booster. I was scratching my head wondering why would you force to play the TAC markets, right? And then I realized that the jammer is available in the game and it's only 300 coins. So if you get the jammer, that Coda is going to be absolutely useless. So Zareth LBT Wang Shi is not going to be revealed by that Aurora Vision at all. So Dutz kind of wasted the pick here on the Coda. He'll only get the info off of Seat1, which he should be able to just work off of it because he's got the Morse anyway. So it's the one big advantage that the Coda has over GAMxPE is on that sniper. Yeah.
And there's a good chance that he used the Aurora Vision and he sees no one, right? He's like, wait a minute. And then they might call a pause, but no, it's not going to be a bug. It's just how things work. We're going to jump into Kalahari, of course, RRQ's map of choice. This is their best chance in getting upper hand over GAMxPE. If they drop the ball here, it is going to be a long night for the Indonesians.
It's do or die. They need to get this win on Kalahari. If they drop the ball on their best map, GAMxPE will run circles around them. You've got Bermuda, where you don't really see the best out of RRQ. Zareth on for the push. Electrotherapy giving him a lot of confidence. Ma'al's going to get snuffed out. Ranzai does not get the pickup here. Zareth's really low. LBT and go in for the push, and he doesn't even hit the advanced therapy just yet, which is a big question mark. And they will depend on super bonfires instead.
That's what I've been saying, right? Like, Dudes again, he finds Seat1 right as the round began. The exact same thing that he did to Deal earlier on Kalahari. He knows the exact read, and that is what's been keeping them in this game. But contrary to the AGAL game, where AGAL are willing to push forward, GAMxPE, they don't mind biding their time here. There is the Flame Mirage still available on the buy side, but very little incentive to use it right now. I think it's better when you wait for the circle to close in.
3v3 fair fight. Everybody's waiting for their active skills to be refreshed. Dude's just playing this really carefully. He's got the Coda waiting for the Aurora Vision on the refresh. But again, it's not going to give him a massive advantage if those jammers have already been purchased. But looking at the fact that they have the USB 2s, I guess they would have been too broke for it. And the Coda does expose him. Zareth quickly backs away with the Crimson Crush, keeping himself safe. Everybody running towards the time turner for the extra advantage. Oh my, beautiful.
Get the Flame Rush out. The custom vision, right? But A good trade there from Abai. Relocation, Zeref again. He's putting in the numbers, and now the therapy keeps him alive, man. We talked about Zeref. A 3-piece to start off the pistols.
Zeref, deadly. Crimson Crush. They had the electrotherapy, and LBT was still alive and kicking for the Punisher there as well. GAMxPE just playing this very patiently, not really rushing towards the end to guarantee themselves that round. Look at LBT just tagging along with Zeref. Had the electrotherapy to depend on. And Zeref just says, no worry, bro. I've got the Crimson and I can crush. And GAMxPE pulling away the first crucial round here. Forced buy from RRQ on this refinery platform.
Gotten a taste of what we expect from GAMxPE. And of course, RRQ Kazu, they invested on weaponry. But this time, C21 outdoes Dudes. And that is a big shift. And what we're used to on Kalahari, just 100% is going to bleed out. He changes targets to Abai. Now Abai gets pinned down. Zeref with the Mag 10 finds the spray down. Ma'al with the team boosters. Not going to work as Zeref is already in his face. Someone stop this boy.
What a jump from the corner there. Didn't fall off the edge, but instead managed to wrap around perfectly and play that pressure. Wang Shi, MaxEP. Because of that Kairos, he's just going to be extra deadly with those shots. If it does find the connection, and either way, even if it doesn't, Abe is at a massive disadvantage. No medkits to back himself up, just with the G36 on this force buy round. RRQ about to go down 2-0.
Very good chance it's a 2-0. There's no getting out of this one. No way. I mean, the good part is that, or at least I guess for RRQ Kazu, is you get more time to think about what to do coming up. It's been definitely slower. I think they could use some more breathing room. After, in fact, it is going to be the longest day for them, regardless.
Are we just wasting time here, RRQ? Come on, Abe. Get it moving now. There's no way in hell you can make your way back in here. He's just looking for the recovery of his EP little by little. But given GAMxPE is wondering, where the hell is this guy?
Look, he can't just run out into the blue zone because that would be a penalty. Gotta keep it fair for everyone.
He doesn't even have the medkit to play the medkit play. So he's gonna duck walk all around. Come on. Thanks, Wang Shi. Get at him, man.
Don't wait.
Beautiful. Oh, but Crimson Crush. Massive advantage for Zeref. Loses the Crimson Crush. Abe, do you do it? Oh, man. Zeref pulled away a massive clutch from Abe, who almost walked away with absolute perfection of a patience gameplay.
Does it answer your question why he didn't just, run out? There was a chance. There was a good chance, but Zeref, the bane of almost everyone that had went up against GAMxPE. That is the 6th elimination in 2 rounds. Another triple for this boy. Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, at least I know he believes in himself. I didn't believe that he could pull away the 1v3 clutch. Almost got away with it. And the reason why I didn't believe is because you have Zeref and the Crimson Crush. He actually wasted his Crimson Crush in that situation, but not that opportunity for the follow-up. Here comes the frag grenade off of Zeref. Does it find the tag? Yes, it does. A god nade onto Ranze's head. Puts him down. RRQ, 2 survivors trying to equalize the numbers. LBT too low. Doesn't get shut down just yet. A glue wall saves his life. Zeref's Crimson Crush tags up Abe, marks him as well. And then Moko's going to keep him in his crosshairs for a little bit as Zeref now looks for an opportunity for pickup, but RRQ quickly snuffs out C21 and Wang Shi.
LBT's link is sticking out. Zeref found him. Oh boy, Zeref is doing way too much work. And you see it. Might be another 3-piece here. It's him against Abai again. Abai might have beaten Wang Shi earlier on, but up against Zeref. No way, dude. Another 3-piece.
Preemptive Crimson Crush just to not get shot in the head as he approached. This is looking too straightforward here for GAMxPE. Up against RRQ, not a single round pulled away so far. And remember, this is not GAMxPE's map, so things are looking very dicey for RRQ right now.
3 rounds in a row. came down to, even odds, and then this guy named Zeref takes matters into his own hand to clean things up. So you gotta look for some way out of this one if you are RRQ Kazu. And LBT, all he needs to do is put the basic therapy on Zeref. Just invest everything, right? And put it into the Zeref basket. He's gonna win the round for you.
A 50% win rate on Kalahari for GAMxPE in the spring season. I think they're only on about 20% right now in summer. But they are rocking it up against RRQ in this game. Out of 5 times they've dropped into Kalahari, they've only secured 2 victories. And I think they were keeping the best for last. 4-0, hitting down hard on RRQ on their best map.
I mean, Zeref they're so confident. Like, GAMxPE is so confident. The round stars, LBT links up with Zeref and they just book it. They book it for RRQ Kazu. This feels like RRQ Kazu. They're struggling to breathe right now. These tempo from GAMxPE proving to be a bit too fast for RRQ.
I am just shocked, man. Round 5, yet another cyber point to secure. RRQ, do you actually go for the cyber point to see if you can get a late game advantage, or do you focus on eliminating your opponents? Zeref tagged up, but the advanced therapy gets him right back into play. Maal eating a ice grenade, runs straight into Zeref, who has the Crimson Crush alive and kicking, pulls out a time turner as well. Holy hell, Zeref, what else do you have, man?
And he goes back into
Another one!
Again. Oh my goodness, Zeref.
GG.
He's going to bring LVT back up, and LVT is going to heal him, and the process begins again. Man, how many eliminations does he have? He just got 2, by the way. This is going to be another 3-piece. Just give it a minute. Give it a come on by. This is like the 4th time in a row.
GG.
Look at that. Goodness gracious, another 3-piece. Good lord.
He almost aced the squad of RRQ on their bloody best map, GAMxPE. They also had a double win, man. Even the cyber point went their way. Here on this Kalahari map, that is gonna be big. They've got access to the Clue skill card, already had access to the Dragon Freeze earlier, so more utilities on top of the Ice Grenade, as well as the frag that they can toss at RRQ. So RRQ can't even get super aggressive down the middle part of this map as well. This is GAMxPE's game to lose now.
14-0 on Zeref, man. 14-0. This is the one time that chat can spam PE and I will not time anyone out. This is some ridiculous performance here.
One more, Zeref. Oh,
he's gonna have the most eliminations by the end of this. Finally, they got him.
Finally gets crushed. Zeref with the wrong timing, but LBT's there for the save, going in for the shutdown. Time turner pulled out, Ranze gets caught out. Abe here looking for the save onto the rest of his team members, but Wang Shi from the very corner will find the Punisher, steps right back in there. Mac 10, level 3, time turner's not keeping him alive, and Abe punishes with a headshot. Finally, the clutch comes through, all thanks to Abe, who had the VSS in hand, pulls away a triple in that round.
Even then, even by taking out Zeref, it took RRQ Kazu everything, every single strand of bullet to get through this round, and he had to come down to just apply spray down from Abai in the heat of the moment with what, 20 plus HP left. I mean, if they can pull that 6-0 comeback, my jaw would drop.
Well, they already showed us that they are capable of pulling a scoreline, like at least getting close, right? They failed on the final round. But this is Kalahari, this is their map. And now that they've got some economy on their side, it's round 7. They've got some money to make work of. But can they pull off a miraculous survival run? Dudes, Rosa advantage, but C1 protected behind the glue walls, still protected with the compound. Zeref with the God nade, and we talked about the utilities, and this is that utility play off of GAMxPE.
Just will get C1 out, but I think that is too much though. Abai, he's dangerously low, but out hiding in the smoke vortex. But it seems like this round is already decided. Wow, what was that? From the Winchester of Huang Shi. Yeah, this is going to be GG. Zeref, all right. It's a bit too overzealous in the front line. Gets knocked down, but Abai gets pinned down. How many times has he been put in this position to save his team? But I don't think this one is possible.
Zeref's probably just looking for the damage at this point of time, looking to catch up. And unfortunate for RRQ, they lose their strongest map. And one of the weaker maps from GAMxPE just went their way.
Yeah.
Not looking good. Not looking good, RRQ.
Oh, Zeref plays so well, and Nero was about to kiss him on the cheek. Probably if he didn't, go down that one time, that would have happened. And it would have allowed it. But god damn, man, GAMxPE, they are something else. I feel like them ending this 6-1 is mercy towards RRQ Kazu, because it looked brutal. That was a slaughter fest. GAMxPE didn't really feel like they had to dig deep, right? It was same modus operandi. We go in, we rush in, we win gunfights, we win round.
Crazy stuff off of GAMxPE. I don't even know what to say. You talked about how it could be a 65-35 split. The full 65 played perfectly from the side of GAMxPE. The mechanical plays were brilliant. The positioning was fantastic. And the little bit of extra advantage those active skills gave them, they played it down to the T, right? Especially Zeref on the Crimson Crush. You cannot allow the Crimson Crush to be owned by GAMxPE. They will literally crush your chances on the front lines. With this guy, he's the best fragger of the competition for a good reason.
Yep, he 100% he's going to overtake Russia by the end of this one, right? The only reason he doesn't is probably because they won too fast and there's not enough rounds for him to clock in the damage, because he is logging in some insane numbers. I think he probably ended like this first series with 16 eliminations out of 7 rounds. It might as well be a Zeref show all the way. And it started from round 1, and round 1 was the slowest round that we have. Round 1 and 2, and afterwards it's just Zeref decided to drive his car straight into RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, absolutely. And be it the pistol rounds, be any round, Zeref is just a monster. I mean, he picked up a total of 15 eliminations, Husky. Almost got the full-on run there. But 15 is still ridiculous of a number of eliminations up against a team like RRQ. I mean, the support that he's getting from the rest of his team members definitely giving him the extra bit of confidence. But I have to say, it's the Orion mainly that's giving him that confidence to just run at the opponents and also just buy a lot of time for team players like LBD and Wang Shi to catch up, even if he gets too aggressive on the front lines.
This was the only round that RRQ Kazu was able to squeak out. And again, it came down to some very chaotic moments, some blind spray, some good instinct from Abai. And I wouldn't blame the viewers if they say that this game was only Abai, because everyone else got completely shut out of the game. No, there was nothing that they could physically do. Ranzai ended the game 0-6. I have never seen a beatdown onto some of our star players for quite a long time.
3 assists because he leaves nothing for the rest of his team members. He goes in, he gets the tags, and he finishes the job. 15 eliminations, 4,738. He sure as hell is going to beat Russia by the time we are done, even with this series, before we jump on into the grand finals here. Providing, of course, RRQ does not wake up in the competition. He has got the Miguel to partner up with the Orion, giving him that max EP every time he gets a knockdown. And clearly this man got tons of knockdown, keeping that Orion hot on the front lines.
Yeah, it is really some crazy stuff. Man, Cook, Surf, and 8 left no crumbs for themselves. And RRQ Kazu, this, again, like we agreed on the fact that if they don't win this game, they are in big trouble, and they just lost their best map, right? It's going to be a long evening for them. They just came off a very exhausting full series against AGAL, and now they just got dumpstered on the map that could give them the best chance. We literally spell out the entire map veto sequence, and this is the worst possible scenario for RRQ Kazu.
Ma'al, up to this point, thought that he was doing a great job on the front lines, but GAMxPE just making sure he does not get to rocket. 894 damage, that's all he got to pull away, and it's not because he played it bad, it's just that they got overwhelmed by whatever GAMxPE was doing out there. 44% of the damage contribution by Zverev is ridiculous. And he's now about 1,000 damage behind up with Razia. If not, he has overtaken Razia already on the leaderboard, man. We have to check the stats in a bit. But 676 average damage per round. 9! Hey, get out of here, Zverev.
Yeah, nine headshots. And if not for that one time that he went down, that KDA would have broken into the 20s. He would have set the record for this entire summer season. So, I think the highest record around is 21 or 22. I forgot who the player was. It could be him. But either way, if it was him, he just set the second highest record. I mean, LBT is 18-2, and he has 7 total assists because most of the time he is tag teaming with Zverev.
Yeah, I rewound the broadcast, and I can confirm Zverev now has got the highest amount of damage in the competition, no doubt whatsoever. Just awful. We were talking about how he can achieve it. He can beat Razia by the end of the series. The guy got it done off of one map, and it was the map for RRQ.
I'm at a loss for words. How do you proceed from this, right? We're going to PE's best map. Best map coming up.
Man.
And I think, it's very justifiable to say that potentially it might be another 6-1 result. And if that's the case, I think we can already start preparing ourselves for the rematch of GAMxPE against AGAL. RRQ Kazu, this is the hardest possible road that it could have been put on. This is like this is the 7th game of the day. And there's still some more to go.
I cannot believe what we are seeing. This is, you could potentially call it the worst map. Okay, Kalahari is the worst map for GAMxPE because this is where they have taken the most L's so far in their summer run. But they are not looking weak at all. And now we head into Bermuda where they're not perfect on Bermuda. They have gotten 2 losses here, but they have got 4 wins as well, giving them a 67% win rate. But the problem is, this is the worst map for RRQ Kazu. They have played it 3 times. They have not walked away with a single victory on Bermuda. Things are not looking good for the Indonesian squad.
No, not at all, right? They put PE Esports in a challenging situation. PE Esports came out victorious, and now GAMxPE are like, okay, but now it's your turn to play your worst map. Let's see what happens. We've got a confirmation, right? You said that Zverev is the highest in total eliminations and damage.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? Total KD is also him. Total headshot is also him. And he's a Russia, by the way, and he's ranked 3rd in total assists. If he hits number 1 in total assists by the end of it, he's like that guy that your girl tells you to not worry about, right? Like he's that cousin that your parents will compare you to. He's the perfect guy.
But thankfully, he's competing against the rest of GAMxPE players for that number 1 on the assist. And I don't think he's going to get the number 1 there because there's a good reason why he's walking away with all of these eliminations. The backup from the rest of the GAMxPE players is just phenomenal. Now we head on into a map picked by GAMxPE for a good damn reason. They are very good on Bermuda. And also RRQ Kazu is just unfortunately bad on this map. And if they just got ran over on their best map, I wonder what is GAMxPE going to do to them on Bermuda. But of course, with all that said, if RRQ digs deep, walks away with a victory here, I will be thoroughly impressed.
Then we will have a lower bracket finals on our hands. But highly unlikely. Very, very highly unlikely. We've seen crazier things though. Well, Zero just got Orion again. Oh boy.
Man, how do you not ban the Orion? And how do you not steal the Orion the moment you get the opportunity? RRQ has gone in here for a force pick again on the Oscar as well as Coda. They lost the game, which means they had the primary ban as well as pick. They do not punish. And I'm not so sure why is GAMxPE continuously banning the Steffi, because it's not like RRQ will even pick the Steffi if you give it to them.
I guess it's just an insurance policy, right? LPT is like, why not? Let's do it again. Let's do the
oh man, we're running it back.
It's not a 4v4 game. It's a 2v4. It's a 2v4, and then the other 2 are like the tag team.
Okay.
Bangshi is left to do his own thing. C1, do whatever the hell you want. Me and Zero, we're gonna be the main assault force.
But I think Ma'al could make a big difference this time around. That A1 to 4. the thrill of battle could just lock Zaref in and punish him if he wants to go in for the push. And the thrill of battle is also going to be disabling LBT, giving Zaref his most well-needed supply with the advanced therapies. Maybe RRQ stands a chance here, but like we've already discussed and we both agree on, there's just a 35% advantage that the active skills give you. 65%, it is still the mechanical skills that rocks it on the battlefield. And Zaref is a dangerous player to take on one-to-one. So RRQ needs to stack the numbers on him on the front lines. They've got the opportunity to do that. Nobody is kind of like staying far back from all of these fights except Abe in a lot of these circumstances. So let's see if or not they do manage to take a little bit of a better fight. Again, I'm not a big fan of the no usage of the team boosters, but I feel like the triple tack market has been working quite well for GAMxPE. We do see quite a number of those bonfires, the super bonfires laid out here. And I think the players are definitely going in for the investment onto the jammer. So the jammer is just going to make the Coda useless.
And you can see RRQ Kazu with the switch up too, right? They bring in the Zane, I believe, for dudes. Ma'ao gets put on the A1, Abai gets put on the A124. They come in with the plan with if Esports wants to run it back and how they play in game one, might as well take them on with some utility to suppress their effectiveness.
Okay.
See if this one pays off.
They've got info already, but do they also lock down the active skills? The thrill of battle still very much available. Abe waiting for the opportune moment to bring it into play. Oh, Crimson Crush used so early. That's a massive nerf onto Zaref straight up, but that could also be a bait to drag Ranzai closer towards him. You can see the electrotherapy giving Zaref a lot of viability. And again, it is that super bonfire that they're continuously going in for the investment on. Zaref tagged up from the back, but will quickly reposition to catch up with Wang Shi, and RRQ does not pull away a knock.
That's actually a lot of information given over to GAMxPE. If anything, even the shape split early on that was put just as a sort of like an insurance policy for C-Tuan. Doesn't really have to be utilized too much because RRQ Kazu willing to take this slow. It's going to be the same playbook, and C-Tuan now goes on an exploration. He is cutting through to the back line. Can Deuce hold this? Oh, it's him against C-Tuan, and again, info gathered.
Wonderfully played, C-Tuan. The shape splitter pulled off in the perfect timing to keep him safe, and like you said, info gathered. But what do they make work off of this info? You can see the respect that GAMxPE is giving RRQ in this round. They understand the importance of winning out the pistol rounds. Wang Shi's going to back away. C-Tuan with a sliver of health on him, and the advanced therapy putting him right back in the fight. Big advantage with the Cassie. Dude's just sitting down. C-Tuan finally knocked down to the ground. No pickup for him just yet, but the strike by Zaref off the side, straight to the head of Dudes. Wang Shi going for the catch-up as well. Time trying to pull down. But Abe steps right into his defenses and takes the guy down. GAMxPE down in this round. And RRQ in a map where they're not supposed to win pulls away round one off of pistols.
And it's just a difference in rotation, right? GAMxPE had more info to work with, but RRQ Kazu landed more of their shots. The A124, the Turtle Hunt, not really a difference maker in this pistol round. Zaref went on an adventure. He caught an isolated member of RRQ Kazu, but RRQ took that opening to swarm the main forces of GAMxPE. Still, a win is a win. They get to invest in slightly better weaponry. And let's see, even for the side of GAMxPE, there's a good chance that they run it back. And I think playing it slow is exactly what RRQ Kazu likes. That's where they get to really set up themselves up for success.
A slow round. Zaref! Punisher! Ma'al! Snuffed out. Ranzai keeping himself safe behind the glue wall. But losing Ma'al early on to a very aggressive Zaref. Can RRQ pull this back? Parafal takes down C-Tuan. Wang Shi snuffed Dudes out for that aggressive play. Looking for more. Wang Shi around the corner. Kairos in hand. Max EP, extra damage. He's definitely got the advantage with Ranzai. A sliver of health left on him, but still on a run here with the Oscar in hand. Zaref versus Ranzai. Ranzai does not have the health. If Ranze gets the pick up here, this could be over, but he's nowhere close to his buddies, and Zaref manages the clutch.
Closer than GAMxPE would have liked. But again, Zaref again saving the round. He got the pickup, and that was a extra body that they could use to swarm Ranze towards the end. But Ranze really held on pretty well, right? Took on all these 1v1s. First from Huangxi, then I believe from Situan, then finally running out of health against Zaref. All things considered, Esports keeping 3 out of the 4 members alive into the next round now gives them slightly better economics, better finances for round 3.
See if or not this third round can make a magic here for RRQ. Ranze losing a chunk of his health. Has got the super bonfire to play the advantage. Zaref running straight at them.
He's still swinging.
Ranze, he needs one more swing. But Ranze protects himself with a valiant dash, gets the heck out of there, and Zaref chases them away so PE can pull away the first cyber point. Brilliant play.
Yeah, Deuce gets distracted and ends up getting picked off, and now GAMxPE commits to the full wipeout. Unbelievable stuff there. Zaref here is just fearless, man. He is empowered by LBT. He takes control of the entire smoke, and then Deuce gets flanked by Huangxi because he was trying to reinforce his team's position, and the entire battle formation just breaks apart for RRQ Kazu.
I mean, the smoke's down in the middle part of the map, and a mad player with the scythe called Zaref forces RRQ to lose the advantage on that cyber round. Now, one cyber point in their pocket already on this Kalahari map. That basically means you get the early access to the Dragon Freeze. More utilities to pressure them off. Speaking of the Dragon Freeze, there you go. Tossed out, but useless as it does not find any connections whatsoever. Ranze, good glue wall to protect themselves from those shots.
Zaref has dealt more than 2,000 damage already.
Oh.
Expected nothing less of him. The grenade, no connections made as Ma'ao ducks behind for cover. Those glue walls are going to be separating the forces from one another, but if you're LBT and Zaref, you can do this forever. If RRQ really want to take this though.
3 level 3 MP5s in the hands of GAMxPE. You don't have the boosted up capability on the side of GAMxPE here. Let's see if or not they can walk away with an advantage. So far, RRQ's playing it slow.
Yeah, very good pings coming out from the side of the Aurora Vision. They need to capitalize on it though. The blue walls stay up throughout the duration of that, and now GAMxPE slowly flooding out of the doorway. You have C1 with a Shade Splitter, gets a pick off, but not able to relocate. Ranze with a good trade there. Zaref in with the side LBT, backs him up. Zaref does end up going down, but LBT is going to pick him back up again.
A timely thrill of battle by Abe gives the team a massive advantage there. But Zaref back up on his feet, and the Cassie is still alive. Zaref back up to full HP thanks to the advanced therapy. And GAMxPE is right back in it. It's a numbers advantage, but Zaref and LBT still alive and kicking. The most lethal player on the whole of the Free Fire Clash Masters summer season alive. This means that you cannot take your chances just yet. Abe smashed down by LBT. LBT with the double. Dudes surviving, but up close and personal, Zaref finishes the job. Not looking good for RRQ.
Wow, LBT with the conversion there. We have to watch that moment. They lined up for him.
Yeah.
It's not even the fault of RRQ Kazu. LBT just happened to get the best case scenario. Look at this.
This was it. Boom. Collateral.
That has to hurt if you're RRQ Kazu. That shouldn't have happened, and yet it did. The odds still against RRQ Kazu, even when they are in the upper hand.
Cyber round yet again. RRQ needs to play those smokes like their brothers EVOS. I just don't see the brilliance out of them just yet. GAMxPE is going to go in here full on force. You want those level 4 West. They're not going to underestimate RRQ. C1 wrapping around, leaving the mannequin right behind for the shape spreader play in a little bit. Looking for the aggressive push. Time Turner is going to be forced out of the squad. And Abe stepping in and out, but overwhelmed by those numbers, still alive. Abe, can you survive the onslaught? LBT Level 3 MP5 just to break down those glue walls from up top. Wang Shi trying to make magic happen from the window. Zaref with the slice on the side. And the cyber point still not snuck away just yet. Ranze needs to win this out, but Zaref drops back in here for the backup. GAMxPE, massive disadvantage, but inside the smoke, those blind shots will get RRQ the round and the cyber point.
All right, Esports getting a bit too excited there, deciding that maybe that they feel like they're too dominant, then decide to fight blind, but then you make it an even fight, and unfortunately, the trick that should have worked for them with Zaref sitting inside the smoke ended up not going their way, and while RRQ Kazu wins the second round, it's already looking better than the Kalahari map, but GAMxPE still gets access to some pretty nasty weaponry.
Okay, so Dragon Freeze now for the side of RRQ as well. At least some extra utilities to make sure GAMxPE doesn't run away with it. Again, Zaref tagged up. Has the electrotherapy working on him though. And he's just not going to get taken down that easy. Pulled out the Crimson Crush in a little bit of a pickle. LBT sprayed down, so no backup off of the quick patch up from that Cassie. Zaref snuffed out. C1 and Wang Shi has to hold it together for the squad of GAMxPE up against Abe and Ma'al, but Ma'al flies through Wang Shi. Time turner disadvantage there. And C1 all alone. If LBT does not catch up with him, and electrotherapy connected once again right off of that pickup, and we're in a fair 2v2 fight now.
The fairest fight we've seen in a long time between these two teams. Zaref's aggression actually ended up putting LBT in the crossfire, and that's why he went down so early on. But still, the rest of GAMxPE, we didn't get much time to highlight Huang Shi and C1 because their teammates are doing way too much. Now it is their moment, at least for C1. Good relocation there. LBT once more put in the line of fire. A bit of an unfortunate sacrifice, and this one's going to be a Ma'al ace for RRQ Kazu, and that is a big confidence boost.
Ma'al, oh Ma'al, stepping it up for the squad when they desperately needed him to. And in this round, that's the advantage they needed to make sure for the next cyber round that they play, they've got that extra weapons to go in there with the confidence. They're going to force the coin spent for the side of GAMxPE here, because I don't think GAMxPE wants to give the advantage defensively with the cyber points to the side of RRQ. But it might just be another blind play in those smokes from both sides.
And GAMxPE, it's time to recompose yourself a little bit, right? Like, we know that they sometimes get too comfortable with winning and then it slips away, but LBT makes sure to keep his team in the right headspace. If a buy remove now, there's a big advantage. They run into Ma'al, and man, Huang Shi gets absolutely sprayed down. C1 needs to hold them back and able to relocate down to the low ground. LBT sneaks a good snipe onto Ma'al, and now there's a pickup potential. Ranze wants to prevent it on the LBT. Doesn't get the knockdown. LBT still not safe as Deuce reinforces him. And Ranze now gets Zaref surrounded. Zaref wins that though, 2v1. Into the Crimson Crush, tries to reposition, gets to safety. Ranze 2v1, can he do this?
Oh, looking for the pickup! And they do get the clutch off of that as well. And I have to say, the tag market is coming in clutch here for the side of GAMxPE. I have talked about the jammer available with the tag market. You also get the access to the chrono skill. And that's exactly what they were making good use of there in that battle from the roof. You see two of those time turners pulled out early investments, and that kept them safe from the shots of a very aggressive RRQ. A big round win here for GAMxPE, who desperately wanted that cyber point for themselves, and now just tipping the scales towards their side just a little bit more against the Indonesian squad.
The pickup on the LBT once more being the difference maker. This gives GAMxPE the extra body to work with. Smoke grenade thrown out, but Ma'al knows where the members of GAMxPE are at. Painter Refuge drop. A pincer attack potentially. Two super bonfires to keep LBT and Huang Shi topped up. Zaref on top of the roof with a smoke grenade obscuring his location. Ranze actually getting forced back. Zaref could drop down from behind and get the pincer maneuver, but Ranze, what was that?
That is perfection as RRQ steps it right back up. C1 all alone. Gonna get the shot? Answer is no, as Ma'al finds the connection with the MP5. A slighter lower value round since there's no cyber drop, but it keeps RRQ in the run here for game number 2. Not allowing GAMxPE to run away with it just yet. Crucial round now for GAMxPE to secure a double cyber point for themselves. But if RRQ steals it away, they will have access to those level 4 west. Both teams are going to be very aggressive down in the middle part of this map. Who gets it? Definitely walks away with a massive advantage.
Shouldn't have been RQ's round just now, man. But Ranze again putting off a clutch with the M590. Let's see if he can do it again here. Zverev, of course, same modus operandi. The Crimson Crush used very early on to mitigate the damage, and LBT struggles to move on forward. Good rate of utility. Zverev wants to pick him up, but LBT is under so much pressure that it feels impossible for the rescue. But they're able to buy some space, and LBT now will receive the help that he needs. Huang Shi will do the deed. LBT given space. Zverev on top, sees Ma'ab, doesn't find a takedown as RQ comes in from attack of a different angle.
The A124 was popped already. Zverev really playing with fire there. Ranze now just goes in for the follow-up. M590 on the play. Ma'al finds each one as well. Zverev is going to get snuffed out, going up against 4 players. But a major objective secured by GAMxPE. They find access to those level 4 vests for sure. They've got full-on access to the clue as well as the Skylar skill card. And I think the clue skill card is just going to be the one that gives them the extra bit of advantage. Informational play up against RRQ to stop them at this match point that they have just achieved.
Yep, carelessness from GAMxPE as they, again, I feel like there's a bit of complacency there in their approach to RQ Kazu. RQ Kazu, the one adapting to the approach of the Vietnamese, and so far has been finding back-to-back-to-back punishes.
The overinvestment for Cyber Point just took the winds out of the sails of GAMxPE in that round, giving the advantage for RRQ to perhaps finish this off. Ranze, nice time turner pulled out thanks to the attack market. He's gonna be safe. Valiant dash. Huang Shi now has the time turner as well, but in a 1v3, Bait catches him, does find C1 at the same time as well. And now GAMxPE, 2 survivors left in here. The Orion's Crimson Crush already used up. Zverev has got no backup plan, but he still does have the backup off of the electrotherapy. 2v4 for GAMxPE. With a little bit of extra defense on the level 4, we're still not giving them a massive advantage against RRQ in this round.
Yeah, Deuce was camping at the Shade Splitter, so the moment C1 gets forced away and uses that swap, he instantly gets down. RQ just overwhelming GAMxPE with numbers because they want to take control of so many spots. Now Zverev might be forced to become the hero. Split up with LBT for now. The Crimson Crush almost takes down Ranze, but not enough, and LBT not looking too good himself. Again, GAMxPE just dropping the ball in the tail end of map 2, and RRQ Kazu not done just yet.
Tit for tat, you take away our best map, we take yours. Beautiful stuff. And this is looking like it's going to be a brilliant lower bracket finals here, as RRQ just refuses to let GAMxPE run away with it. Almost did though.
Yep, almost did. And RQ Kazu played a fantastic game, but part of it was also GAMxPE really dropping the ball, letting it slip from their grasp, because they just, I feel like the post-game interview, if they do win, they're going to say they got too confident again. We did say both teams, they have their own demons to fight with, and for PE Esports, it's when they start winning. And unfortunately, I think they just got a bit too, they got sloppy in those late rounds. And RQ Kazu, they stuck to the game plan and they were able to consistently punish GAMxPE.
Yeah, I think they just had that extra bit of information to play on their side as well, right? The Aurora Vision always giving them enough info to make sure that they do not get overwhelmed, outflanked. And I think the overestimation as to the importance of that level 4 West led GAMxPE down to the middle of the map one too many times. And I think in the initial rounds where we saw RRQ take the L through those smoke battles and all, RRQ definitely smartened up very quickly after that, making sure they still go in there to contest for those cyber points, but also having enough numbers outside on the perimeter to just make sure they can focus fire into those smokes. And I think it gave them the initial advantage. Then we saw the smokes stop being played with GAMxPE sending in the numbers, but it just did not work out against the mechanical prowess of RRQ this time round. And it's good to see, because if they did not stand the test of the map where they are fairly bad at, I think this would have just been over before it even started. So RRQ Kazu showing us that you haven't taken the fight out of them just yet. It's still very much alive.
Yeah, I mean, Ranze had a great game this time, right? Big clutches, and RRQ Kazu, they also got aggressive against GAMxPE. They decided to bring the fight directly straight to their opponents, and it did work out. And also another thing that they did, they started targeting the support system of GAMxPE, right? They went for C1, they went for Huangxi, and making sure that this Chrono and Santino have little to no impact.
Yeah.
And that really, it impaired GAMxPE's efficiency in the front line, because LBT is always stuck with Zeref. And I think that also caused GAMxPE to become slightly more careless, right, with how they run with this Cassie. They sacrifice LBT a bit too willingly, without guarantee that they're gonna win the gunfights.
Yeah, and I feel like allowing that A124 to be used on the side of I think the ball was straight up dropped when they banned out the Steffi, right? There's just no need for it whatsoever, because RRQ is just not a team that forces the use of the Steffi. They've got other active skills which they usually do prioritize on, mainly being that A124. And if you don't take that A124 out, then your Orion, your Crimson Crush is just going to be challenged most of the time. You're not going to have a great game off of your Cassie's Electrotherapy as well when you're on lockdown off of the Thrill of Battle. And 20 seconds could mean the biggest of difference between a win or a loss here up against a mechanically sound squad like RRQ. So this was the ball dropped big time by GAMxPE, and I would say they lost it mainly at the drops, but the MVP of the squad, Ranze, making sure he does not drop the ball. 9 eliminations, 12 assists, 121 on the damage. Definitely played a really good game.
Yeah, and just massive clutch. Like M590 winning like long range fights with a one tab. You don't really see that often, but then when it's Ranze, it feels like nothing is off limits, right? He really won a lot of these crucial rounds for his team, which is very much needed. And that's sort of like what happened against AGAL early on, or even yesterday, or even 2 days ago when RQ Kazu made it to the upper bracket finals. It's off of Ranze's the miraculous saves.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the scoreboard as well to see how well this was played by the players on the side of GAMxPE. 7 eliminations off of Zeref, 7 for LBT as well. C1 and Huangxi just could not find a lot of numbers out there. But you can say that Abe and Dutz just barely found numbers for themselves as well. This was a heavy carry by Ma'al as well as Ranze as far as the eliminations are concerned. But Abe definitely chipped in quite a bit of the damage and the assist.
And even in the tail end of things, right? Like Abai, I think with the A124, played more of a utility approach, and it was Ma'al that stepped up, right? Again, he has been really settling into the role of being in the front line, being the fire force of the team, and it really paid off. And even, don't underestimate Deuce's 5 eliminations. A lot of them were crucial pickoffs with how he anticipated the rotations, the movements of GAMxPE.
Man, outplayed for sure this time. Look at the headshots just stacked on the side of GAMxPE this time around. You gotta respect the 12 and half of that from the side of GAMxPE. Just not their game. Definitely their map. Not in any way whatsoever the map of RRQ. But they are giving me a tad bit of hope here. Now, as we head on into Nextera, this is where that big challenge is going to come through once again. It is again another weak map for the side of RRQ Kazu. Nextera, thankfully, is not the best map for the side of GAMxPE in the current run. They haven't played it all the many times. Only a total of 3 matches played by GAMxPE here where they've walked away with a single victory. This could be that game-changer map that maybe RRQ steals away from GAMxPE.
Yeah, very good chance. And if RRQ takes the lead in the series, then there's a good possibility for an upset, right? But GAMxPE aren't the easiest to take down. This is a team that, they have some great adaptations. We haven't seen them pull out the narrow just yet, which has always been one of the pocket picks. So if that comes out, then I want to see RQ Kazu deal with it, right? Because it doesn't feel complete without seeing GAMxPE pull out one of their narrow strats, which has devastated a lot of teams.
And let's see if or not that actually comes true in a little bit. Both teams have got a 33% win rate so far in this summer season off of our Nextera map. Not the best stat to lead into, but it's a little bit better than Bermuda having a 0% win rate for RRQ, and they just got their very first victory on the map. So good on them. Congratulations, RRQ. Probably the best way to set up a grand finals rematch up against AG Global. Either way, either team meeting AG Global, it's going to be on that revenge hunt, right? Because GAMxPE got kicked down into the lower bracket by AGAL, and the same thing has happened to RRQ Kazu when we saw the first series of the day between themselves as well as AG. As the team strategizes as to how they want to take this next game on Nextera, I'm just wondering if or not we're going to see a ban on that A124 come through early.
And if not, then I want to see again if the narrow is going to be a thing, right? Like RQ Kazu, they let the Orion through both times, and they actually beat the Orion in the previous round. So Orion is not impossible to deal with. It's troublesome, but not impossible. So I think that should be a bit of a confidence boost for RRQ Kazu as well, that they have found a solution to an issue that feels kind of an insurmountable obstacle.
They are locked in what seems like a very heated discussion. Whilst there's some smiles here on the side of GAMxPE's side. Zaref scratching with the wrong finger, but he's definitely setting up a game where he wants to show RRQ that he can catch up with the numbers here. I think GAMxPE is locked in as we head on into this Nextera map. This is a map pick by RRQ. There's a good reason why they've picked this map for themselves. They think that they stand a better chance here compared to whatever they can do on Solara. So let's see. Although I am quite surprised because RRQ has a 75% win rate on Solara. Granted, GAMxPE has a 100% win rate, but they've played the map lesser times. So just surprised that Nextera was that better pick.
I guess, the argument could be prior to losing to AGL, they had 100% win rate on Nextera, right? So feeling a bit more confident on the execution of that map. This time, a bit of a change of pace. It's going to be Orion for RQ Kazu. They get the A124 and the Zane as well. And it seems like Ma'ao is ready to pull out the Ray once more.
I am surprised. So this time RRQ, they take away that A124. They have got the Orion on their side. And I feel like this is a much better setup, But GAMxPE, on the other hand, with Zaref not having the Orion, they understand that this is going to be a tough fight. So they're probably going to double down on the defense instead, looking at how RRQ could be playing this on a massive offensive approach. And they bring in the Iris as well. Wall Brawl for Seat 1. RRQ lock. Wow. Very aggressive lineup of active skills here for RRQ. They've got everything going their way, and nothing can stop that Orion at this point.
All the utilities available, that's going to allow RRQ Kazu to charge into battle and just outlast GAMxPE. But we did see the Iris getting pulled out by AGL in Game 5 earlier on, and they did overcome RRQ Kazu. Given that Iris still isn't really the pick that I feel like is going to be the biggest difference maker, but they do have the Ignis to take down Blue Walls, right, alongside with the Oscar. So for GAMxPE, they have their own means to force RRQ Kazu out into the open.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting. So we see the ban of Coda there, but it doesn't mean that they cannot get their hands on the Aurora Vision, because the Coda skill card is available, granted if you have the double points off of the Cyber airdrop. So the Cyber points are definitely going to be a key factor here for both teams to attempt for. There could be an opportunity to shut down that Orion, and that is if their opponents go in for the hyper focus on the Cyber points. And if GAMxPE manages to get up to 3 Cyber points, they will get access to that A124 skill card as well. The problem is the counter is for the later parts of the game. So they need to play the initial parts a little bit more safer.
See how the pistol round pans out. And I think in terms of the drafting, RQ Kazu has a very good setup already to execute a very honest fight. And woo! What a tab! 2 for dudes!
GG. Early opener. Abe, can he pull away a big one? Unfortunately, he gets sprayed down. That's the equalizer right there from LBT. The numbers all equal, but Wang Chi sprayed down. And it's all up to C1 now for the clutch, and it looks like he might just be able to pull this off. 85 HP in hand. Looking for the pickup. Mahal on the opposite end. Orion in their hands. This is a GG. As Ranze gets the clutch for the squad. And RRQ pulling away a very crucial pistol round in this game 3.
Yeah, heroics from dudes. So again, we said first contact is not that far on the list. 4th before the series started, and he delivers it again. 2 1-taps at the round opener. He could have gotten a better start than that.
Unfortunate. And I think this is a rough one for GAMxPE because, you know, it's a 50-50 on those initial engagements, but they maybe couldn't pull something away from the Kingfishers. Ranze tagged up early. But sneaky angle here from Sichuan. That doesn't really get them a lot. Doesn't really get you a heady as easy as you want to. Time turner investment from the side of GAMxPE. And the Flame Mirage is going to be sent out by Wang Shi. That doesn't really get any bit of advantage for the squad at all.
So much utility being dumped by GAMxPE. Ranze is right in front of them. It's not easy to cross. Zeref getting sprayed down. There is a trade though by Ranze. Again, follow up. It's looking better. Wang Shi, good trade back. Losers in the end. Do it once more with the snipe and the finisher from afar. It's 2 rounds for RQ Kazu.
This is looking amazing for RRQ Kazu right now. They've got a massive advantage leading into round 3 where you have to compete for the cyber points. And if you look at GAMxPE on the other hand, they're on a full-on defensive setup here. It's just not good for business. And RRQ stands a massive chance to run over them with this aggressive setup. I am just very curious as to why GAMxPE did not go in for the Punisher onto these active skills that are giving them so much of advantage. I mean, you've got the Orion, you've got the Cassie, you've got the A124, and the Zayn on the front lines. RRQ is just solid. But we talked about the 65% being on the mechanical skills. Maybe they can outgun them and shine. Abe does trade Zeref out. It's a key player taken out from the side of GAMxPE. Ranze, big fight. Can he shut down LBT? Blind shots. And he gets protected by the time turner. And the Crimson Crush keeping him alive for just a little bit, but LBT on the perfect follow-up, but spotted out by Abe, who gets the spray down with the VSS. Now Sichuan looking for the rotation. Abe, big fight. Gets tagged up by the Flame Mirage as well, but the follow-up by Abe is decent only until Wang Shi got the backstab off of that.
And the Flame Mirage was such a big key. It actually disrupted, I guess, Abe's vision. Split the battle line. Sure, Abe gets a 1v1, but afterwards he had no idea where Wang Shi was going to come from. Here as well, could have been slightly cleaner. LBT ran out too much into the open and ends up getting sniped by the Abe VSS, but the Flame Mirage throwing Abe into disarray and creating an impossible odds for RQ Kazu to come back from. Esports get the much needed round for themselves. And utility-wise, I would much rather side with what RQ Kazu has, but Esports has proven the game drags on. Give them a bit of time to adapt. They still have some decent setups that they can pull off.
Absolutely. GAMxPE looking for the rounds back. A crucial round won out by the Vietnamese squad. Like I said, they will be aiming for that active skill card for that A124. Sichuan getting the spray down. Ranze caught. Dudes caught out as well. Wang Shi should be able to find the finisher here. One by one they fall. And Abe in a 1v3 looking for some way to clutch this out, but everybody's well hidden away from him.
should be an easy round for GAMxPE. If I can take away just one more person, let's take away one more loadout. That would be the best case scenario. I mean, he does have the high ground. For GAMxPE, they can just wait. Or not.
Well, bye-bye, Abe. Sichuan with an easy hop-up off of the shoulder boost and the glue walls will find the final RRQ player and equalize the scoreline here. Again, advantage. Initially from the side of RRQ for that round 3, they messed up a little bit with the positioning, and GAMxPE took the fight to them, stole away the cyber point. But there's another opportunity for the cyber point. RRQ must stop GAMxPE before they get to that A124 skill card.
And if GAMxPE manages to get to that, then it would prove to be quite the problem for RRQ Kazu. As so far, GAMxPE, we see the adaptation coming through. Ooh, random spray to the smoke. If you're Ranze, you want to hold on to the Crimson Crush. Sometimes the trigger finger does activate and then he used it too early on. And that seems to be the case. I think he used the Crimson Crush already. No, he still has a bit of it. But Zverev, he just runs into Mao. How can you prepare for a rush like that?
A124 locks down the players of GAMxPE as well. No time turner anymore for you, and no valiant dashes to get you to the opposite side to break down these glue walls. But LBT will just use his bullets to do so, and runs a dangerous with the Crimson Crush. That A124 still had LBT locked down, and he looks for the pickup. In the meantime, Sichuan just keeping dudes a little bit distracted, and they could not take advantage of that situation. GAMxPE, 2 cyber points to their side. They are about to turn this situation around.
Ranze almost became the hero again, but it's only so many times that GAMxPE is going to allow him to get away with heroics like that. No more marvels from the side of RRQ Kazu for now. Another slow burn as Dudes is left with very minimal options. 4 gun barrels, 4 different angles, and very little space to work with.
1v4 looking impossible. Oh man, the circle sorts it out. No extra elimination for Sichuan, but it's not going to tickle him at all. And now the 3rd round victory here for GAMxPE in this match number 3. 2 cyber points to their side, giving them access to those most needed active skill cards. They've already gotten the access to that Coda skill card. It's 800 coins to pull that to their side. A124 as well. Gonna have the capability to lock down that Orion just as much as the side of RRQ has the capability to lock down their Flame Mirage, their Valiant Dash, as well as their Time Turner. Big advantage for GAMxPE now, thanks to the efforts. Uyope!
Almost getting sprayed out again. These rounds starting to get a bit dicey now for RRQ Kazu as GAMxPE really trying to put on the pressure, and they're not shy to put themselves in the line of fire to get it done. So far, it has paid out. Thankfully, Abai didn't end up going down because they need the A124.
That's just... And you can see the players on the side of RRQ have already been locked down with their active skills, which means the active skill card coming in handy. This is that clutch play that we were talking about. Those cyber points, very important. GAMxPE made a big bet, and it looks like those bets are paying off. Response comes through from the thrill of battle from Abe. Sichuan got locked down. No wall brawl for him, but I don't think that's going to be a big problem in the overall grand scheme of things. LBT available for the time turner once again. Dudes with a wild fight, and Wang Shi just going for the shots, takes a knee and gets the advantage. Sichuan from down below in a 3v2, taking a little bit of damage, and Ranze clutches it out with the Crimson Crush, but just half his HP now to survive up against GAMxPE.
And Ranze has a chance to become a hero again, like he always does. Deny him the heroics in the previous round, but now it's an even fight. There's no way for GAMxPE to reach LBT as the save zone is going to start shifting. He will still try though. Abai, can he hold the line for now? Ranze actually takes out Huang Shi, cancels the pickup, and gets the ace. That is what RRQ Kazu can always rely on.
Ranze finding it deep within himself, sorry. to pull that away, and the Thompson just giving him that extra bit of damage advantage. It's a smart play overall for the equalizer. And GAMxPE just did not see that one come on through. C1 did get this initial knock, but without a bay and without spot or eyes on Ranze, they allow RRQ to catch up with them, but still massive advantage cyber points wise, and they have equalized the pressure off of the active skills that RRQ brings into this battle. Now Zarif and LBT down the middle, looking for yet another cyber point pickup. Electrotherapy connected here. Ranze in a CQC up against LBT. Oh, was that a misclick? I think we saw the Crimson Crush come out for the play. A124 locks down the active skills of the RRQ players, but just no advantage taken by GAMxPE.
It's starting to turn into a battle of Zarif and Ranze. Who can be the bigger hero? Who can clutch more? Because it sure seems like Ranze is stepping up tonight, and the Huangxi is going to close that chapter instantly. LBT takes out Ma'al and rush onto the Deuce, and Zarif, he puts his stamp in as well, and GAMxPE instantly shuts out whatever hope that RQ Kazu has to win another round.
These cyber airdrops are so bloody important, especially when it's got an active skill card that you know can turn the tables on your opponents who were so confident with what picks they got on the initial phase of the battle. They had to struggle it out throughout the initial first few rounds before getting their hands on those active skill cards, but now that they do have it on their side, it is a game changer for sure. Although that said, I still haven't actually spotted out who has that active skill card on the side of GAMxPE. Only one player can purchase it from a squad.
Zarif actually losing a bit of the health bar and still able to throw in good through battle. Ranze and
So did
Ma'al.
Zarif, I guess.
Yep, disabled for now. The good thing is that there's cover for RQ Kazu, so no defense just yet. Deuce again fighting Huangxi, and now C1 is going to be under a lot of pressure. Deuce, it's either him or Ranze, and this time it's the captain that steps up. And LBT in a horrible spot, not able to provide too much. Zarif in a fight with that one with the Winchester, but Zarif is in a 1v3, not doable. Deuce with the triple.
Yeah, very nice play here of RRQ. Again, that A124 making a very big difference in that battle. Initially, RRQ got locked down, but when they lost Huangxi and then the follow-up onto C1 happened, it was RRQ that used their thrill of battle to make sure they have that extra bit of advantage. And towards the end, Zarif with the Winchester is the wrong gun for a battle up against so many players on the side of RRQ. We are all equal. What a battle down in the lower bracket grand finals between the two. The loser goes home. The winner steps into the grand finals to meet up with AGAL. Either way, it is a run for revenge against the Thai squad for both of these teams.
Both teams have a score to settle with AGAL. Nice. Oh, dude, so low. C1, great snipe there. Everyone now fighting blind in the smoke. LBT and Huangxi so low. Ranze and Ma'al comes in with reinforcement for Dabai. It's an even trade. Zarif and Ranze traded out. Ranze again has a chance to become the hero. He finds LBT. Finally, C1 with a shutdown. It's him and Abai.
One more.
Abai having a lot more help, but C1 finally steps up. He is the hero for this round.
Wild blind sprays through the smoke. But look at this, man. Both teams just had to go in for an all-in mechanical battle because the A124, the thrill of battle activated from both sides perfectly, locking down their opponents. And Abai with the wild blind shots could not get that lucky tag. And C1 just turning things around in that situation. And now match point for GAMxPE. 4 cyber points to their side. But surprisingly, no level 4 West.
This is the biggest advantage that GAMxPE could have asked for, to find closure on this map and really put themselves in such a strong position. RQ Kazu walking forward. Huangxi, he's isolated, and RQ knows that there's no chance to reposition. The glue wall doesn't do him any good. He runs straight into the smoke and he's down. Ranze more than ready to take him down. There is still the Orion Crimson Crush. Zarif in the fight. He needs to be built out. 1v4. Zarif, no chance there. Ranze, he's too dangerous here. RQ Kazu more than prepared to win this round. Another ace for Ranze.
Ranze with the ace off of the Thompson X. Man had bullets for days for the pump. Constantly switching it out between the M1887X as well as the Thompson X. Both guns giving him a massive advantage in that round up against GAMxPE. But I was just bloody surprised. No level 4 vest at all. I at least expected on this round 11 from GAMxPE.
Yeah, well, what's happening, man? GAMxPE, again, that previous round did not look normal at all. Dropping the ball.
There you go.
And bringing us to... This is a round that I feel like GAMxPE didn't have to go to, but here we are. Ranze really putting in the work. Reminds me of Zero from round 1, where he is literally solo carrying the entire team.
LBT has the Kodak skill card for the Aurora Vision. It's all about timing here. They get locked down with the Thrill of Battle activated by a Bay, and maybe they don't even get to use that skill card. It's a fair fight between the two squads as GAMxPE has the A124 active skill card on their side. It's all about the timing and who makes the first move here. They're going to allow the circle to dictate the pacing as the zone catches up with them, forcing them closer to each other.
It is going to benefit RQ Kazu a lot more just because they have Cassie, just because they have Orion. They are built to fight straight into GAMxPE. But the longer this game goes on, the longer this round goes on, the more dangerous it is for GAMxPE to face off against RQ Kazu. That's why they're trying to aggress forward, but still doing it a bit too slow.
It's all about the active skills here for the initiation. But nobody's made the... Okay, there you go. Zarif giving me the confirmation that he's the one that's holding on to that A124 active skill card. And the team only gets one out of the cyber drop, so... Sorry, not the cyber drop, the cyber store. So it's going to be up to Zarif to see if he can pull off this timing. Man, the distance is now close enough for the activation of both the Aurora Vision and the active skill. A124, perfect lockdown. Everybody's locked down on the side of RRQ. GAMxPE needs to go now. Valiant dashes straight into him. Mahal goes down. Zeref locked down by a Bay. Good glue ball pulls here, but the rest of them under a firing squad. And GAMxPE gets to get the victory off of this round. That's how crucial those cyber points are for a squad.
Good stuff by the skin of the team, GAMxPE. When we talk about execution, that is exactly what we expected from them. Perfectly timed utilities to essentially force RQ Kazu to play fair. The Orion does not matter, and Zeref with a great Valiant dash, catching two off guard. He unfortunately ended up dropping down the stairwell, but the rest of his teammate was able to fill in the gap and take out the rest of our RQ Kazu. So now GAMxPE up 2-1 in the lower bracket finals. And we're going back to Bermuda next. One of the strongest map, well, their strongest map in the summer season.
I am so shocked that GAMxPE tried to play with fire, letting go of the A124 and then trying to acquire the thrill of battle just through the cyber points. Trying to bet your game on the cyber points is such a risky thing to do because your opponents have a damn good chance at walking away with it. Because then what are you going to do? You have to take a straightforward fight at a disadvantage with the thrill of battle on the opposite end. But they did not lose a single cyber point, man. I think they went in full on focus. And this is going to be a problem because AGAL's watching. They're seeing exactly what GAMxPE is doing and they are seeing every single trick up their sleeves right now.
Yeah, and GAMxPE, you know, staying true to the execution. And even though there were a few rounds that I felt like they messed around a bit too much, you know, they got a bit sloppy, a bit weird with how they played the round. But it's also credit to RQ Kazu because Ranze had a monstrous game. And this, if RQ Kazu won this game, he is 100% the MVP. I think he probably still is the MVP overall because of how much work he did for the team.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think it was a massive contribution from Ranze, and mechanically he was a monster up against GAMxPE, right? Walking away a couple of situations there with the ace and just showing us how dangerous they can be in a fair fight or in a unfair fight. Even still, RRQ manages to walk away with the numbers when Ranze is involved in the situations. But it was the A124 show, man. It was the battle of the thrill of battles on both sides that was just so entertaining to watch. It was all about the timing. And both sides were getting it nailed down, but it went down to the wire towards the end. In that final round, it was GAMxPE with the well-timed execution. RRQ just waiting a few seconds too late, and they got punished with that.
And I can't believe that, round 9 and 10 both ended in the same location, and primarily with just 8 dudes blindly firing into the smoke. It feels like you're boxing shadows. And we had some wild rounds here, but RQ Kazu, the fact that we went all 11 rounds on Nextera, it shows something, right? This is a map that they can come out on top of. And there's a good chance that, if we see them in the grand finals again, this could be the map of choice into AGAL, even though they already lost twice earlier on. Game MVP this time, we got to give our props to C-Tuan. He has been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, but he was able to put himself under the spotlight in Game 3 with some big clutches.
Yeah, having the Kairos max EP boost for those damage, together with the Iris finding the access behind those glue walls off of the wall brawl as well, I think was a massive advantage for this guy. And at the end of the day, that's the kind of things that you want to focus on to give yourself and the squad an edge. He was the one running the enhanced hammer, so he was responsible for getting that upgrade on these weapons that the squad was using in all of these battles. And I think the decision-making overall from him was just solid, right? 4,270 of damage in totality. This was a brilliant battle between the two. Ranze, 11 eliminations, the most in this lobby.
I dare say that this final day of FFCM Summer certainly a lot more interesting than the spring one, right? Way closer matches, more of a blinder of a game. Even in landslide ones, we see some great executions from the winning team. But this one, truly a battle between, I thought it's a battle between Ranze and Zero, but C-Tuan also inserted himself into the conversation. But Ranze, man, he's one to watch out for. If you have Zero for GAMxPE that is pulling up the highlight reels, you have Ranze for RRQ.
Absolutely. Now you have the number 1 and number 2 eliminators of the competition on the side of GAMxPE. And to see RRQ still keep such a close game up against them, even though they did take the L, it's still very impressive off of the Indonesians. From nothing to something really great here in the world of Clash Squad. Clash Masters is so close to seeing a miraculous run off of RRQ, but GAMxPE just taking the fight to them and now leading in the series. If you look at the total number of headshots that they walked away with here this time, 12 versus the 6. Again, 50% more of those headshots on the side of GAMxPE.
Yeah, and regardless of how this series ends, there is going to be a very unique storyline for either team, right? Either GAMxPE makes a back-to-back finals appearance, or RQ Kazu defying the odds, or have been closer to define the odds. Next up, they're going to play their 9th game of the evening. And they've been here since early afternoon, right? Their first game started around like 4 something. Yeah. So they've been on for like 5 hours at least. This is quite the 4 hours, almost 5 hours. It's quite the evening for these teams, and it's not done just yet for RQ Kazu. They gotta force a game 5 if they even want to have a chance to get that rematch.
Yeah, AGAL did very well to tire them out initially on their series. Took a total of 2.5 hours to complete that one. We might actually go 2.5 hours on the second series as well. So if at all Indonesia gets the victory over the reigning defending champions, they will be 5 hours into broadcast playing non-stop. And then there's a potential we would expect them to play another 2.5 hours. It is not going to be an easy journey here for RRQ. But that said, if they still walk away as the champions of summer, man, mad respect, bro.
Yeah, there's a good chance they can do that. There's a very good chance. I think nothing is off limits right now for RQ Kazu with.
That's true.
They've proven enough, right? They to a certain degree they've proven enough in the summer season, just based off of their previous record. Now is how much further can they go? And I think they can still go further. And if they can overcome GAMxPE, that is more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they got annihilated low bracket round 1 on our elimination stage the last time round during spring. This time, they're just one series away from the grand finals, from that rematch, from that revenge match that they're looking for. But I have to say, it's not going to be easy up against a team full of smiles here on the side of GAMxPE. With the Coda as well as the A124. But, you know, this is what we want to see out.
Yeah. I mean, RQ Kazu, again, this is, we already set it up. This is not going to be an easy night for them. In fact, it's only going to get longer. And the challenge is just not just your ability, not just your mechanics in game. Can your fortitude hold up, right? Like, it's the mental fortitude there for the side of RQ Kazu. And so far, holding up pretty strong. You know, they're keeping it close with GAMxPE. They're giving us, you know, full 11 round games. But you cannot deny that the fatigue is going to eventually be a thing, whether, you know, they show it or not. For RQ Kazu, if they can outlast this, they still have one more to go. So either way, for GAMxPE or RQ Kazu, they gotta start digging deep, especially RQ Kazu. Man, nice game. 9th game in a row. I cannot imagine being in their position.
Absolutely, man. Map pick this time. It is a advantage for GAMxPE, but so far it has been a flip of the script. The team that picks the map has taken the L on the map. And if the script continues that way, RRQ should be able to show up strong here. If they do not show up strong, they will go home. At least they get to rest. But I don't think these boys are looking for the rest. I think they are looking for the absolute annihilation. I want to see RRQ pull this one back. If they can't go all the way, at least send us into a game number 5.
Yeah. Bermuda, they have done it, you know, in game 2, where RQ Kazu somehow overcame PE Sports. I part of me felt like it's due to PE Sports carelessness. But let's see if it is a blunder by PE, or does RQ truly have what it takes to do it 2 times in a row?
Oh, man. Okay, Steffi, Coda ban once again. RRQ Kazu brings in that Orion. They've got the A124. They've got the Zane. And they're going to go in here for a very aggressive setup yet again. And then you see the defensive counter from the side of GAMxPE. They've got the Oscar that can kind of keep things aggressive on the front lines. They've got the Ignis. And I'm still scratching my head on whether or not this is going to give them a big advantage by the end of this game. They've got the electrotherapy difference maker this time around and the time turner on their hands. They have got a R-Lock to take on the opposite side, which might just be making Ma'al a little bit more stronger than what he needs to be out there on the battlefield. But this is looking like a very aggressive side of RRQ Kazu versus a 50-50 on the aggression and the defense from the side of GAMxPE. Does RRQ have a good chance to play a defensive game as well with this play? I think they most definitely do, right? You've got that extreme encounter that does give you that extra layer of defense on the front lines, as well as the Crimson Crush Husky.
Yep, absolutely. Again, we see that R-Lock out again for RQ Kazu, but this time, the fact that RQ Kazu has been getting Orion 3 games in a row, right? It's quite the interesting one. So both teams don't consider Orion as the biggest problem. I mean, both teams have actually overcame the Orion once each. So we head back onto Bermuda and let's see if PE Sports can close out this chapter and advance to the grand finals for a rematch against AGAL again, or will RQ Kazu really force themselves and everyone else to get into the 10th game of this evening?
Let's see. Oh, did I see a grenade so early in this game? I don't think... Is that a nade? Well, no, I think it's not going to be a nade this early. I think finds the tag. They've got the Deagle here. Dudes. Oh, he does have the nade. Holy hell. Went in for the investment onto the frag. Early round. That caught everyone, including me, off guard. And RRQ smashes GAMxPE thanks to that.
he was cooking it up for so long as well, and I can't believe that it ended up working. And look at that, RQ immediately took that opportunity to go for the rush. Unfortunately for Esports, all of them shell-shocked from that play. It is such a big investment, and yeah,
Oh man.
only things that Captain Deuce is willing to pull off and take the risk. This time it again paid off big time.
I think GAMxPE might just take an L in this game, and we're going to go into a match number 5. RRQ about to go for a super marathon. Because, dude, you don't even have the A124 off of the Cyber airdrop store this time around. You've only got the Raiden with a very annoying spider and a Steffi skill. So, you can paint some refuges out there, but RRQ still has a massive advantage with the thrill of battle as well as the Crimson Crush. Crimson Crush may not be able to give Ranze the advantage this time around, but he does have the rest of the team members there on the front line. Ma'al with a mini Uzi with the shutdown. It's a 3v2 Zeref. No availability on his Valiant Dash thanks to the thrill of battle. Abe popped just moments ago. And RRQ making perfection here from all of their active skills. And I am just in disbelief as to what GAMxPE wants to pull off here with their active skill lineup.
This Ranze being cheeky, they clearly saw someone behind the pillar, but they didn't expect Ranze to pull out the side and just swing away. And that really disrupted the push of GAMxPE. Again, unfortunate situation to be in. But they do get the Thompson, all 4 of them. This is the chance for GAMxPE to get their first round on the board and really restore some of that finance.
Can they do it though? No advantage with the active skills. They are going to drop the smoke to play this one blind. Ranze going in for the slice and dice off of that side. C1 does manage to find the Thompson Punisher, but Dudes again. I have said the Bombers are at a massive disadvantage here in Clash Squad because they do not get the number of grenades they can usually pick up in Battle Royale.
Oh boy.
But Dudes just showing us a different story altogether, and Ranze a menace with the scythe.
Yeah, he took down like 2 members of GAMxPE with the side and even has the Crimson Crush. This round again already done. Set up by Deuce, finished off by Ranze. 3 rounds in a row for RRQ.
Man, Dude's showing us a strat that he has not shown us so far. Super investments on those grenades. And he is tossing them like the master grenadier that he is. Massive, massive advantage. And if you look at the side of GAMxPE, what could be your defense to those nades? Absolutely nothing. You do have the time turner, but Wang Shi was taken out way too early in that sequence. And the time turner just not giving them that advantage. Now RRQ with the possibility of a high ground dominance off of Abe here, who quickly puts himself up on top. Zaref. Oh, that nade again! Dudes, you monster!
Goodness me, Deuce is reading their movements. Again, first blood contact confirmed by PE, and that's something that they've been consistent with. But Abai just found Zeref. Can he get the second one though? He's winning out in help on LBT. Desperate to find some sort of return, but the duel of battle keeps him disabled, and there's just nothing that they could do. C1 coming to provide assistance. It's him against Deuce. Deagle in hand, round the corner, pre-fire in. C1 blocks up Deuce. Can he get the spray down? Yes, he can. Finally, some signs of life from GAMxPE.
That looked very dangerous. GAMxPE, the thrill of battle had Zeref locked down, and the Oscar got taken out of the equation very quickly. And then the knock onto LBT came on through from Dutz and his hand cannon. The Deagle making that perfect work for him, but C1 then showed up, and the follow-up off of the Thompson was perfect for the Vietnamese player. The cyber point was secured earlier by RRQ. If RRQ gets to steal another one, they set themselves up for a massive defensive advantage with the level 4 West early. But of course, they'll have to look for the third point as well. Stopping GAMxPE from getting the cyber point has to be their priority here.
Yeah, and Abai has been quite a big headache for PE. Every single time Abai aggressively rushes in, that trail of battle completely disables the utility of PE Sports. And that's why LBT hasn't really been able to get his efficiency out. Same with Huangshi's Chrono. 1-for-1 trade. Abai goes down for LBT. Ranze with the confirmation there. There's no more Cassie. Another nade. Deuce, he is feeling himself right now.
Man. How many more can Dutz get? The guy is on fire. The Master Grenadier showing up strong in Clash Squad as well. And after barely playing those nades, in fact, not playing those nades at all throughout the whole competition, he chooses this game, this particular match, to show everyone that he was just keeping it all for the most opportune moment. But of course, that's not going to make a world of difference if GAMxPE still runs away with the final game. They have got one match to lose here, which will still not affect them in the grand scheme of things. But RRQ, every single extra round, every single extra game they're forced to play, it's just going to be tiring them out. Even if they get to the grand finals, AGAL will have a weaker squad to go up against for sure. No amount of boost off of those juice can help you.
These grenades plays clearly exposes something in GAMxPE's sort of approach to this game, right? They have no answer to it. It's not something that they are used to dealing with, so it's hard to anticipate the play. And maybe the best solution is to run straight into RQ Kazu and take them up before any setup happens. Abai snuck away by Zerus' shot.
Ooh,
and now LBT does go down. Runze again needed to be the hero. 5-2. There's a chance there. Runze again. Another ace.
Man. The monstrous ace off of Runze again. Went in for the pickup. Put into a pinch. Pulled out the Crimson Crush. And he crushed the hopes of GAMxPE right there. Now on match point to send us into game number 5. RRQ Kazu not giving up and making the massive advantage of the lineup of active skills, which was set up for an aggressive game, give them exactly that, an aggressive game up against the reigning defending champions GAMxPE.
This round's been decided by utilities. The Orion no longer a centerpiece, it was the nades, but always reliable as a side piece when needed. 5-1, GAMxPE is the most devastating defeat that they have had to experience, the biggest disadvantage that they have had in a very, very long time.
Wow.
Another nade to chip away the health bar of Huangxi and LBT, and Huangxi caught in a desperate 1v2. That's Ma'al taking him out. That's first blood already.
Ma'al also has the medkit here, so back up to full HP for the guy. Sniper turned rusher. Blue Wall Melter's not going to find the high ground. Abe with the spray down. Sichuan down and out of it. 2 more survivors. Make that 1 more survivor on the side of GAMxPE. Turn to none. RRQ smashes them 6-1 to pull the booyah on this 4th map. And as we said earlier, it looks like you're only going to get the wins on maps that you do not pick.
Absolute destruction on Bermuda. It didn't even look close. RRQ Kazu switching up their strat and completely outclassed GAMxPE. But man, that Orion was such a big problem. The A124 that GAMxPE have willingly surrendered to RRQ Kazu finally bit them in the back. I mean, it has done so in the previous games, but this one was the most apparent form of evidence that the A124 is a bit too much. You give him A124 and Orion and Coda. GAMxPE really playing with fire like moths to a flame. And now game 5, there better be some changes.
Nah, I know there'll be changes, man. I mean, I don't think GAMxPE is going to throw the whole series. They may have thrown away the game, being a little cheeky, trying to just stack the battle up against themselves here, just make it a little bit more difficult. Wanting to pull away a flashy victory, but that one backfired big time. Now both teams have lost the map picks that they have gone in here with. And if that continues to be the pattern, it's going to be a problem because RRQ has the final map pick. If they lose this one, they're going to get kicked out of the competition. But if this one backfires big time on GAMxPE, then we're going to see the reigning defending champions taken out of the equation by one of the worst teams from the previous season turned into one of the best teams in the current one.
Yeah, one of the biggest underdogs. I mean, currently still the underdogs of the tournament, despite what has happened, right? Like we again, it's the nades from Dutz. I am surprised that we haven't seen this at all until now, but couldn't have been a more perfect moment. Like the setups, right? The investment, those nades have to count, and he made every one of them count.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this was a game where RRQ should not lose based on the advantage that they had off of the active skills. But on top of that, Dudes was just bombing the life out of GAMxPE round after round after round. Every single time he tossed in a grenade, especially on that pistol round, the man started early and he was just so impressive with all of those tosses. Down towards the very end, GAMxPE did manage to pull one round back, but that was just a consolation for them. The rest of it was just a absolute runaway train of RRQ just picking up numbers after numbers, and Ranze with yet another ace to his side just to show that they are not going to be taking it easy on the reigning champs.
You can see Ranze, he is so warmed up, man. He has like what? He already had like 3 aces, I believe, in this entire series so far, and 3 aces is actually a lot considering that the team that they are going up against is actually GAMxPE. So I don't know. If you ask me, I would put Deuce as my MVP because of the setup that he has done for the team. Again, another great workings behind the scenes there. Look at that. Alvaro, the Beaston, he is fully committed to be the Grenadier, and it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. 7 eliminations, 12 assists, 3,875 on the damage. This time, walking in here with the Beaston and the Alvaro, giving him the split blitz. And with the Zane also fairly handy on the front lines with that Thompson. Man-made magic work out there this time around for the side of RRQ Kazu. And yes, the Grenadiers are not as dangerous in Clash Squad, but when you are Duts, even if it's just one grenade that you have on your side, it makes a world of difference. I'm surprised he didn't show us this magic before this.
I know, right? Like, I thought we would see a lot more often, but I guess it's because of the amount of investment that you have to put into it, right? Like, spending on the utilities, if the grenades don't work out, your entire loadout sort of becomes ineffective. But holy cow, I mean, Ranze, 10 eliminations, LBT, and nothing this time.
I mean, crazy stuff, man. 39% damage contribution off of this guy is just ridiculous. And you just have the numbers all piled up on the side of RRQ Kazu. GAMxPE might have a strategy here. They are probably trying to beat a very tired team of RRQ Kazu. Either way, even if they don't, they are just doing AGAL a massive favor. All that said, if RRQ Kazu gets back into the grand finals and goes for the revenge mission up against AGAL, a very tired RRQ Kazu walking away with the victory and the trophy by the end of this Clash Masters run is going to be one of the most impressive things I've seen in a long, long time in our esports ecosystem.
Yeah, I have not seen a team that goes 15 games and actually wins, but it takes a lot of endurance, a lot of experience to even reach a state where you can go that distance. And while they have reached that checkpoint, the second major checkpoint of that underdog run, which is game 10 of the day for them. Game 5 of the series, but game 10 in total for RRQ Kazu. And it is going to be on the map pick, the map that they are the most superior on in the entire tournament, more than BRU, more than anyone else, but they did get crushed by GAMxPE in the opening.
And at this point, we are 5 hours in. We are 5 hours in casting, Husky, and RRQ Kazu is 5 hours in playing non-stop. It's not gonna end just yet. This next game is going to be a tough one for them mentally. I've been in many situations where you have to go all out and you have to use this brain juices to go all out. But after a while of squeezing every single juice out of your brain, you start to get a little bit of brain fog. You start making some unforced errors. How are we going to start seeing those unforced errors from RRQ Kazu here? Because the opposite seems to be happening with their gameplay. They seem to be getting sharper and sharper as the days goes on.
Yeah, it really seems like, the longer the day drags on, the more warmed up their neurons are, and the better the plays are, right? Like they are very focused. Obviously, getting some snacks in between, as we did see. I think they pour some fruits as well. That has been keeping the players going. But I think it's also the hunger, right? The motivation. Everyone, like from just past histories to people in the chat rooms, they look at RRQ and they're like, these guys are international chokers, right? They're the best team in choking when it matters the most. So imagine winning Summer. That would turn the entire narrative around. But for GAMxPE, it's still not out of this just yet. But now the ball is in their court. right? The pressure is on GAMxPE to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you need some extra potassium at the end of the day. No simple sugars, right? You got to make sure some complex carbs in your head. The brain needs that extra bit of juice at this point of time. RRQ, Kazu, GAMxPE. You see the smiles kind of disappearing from their faces, but I still think they are confident. If they don't throw the draft, if they don't allow the opponents to walk away with the Orion and the A124, I think they still stand a good chance. I mean, it's one or the other, right? If you can't block one, you got to steal the other one. If you can't steal it, you got to make sure you at least ban it.
Yeah, I think that there has to be an even trade, right? You can't just give them, you just can't give them a hamper. That's a bit too much, right? Like Christmas coming early for RRQ Kazu. Well, this is a do or die. Loser packs up and have to watch the trophy lift by the other two teams later on. Winner gets a date with AGAL in the grand finals. AGAL, waiting for the grand finals to happen probably isn't the most relaxing thing, but I guess at least you have more data to work with, right? At least you don't have to play.
Man, but I usually get very sleepy waiting, and you know, I've seen Dio yawn on broadcast many times before. I'm pretty sure the guy is just falling asleep at this point of time. That could just be the massive advantage. You know, we think that RRQ playing for this long could be a disadvantage. That could be the advantage, that they are the ones who are awake by the time they get back into the grand finals, if they get back into the grand finals. RRQ, this time they pull in the Zane. They've got the Coda on the massive lockdown. They ban out the Orion. You are not going to get it to your side, they tell GAMxPE. GAMxPE, on the other hand, they've got the Valiant Dash off the Oscar. They've got the Cassie electrotherapy. Hey, and the Morse as well. I wonder what sort of magic they're going to show us with this one.
Well, they had done it before on Kalahari with the Morse, and we saw it actually worked out quite well. You know, I got no complaints there. But obviously, you know, at the end of the day, can't do is read it, right? A124 seems like a pretty good idea. The Ray is also there. So again, the A124, that's going to be a high chance that it's going to be the be-all, end-all.
Ma'al with the Ray. Not bad, I think. I think he has been able to show a good proof of concept, and he is very strong on the front lines at this point of time. And you look at the side of GAMxPE, still forcing the no team booster rule on their side, a triple tack market, giving them the jammer, giving them the special mushroom, the chrono skill, very importantly, off of the tack market. They have got the extra super bonfires to play around with, just in case they wanted to go in here for an extra bit of recovery. I was not a big fan of it initially, but I am actually starting to think that it is a very viable strat. Both of them do have the enhanced hammer, of course. It is one that you should not be dropping in the current meta.
I think the A124 is really the bane of GAMxPE's existence right now. It has caused so many problems for them and allows Ranze to be in his element, right? Take the honest fights, no shenanigans for GAMxPE that enables Zeref to pop off. It's inside Ranze is the one who is outdoing our top fraggers right now in the entire tournament as we hop the Kalahari. One last time, one team goes home, one team goes into grand finals.
Let's see if or not GAMxPE can pull away some brilliant repositions. You see that Morse being used very early on from C1, trying to get to that high ground, and Dirts once again with the nade.
Goodness, man.
Zeref obliterated. Ranze going in for the shutdown inside the time turner. Will not find that. Ma'al with a punisher off of LBT. Tries to get cheeky with the side. And I tell you, a massive advantage here for RRQ because the Super Slayer Zeref just ate a nade at the very start of that round.
I think Deuce found his calling. I think we just awakened sort of the Deuce from 2 years ago. That's what he's known for in Battle Royale. He's bringing that strat in. Another nade, look at that. He has one. He's gonna do it. It's the Royal Vision, right? Gives him vision. He gets to predict the trajectory. And let's see if he does it again.
I'm damn sure he's gonna do it again, man. Nady, Kukti, Ma'al, XM8, Split Blitz will not find the full tickle this time round. A124 gets the lockdown. And RRQ about to go into our grand finals if they keep this one up on their side. Dudes, one more grenade. What kind of monstrous run are you on, Mr. Dudes? Barely gets to use it, gets to bring the grenade into the next round. Looking like perfection right now from Indonesia.
One of the most unexpected switch up in modern Clash Squad meta is to bring back the old books of grenade, the old manuscripts of how utility used to be, where grenades used to dominate Clash Squad because of how great they are when Alvaro used to be in the meta. And this gives us a trip down memory lane. Ma'al clocking in 4 eliminations. Everyone still follows on the side of RQ Kazu. All right, let's see.
You know, this is literally RRQ Kazu telling AGAL, you better ban the capability of whatever that gives us the extra advantage with the nades, or we are gonna snuff you out. And by the way, we are gonna take the Steffi away from you. Dudes again with the nade.
Oh my.
3 rounds in a row. The master grenadier of Free Fire Indonesia showing up strong in Southeast Asia. And if there's a cheese strat you keep for the last damn day, that's the one. Holy hell.
Legalov is going to be so proud if he sees this. Incredible stuff we're witnessing here. This was like what, this was 2022? Probably longer than that. The fact that he has close at least 80% accuracy rate, 80% confirmation rate on that is what makes it impressive. You can throw grenades every round, but if it doesn't bring any value, then it doesn't matter. But it was fine. How long has he been practicing all these angles, man?
I know, right? Oh, one more.
Here
Somebody's cooking it up. Ranze has the nade as well, but he's going to be pressured by 2 players. Seraph with the Mac 10 goes for the wild swing, but Ranze barely a scratch on him. They spot a player from up top, but Ma'al punishes with a headshot with the Mac 10 straight to Wang Shi. Dude's now coming back in here for the support as well. LBD could be caught between 2 players, manages to trade out Ranze, but he's going to be caught by a Bay and the G36 from the back. Seraph snuffed out. RRQ 4-0, looking for the grand finals rematch against AGAL.
I'm at a loss for words, AJ. I have no idea. What is this that we are witnessing from RQ? This is like phase 2 of the awakening. You know, it reminds me of the anime solo leveling. The tougher the fight goes, the more they level up, the stronger they become. And right now, I see that they have surpassed the standards that GAMxPE has set. They were slated to win Summer, the first back-to-back, the one that really puts Vietnam on that world map. And RQ Kazu, the most unlikely of teams, the ones that always chokes when it matters the most, is about to take them down.
Oh, one more. Oh, dude, this is too much. He's just teasing them with the ice grenade initially. Wanted to catch them off guard with the fragger. Ranze wanted to get the slice and dice and the shots from up top. But this time, GAMxPE overwhelming. A Bay taken out of the equation already, but it's all up to Sichuan. Can he pull away? A great defense. He managed to reposition with the Morse, but he's got to go up against the numbers of RRQ Kazu. They all focus fire on him. Cyberpoint stolen away by GAMxPE. That's the only advantage they'll get off of RRQ in this round.
The team boosters paying off. Something that GAMxPE never believed in, but RQ Kazu stuck with. The pickups come true. No way that C2's gonna clutch this. Even with heroics, he has not been known for that. 5-0 now. RQ Kazu redeeming themselves on. We said that they get the map veto. They're gonna get Kalahari at the start and at the end.
Yeah.
That is if they get to the end. And look at how things have played out. They got to the very final stop and they are owning it. 5-0. How do you come back from this?
Dude, I am thinking of AGAL. What the hell do you ban off of RRQ, man? I mean, what do you take away from their side? They have got so many active skills making magic work for themselves, but that A124, I have to say, is just too bloody well timed off of a bait, and it's putting GAMxPE in a little bit of a fix. Now the Coda exposes them. Everything going the way of RRQ Kazu on series point now, up against the reigning defending champs, who have not a single round victory here in the final match between themselves and RRQ Kazu.
We might be witnessing the fall of GAMxPE. That nade almost took out Zeref. Thank God the focus therapy was on him. The second one comes in, Zeref, he has trapped himself. Oh, perfectly executed. The end is nice. Feels like a guarantee. The clusters overhead. LBT getting struck from multiple angles. The rush is true. Abai comes in for the collections. The Twan stuns, no chance. This is the most perfect ending that you could ever ask for from RRQ Kazu. They completely destroy PE in the final moments of the lower bracket finals. And they booked a ticket to the grand finals. That's the rematch with AGAL.
They cooked the reigning defending champions of Clash Masters and clearly have proven that they have mastered the Clash. But can they beat down the Global Finals Clash Squad champions as well? RRQ on a legendary run here on Season 2 of Clash Masters, and I am loving it. They have mastered the drafts. They have mastered what each and every single role the players out there need to play. And I was just questioning what the hell was Dudes playing in terms of a role all throughout Clash Masters. I have figured it out. He just had no other role to play. He was a grenadier in hiding who... You shut up. You don't flex this shirt now, man.
I'm so Kingdom right now. I'm so Kingdom right now, right? Like, I remember, right? I got a screenshot. People asked me to accidentally vote for RQ to win. I told you. Kingdom at heart. One more to go. One more to go.
You know, look. I told you, both of us walked in here with the Indonesian batik prints for a good reason, right?
Yep.
And now we have booked ourselves Indonesia in the grand finals. RRQ Kazu with an unbelievable run, 3-2 victory over GAMxPE. But now they have to deal with the one and only Duke, the master sniper of the competition, and I think he and his Iris have been very irritating so far. To take that Iris out of the equation might just be one part of the whole step towards shutting down the side of AGAL. But then when you look at the opposite side of things, do you really want to go in for that ban, or do you want to perma-ban that Steffi once again so that they have no remedy whatsoever for Dudes in this final matchup, man? It's exciting. My heart goes out to GAMxPE, but I say that with a big-ass smile because, man, what a game RRQ just gave us.
Insane. Like, GAMxPE has been the favorites, right? They dominated the almost the entirety of the tournament. They barely tripped and fell. The only team that gave them the loss that is worth saying that's convincing was AGAL, but no one else has been able to put out a resistance against them. And yet, in the last two games of this lower bracket finals, Dudes brings back the classic and serves it up hot.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, nobody tosses a hot potato like Dudes does. And from what we have seen in the past, nobody loves catching that hot potato whenever it is just tossing it towards them. And the guy just got nade after nade after nade after nade. And he just obliterated the chance of GAMxPE. I have to say, there was just no big advantage in terms of active skills from the side of GAMxPE, because even if they did bring in some viable active skills, that A124 off of a bay and the timing of activation, the thrill of battle just kept it spicy, and the advantage tilting the way of the Indonesian squad all throughout the series, all throughout the final few matches at the very least. And they just could find no comeback against RRQ.
We literally witnessed the death spiral of GAMxPE. I think even from Bermuda, we've already seen signs of it, that they are starting to lose control of the situation when Dudes pull out all of the nade angles, all of the initial pickoffs that cemented himself as the contender for First Blood Kings. And then we go to Kalahari, and then he repeats the same thing. Just give him the MVP because he truly has set his team up for success.
He sure as hell is the MVP, man. My God, the difference maker in a major way. This time, Rockin' Dakota had extra vision, knew exactly where to toss those nades. Every time he popped the Aurora Vision, had the Alvaro and the Beastin for the extra range. With the teasers off of the ice grenades as well. Just before tossing in the follow-up grenades in some of the later rounds, he had all of the trick shots up his sleeves and he was not afraid to use it. And he had to wait for one of the best, most crucial series to pull off that play. Because if he had shown this any time earlier in the competition, then you know for sure these teams would have focused on bringing in a little bit of painted refuge advantage for themselves.
Yeah, but I highly doubt that he's going to get a free pass onto Dakota against AGAL. Surely there's going to be a solution to that, right? Either it gets stolen away or it gets banned out. Because I think he's gotten away against GAMxPE because there was a bit of stubbornness there from GAMxPE to stick with what's comfortable. But AGAL, they have more than enough time to gather that information. And I think this application to the Harlem Globetrotters will be tested if AGAL decides to target him.
I am just wondering how will AGAL handle these monsters in a bit. Man, 6 rounds, just 2 eliminations from GAMxPE, both from Zeref. Wang Shizi, Tuan LBT barely played this final game.
Yeah, the game starts and the nade takes them out, right? Like it's as brutal as it seems. I think even for GAMxPE themselves, they have to admit that they have been bested. You think back about the times that they win the series and they start flashing the spring trophy, or at least that is something they can still hold on to, but summer does not belong to them.
Not at all. And RRQ is making this one a tad bit more spicy, taking the reigning champions out a little bit earlier. This time, the miraculous, fantastic lower bracket run ends early for GAMxPE. And we set up one of the most exciting grand finals we have had for Clash Squad so far. It's the battle between Indonesia and Thailand. RRQ Kazu up against AGAL. But the match summary, if the previous page was not one-sided already, we just continue that story. And just flipping the script of the map pick loss, RRQ stealing it away from GAMxPE.
And who's to say that we will not go another 5 games, right? I mean, might as well bring it on, right? Take us all the way to the edge of the world because it deserves that much praise. RRQ Kazu have defied the odds again for the second best of 5 in a row. And if AGAL have found a way to stop them, I'm expecting full dominance like what RRQ Kazu did to GAMxPE. But part of me is willing to believe that RRQ Kazu are not going to go down without a fight. Not because they have made it so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 5 hours of non-stop play as we set up the final game, the final series of the day. I wonder how far can RRQ continue to push themselves? Are we going to see them go into 7 hours of non-stop play in a 5-matcher grand finals, or will the brain fog now finally start to catch up with them? We're going to see if or not those bananas actually work.
So far it's working out. Maybe Deuce was the one that took the bananas, right? That's why he's been getting some good angles in. But yeah, I think, again, the Coda probably is not going to be let off that easily over the RRQ Kazu. And if it is, maybe the Steffi is going to come into contention. I'm pretty sure AGAL has some sort of a solution to that. Right? One of the problems that GAMxPE ran into was that they have no idea where to find Deuce. They have no idea where to spot him. They have no way of finding out where he is. And they're giving away too many prior picks over to RRQ Kazu. I don't think AGAL is going to make it that easy.
You know what's the most banned skill from the side of RRQ?
Has to be the Steffi, right?
Yeah. they have a perma ban on Steffi. They very rarely ban out any other skill. They are always banning the Steffi. And I've just wondered why? For what? You guys are not even tossing any nades at all. Can you stop banning the Steffi? Ban something more useful. And this is exactly why they've been on the perma ban for the Steffi. I don't think it's going to change. Up against RRQ, Kazu, AGAL has a plethora of active skills they need to figure out of what they want to take away from the other side. I think AGL has got their work cut out for them for sure. Their in-game leader is going to be a tad bit, in a panic right now. Their coach, maybe the analyst as well, scratching their heads. Because obviously, if you look at RRQ Kazu, even if you take out the A124 from them, the Orion, they still have got so many other ways to run circles around you. But mainly, if they ban the Steffi, you have got no remedy for Dutz and his grenades.
Yep, and that would be one of the biggest challenge that AGL will have to find a solution to, because GAMxPE, they had 2 games to do that, and they eventually still have to concede defeat. I think RQ Kazu, if anything, they're riding off the momentum of just winning 2 hard-fought series. They'll still feel the exhaustion, the fatigue. It's pretty normal when you've come this far, but if there's anything that fuels them is the fact that they have come this far, right? Even AGAL, they got quite the break. They got to observe and gather intel, but RQ, they are hot. Their engines are so warm.
And now the top 2 eliminators of the competition, the top 2, I would say, not top 2 damage dealers, but one of the 3 of the top 5 damage dealers of the competition are out of the run. GAMxPE has been eliminated by the one and only RRQ Kazu. It's going to be exciting, man. This grand finals between Indonesia and Thailand is one that I was not expecting to see when we first started the run here in FFCM Summer. But I am so excited now that we have got it on our side. And it's so beautiful to see RRQ pull out the cheese thread off those nades only when they most desperately needed it, right? And GAMxPE did not see that one coming. Although I do wonder if or not they used it a tad bit too early, because now AGAL will see that coming.
Yeah, well, to be fair to RQ Kazu, if they went with their usual approach, they have been outdone by GAMxPE, right? I think, and when their backs are against the wall, totally understandable. But I still think that even though AGL have time to see it and prep for it, they might not be a definitive solution. They could probably lower the percentage of success, but this is not day one that RQ pulls something like this off. We've seen it back in Battle Royale, 2-3 years ago. They are just bringing back some of the oldies, and Dude's showing that he still got it.
Yeah, I'm going to make a request right now, production. I want to see a head-to-head between Ranze as well as Saifa later as we get into the grand finals, man. These 2 guys are hot in the competition right now. Their numbers are looking solid. But we have got the interview ready for you guys. We want to hear what RRQ Kazu has to say for their phenomenal victory over the reigning defending champions. So on to that we go. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
Ngerasain sih ya biasa aja sih, kayak pengen balas dendam aja sih tadi kalah di upper bracket lawan AG. Ya mungkin di season sebelumnya karena turnamennya barengan sama BR ya, jadi kayak fokusnya terbagi aja sih. Jadi kan sekarang turnamennya berbeda, jadi kita bisa fokus ke satu sama lain lah. Jadi bisa lebih fokus di CS juga. Ya buat AG kita nggak akan kalah 2 kali sama tim yang sama aja sih. Kita bakal menang lah di final ini.
With the same logic that AG has intel on RQ Kazu also have intel on AG, right?
Yes.
Play with
First-hand
AG.
experience.
First-hand experience.
I don't know what to expect from the grand finals, man. I am stumped. I am so excited, so nervous at the same time. This is the best grand finals I have ever witnessed so far in my whole history of casting for Clash Squad, because of the way RRQ has made it into the grand finals, right? The game hasn't even started here in the grand finals, and I am pumped up for it. I cannot wait to see what more magic RRQ has for us, and I can't wait to see what kind of supremacy AGAL gets to show over whatever they have gotten off of that initial encounter between GAMxPE as well as RRQ in this lower bracket final. Because obviously they've got information, and we talked about the factor of the brain fog. We talked about the factor of RRQ might just be bloody tired after playing 5 hours in a row. Now they have to go up against the team of AGAL, who are very proficient, who are the world champions of Clash Squad of the Global Finals 2025. They need to end this if they want to win a quick one, 3-0. If RRQ gets it, man, it's going to be a damn good day.
Yeah, I mean, we say that GAMxPE, when they won Spring, they had to slay all the Titans, right? Well, RRQ Kazu, if they win Summer, they basically went to the defending champions and the Global Finals champions, which arguably is a tougher thing to do, considering their past history. But this is another time where they get into the Grand Finals, where they are one step away from a trophy lift. Or can they defy the odds, right? Can they finally break that curse of dropping the ball when it mattered the most? And we have a potential 5 games to find out.
Absolutely. And the Lone Wolf will probably not decide anything, right? We expected the map pick here to be an advantage for these squads, but clearly it turned out to be a disadvantage towards the very end. I don't even know how to really see or analyze this upcoming Lone Wolf matchup after what RRQ kind of showed us up against GAMxPE. We have got a 10-minute break coming up for all of you guys so that you can take a little bit of a breather, grab some snacks, because this one I think is going to go down to the wire. We're going to be taking that break right now, so we'll see you guys in 10.
The 9th anniversary party is about to start. Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin. So don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and...
But finally here, the grand finals of the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia Summer Season 2026. This is the final stop, terminus. One last best of 5 between RRQ Kazu and AGAL, and determine who will be the new team that lifts the trophy for the season. My name is Husky, and of course right beside me is the Mustachio AJ to bring us all the action. We've come this far, and RRQ Kazu have definitely come further than most people would have anticipated. Now there's just one more task left to do, is to complete the run.
I think AGL might be in a little bit of trouble here, bro. Because if you look at the elimination ranking, we've got our top 10. RRQ Kazu just overtook AGL with the number of players inside of the top 10 elimination rankings. In terms of firepower, they have got it. Is it because just purely of the number of games that they have played way more than AGL? Or is it because they are more capable of pulling away these numbers out there on the battlefield? We'll have to wait and see. But we've got our talent predictions, and I just chose to not curse RRQ. Did you, though?
No, I don't think so. I'm starting to believe, right? It has worked once, it's gonna work again. I'm suited up, I'm ready to call myself to call RQ the champions. But of course, our predictions, our curses and blessings can only go so far. It's up to the players who have played 10 grueling games so far, and a potential another 5 more to prove that they are worth the silverware.
Now we are gonna see some magic probably in our lone wolf battle, where I hope to see Dew once again play his amazing Centino setups, and I wonder if or not we're gonna see that Centino magic later on in those maps as well. We clearly know what the strategy is gonna be here from the side of RRQ Kazu. That A1 to 4 brilliance that we have seen out from them so far has been very threatening. To take it out of the equation, out of the arsenal, would be a smart rule of order here for the side of AGAL. Let's check out the lineup and see if or not they finally allow Barros to play again as their trump card, or it's just going to be the same old good old Dude, Cypher, Nameless, as well as Team SR. And it looks like Barros will not show up yet again, only on that first day. We still have the same lineup, and these boys, I wonder if they're sleepy already.
Yeah, they might not have had to play just now. They get to, sit out for one series, but doesn't change the fact that they still have to wait for the grand finals to go down. And I think, if you are AGAL, this has to be worth it, right? You've gotten all the advantage that you could possibly get. Whereas for RQ, you've worn them out, they've worn themselves out, and now this is going to be the one last step that you take to cement yourself as the best team. And RQ Kazu, of course, with the same 4 players, they have leaps and bounds, gone leaps and bounds to get to this stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the MVP, the IGL Dudes, will be looking to obliterate them yet again with those nades. And I wonder if or not he's going to be doing it once again. Who's going to be the lone wolf participant from the side of RRQ? We saw Abe did fairly well in round 2 of his lone wolf matchup earlier on, up against the side of GAMxPE. They did take the win. They did have the advantage with the map picks, but they could not go all the way through with the initial 2 maps that they picked, but they showed up strong on that Kalahari map towards the end.
And they put Abai in, of course. He's the one that has essentially won the Lone Wolf earlier on. They're going to give it another shot, right? Let's see if Abai can win this out against Dio. Dio run circles around Ranze, but maybe Abai is more equipped to deal with his tricks.
Oh, man. Now, RQ Kazu, they didn't really show us a perfection in that Lone Wolf battle. Mainly because of the active skill that Abe brought in was the Oscar. And the Valiant Dash does punish you sometimes if you execute it with the wrong timing. But the Sentino, unfortunately, you don't get to ban out active skills, so you cannot stop Dew from bringing in that Sentino. But at least Abe knows what to look out for after watching that showdown between himself and, well, it looks like as we start this game off, race to 5 rounds, you still on the Sentino is going to leave his mannequin behind. Abe spots him out. He's just going to try to burn him down.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fun. Flamethrower. See who gets roasted to a crisp first. By obviously still running with Oscar, and it's gonna take a while.
Oh, nicely done by Dew. Shape Splitter quickly swap spots. Dew jumps back in. Major disadvantage there, but he still did manage to get more tags. Both players focusing on the medkit plays now. And now Dew with the timing advantage. Ice Grenade will find the first tag and the follow-up for Dew. And he gets the head burn.
Burn to a crit. Well done. Well done. With a 20 health advantage. Unfortunately, round 1 just not really going the way that Abai wanted. But well, we get to do it again. We'll do it again. Let's see if this time Abai is going to be able to serve up a well-cooked dish. Flash did blind Dew for a while, but he is the Santino, so he's not afraid to really aggress to get the intel and then use that shape splitter to reposition.
Go for it, man. Now, Dew had a perfect opportunity to stab Abe in the back there. But he's going to get the burn initially first, and he is leaving the shape splitter mannequin for a second chance. Now he's got the Moko marker already, and Abe, beautiful Valiant Dash cut down. And gets the surprise attack to pull this 1-2-1. We could just go down to the wire here between the two if they continue this, but thankfully, gonna play with some guns this time.
Yeah, some proper weaponry.
Oh wait, we are right now.
Yeah,
we are. I thought it was gonna be fisticuffs.
No more funny businesses for now. Temporary.
Oh, what a flash! Dew is blind. Abe spots the mannequin on the rotation. Knows that he has to expect a right-hand side flank, but does not spot the split. But that doesn't give him any big advantage at all.
And he's still landing though. I mean, Abai does have the health advantage. Another chip.
Repositioning a tad bit here. Both players back to max HP. 200 on each side. M1887 up close and personal. It's going to be tough for Dew. Abe does have the advantage in this play. Oscar. And Dew still gets the tags in first. And Abe, what a headshot from afar. Even Dew was like, holy hell, how did he hit that?
Recoiling from his seat too. Like that was nasty because Abai was sitting at 60 plus health. One good shot would have done him in. But that's not the case. Again, by constantly doing the same flash trick. We see the mannequin now.
Trying to take out the mannequin. Oh, this.
Okay, I thought he's gonna camp for it.
I know, right? Bay takes the advantage away from Dew. But Dew just needs to wait a few more seconds before he can send another mannequin out. The refresh is quite quick here, all thanks to Rocky. He's just going to keep a distance away from Bay, who still needs to get the distance closed down here before he can take those shots.
Yep.
XM8 in the hands of Bay. Switch on over to the secondary weapon. Eats a nice grenade as well. Leaves behind the shape splitter. Goes in for the advantage, but Bay with the valiant dash will save his own life.
Yeah, realistically, if Abai can capitalize on the timing without the shape splitter, the valiant dash actually adds so much more value. Dew is behind him, but Abai is so healthy. Abai Dew is the one that ends up on the losing end. Patch himself back up. Shape splitter not fully destroyed just yet. You're getting the advantage now in terms of help. Abai trying to heal out. Dew couldn't get the timing right. Turns around the corner, actually catches him in the last second.
Yeah, good play. It's understanding that Abe is probably going to be using that medkit. Forces those initial shots out with the XM8, forcing him to use the medkit and then cutting the distance down to the time. The shape splitter not getting the job done. I'm surprised that he managed to win a round off of that M1887. Definitely not the weapon of choice for you. But now we move into a round where the AWM is out for the play. A big disadvantage for Abe.
Instant tag on the dude too. That's a instant blast.
Nice.
Doesn't even give him chance to heal up. I think Abai saw him. We take care of the mannequin first, and now dude defenseless.
What a shot from Abe. AWM just as I had completed saying that it's a disadvantage for Abe. Wanted a round 2 in that no more medkits for him, and he just got run down to the ground with a valiant dash. Beautifully executed by Abe.
Pretty hard to deal with. I mean, this is something that was missing from Ranze. He played the Dew's game, but Abai is a lot more composed. He's the one forcing out Dew's hands. Another flash. Oh, this one doesn't blind Dew. As he finally got the timing right.
Not running straight at his opponent gave him a little bit of an extra fish. And it seems like he managed to fish out that flash. But I wonder if Dew has one on his side. Give him a little bit of an advantage. WMY in hand. And Dew staying absolutely still. Neither side wanted to go out for that shot. Probably going to run down the clock just like this.
Yep, funny enough, both have the AWM in hand. Even Dew is starting to play it safe. Here comes the utility. That's another flash. Didn't really blind Abai though, so not that he cares. Okay. Bit of a bait and switch. Does Abai know this? He should. From the sound cues.
Still looking the other way though.
Oh yeah, he
he's
bought up
looking at the mannequin. Beautiful shot from up top. Marks up Abe as well. Has got extra information to play around with. Flying shot. And Abe annihilated by Dew. On the fadeaway shot of that AWM. Beautifully executed by the sniper of AGAL.
Surprisingly, Dew quite nimble even with the AWM in hand. Alright, getting played around again. Just couldn't really catch a break, right? Multiple angles that he had to watch out for. But that's with the AWM is something that Dew is very used to. I much more prefer to fight in the face of Dew. But that ice grenade unfortunately renders his glue wall useless.
Useless indeed. Drogon play this time. You baiting that out. Already has info on Abe. Marked him up. Sees the player repositioning. Whee! Drogon, and switches sides as well. But Abe going to cut the distance with the valiant dash. Puts himself in a little bit of a pickle there. But Dew does not get the punishing shot. And Abe shows up around the corner of the glue wall to take away round 4 for himself.
You might be right. He might actually go all the way. Even in Lone Wolf, man. Not even the official game just yet.
Bay just
Game point for Abai.
Yeah. Tons of confidence in both flashes will miss. No advantage whatsoever. And you, where is your mannequin? Another one. And Abai just sidesteps that.
Pretty effortless in the way that he's doing it now. Sees two on the cross though. This throw gone. Are you gonna play long range? There it is.
Oy.
1, 2. He misses it.
Oh, dude, the response does tag him up a bit. But it's the Moko. That's the dangerous one there. Valiant dash up close and personal duties. 180. Sends out the mannequin. That was a panic play, but still somehow survives.
I believe the mannequin blocked at least one pump of the Trogon, and this is enough to keep him alive overhead. As 2 shots, 3, all going wide. But no mannequin now means that Abai has a chance. Can do catch the timing again? Nope.
Another one.
Does cancel out the healing though. Can they do it again? So it's pretty close. The zone is closing in. Abai at a disadvantage.
Oh,
he's trapped.
Breaks away from it. No tags from Dew. No more medkits for Dew as well. Oh, and now it's Abai's turn. 100 HP taken away, and he punishes, and RRQ gets the advantage for the map picks.
All right, map veto for RRQ Kazu again. Maybe this is going to be the difference maker, right? Like in the upper bracket finals when they faced off against each other, RRQ Kazu, they didn't get the map veto. So they only won on their map picks, which gave us the 2-3 result. But now with the map veto, I want to see how they manipulate AGAL, right? Can they build a good enough advantage for themselves? Kalahari, no question, is going to be on the board, but it's always about the map tree. Are they going to take Nextera, or are they going to take a chance with Solara?
They beat them down once. No telling that they cannot do it twice. Big difference, though, between a best of 3 and a best of 5. In a best of 3, there's just no comeback once you take 2 L's. In a best of 5, there definitely is a way back in it. And that's exactly what they showed up against GAMxPE on that comeback run. But I'm expecting to see the best Grenadier dudes out there once again, just making magic work with the limited frag grenades that he's going to be having in his hands. And I'm very sure he's going to be taking the Steffi out of the side of AGAL. But will AGAL go for the ban on the Orion? Will they take out the A124? Will they steal one of these 2 active skills away from RRQ? We'll have to wait and see. Let's check out the team head-to-head here and check out the numbers between the 2 squads.
Of course, RRQ Kazu, they have higher total eliminations, total damage, and everything else. Also, a big part of it was because they play a lot more games than AGAL, unfortunately, right? AGAL, even when we look at just today, they play 5 more games compared to AGAL, even a lot more rounds. But of course, the best map did change a little bit. Kalahari, 86% win rate, only 1 loss, and that was game 1 against GAMxPE. But aside from that, still their best performing map. Nextera remains the best performing map for AGAL, with the percentage actually going up after taking it twice away from RRQ Kazu.
So I've done some quick math here. I've got the average eliminations between the 2, since we can't compare the total. When we divide it by the number of games that have been played, AGAL has an average of 22.3 eliminations per match versus 21.9 on the side of RRQ. AGAL still has a slight advantage here. If you look at the damage, AGAL has 11,426 average damage versus 10,987 on the side of RRQ. Still an advantage for AGAL. But where I see the big difference coming through is the grenade eliminations. AGAL only has 1 so far in the competition, whereas RRQ has 5, and all 5 has come from Dudes, and I'm expecting him to obliterate his opponent. RRQ currently sitting on the #1 grenade rankings of the competition because of Dudes.
Absolutely. And of course, we have to look at some of the individual stats of these players, right? I mean, again, it's pretty important to highlight, especially Cypher on the side of AGAL. 110 total eliminations. We did talk about how he was in the top 3 in terms of eliminations and damage dealt. With the Coda as his most preferred ability. Thompson as well, 51k total damage. But overall, Cypher has been quite the spearhead for the side of AGAL when it comes to these frontal engages. But he will have to deal with Ranze, who is on a tear right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And surprisingly, after all of those games, Ranze has the exact same number of eliminations as Cypher, who pulled that off with much fewer matches played in the competition so far. So if you look at averages, Cypher still has got the edge over Ranze, but there's just no telling exactly what the strategy of RRQ was, man. I would hate to think that any team would want to make a a forced loss in the upper bracket final just to go and perform extra in a best of 5 and scurry their way into the grand finals again. But it kind of seems plotted from the side of RRQ Kazu. And they did say that they will not lose twice to any teams. So I want to see if or not they will hold strong to those words.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that because of all the games that they play, it kept them sharp, it kept them warm, it just kept them locked in for these grand finals, right? Some teams perform better the more they play, and that's the beauty of it, right? This feels like a 42-kilometer marathon that they're about to cross the finishing line. Top pick active skills for AGAL, very standard, very true to the name. A lot of aggression packed into the list, the chrono being the most preferred, most desired ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And the chrono usually used by Team SR, and he makes magic work off of that. There's no overlap of important active skills picked here between AGAL as well as RRQ. And that's great because now you're really going to see the strats come out. If they actually take away one of their opponent's active skills, it truly means that they just do not want their opponents to use it. And I'm so excited to see exactly what that strategy is going to be from the team in a little bit, right? Yes, you've got the Coda. Yes, you have also got the Orion on the side of RRQ that's actually very strong as well. So I'm waiting to see if or not that's going to be the biggest challenge that Coda, who's not really the number one choice on the side of AGAL, but it is the number one choice of RRQ. Probably that may be a little bit of a contest between the two squads.
100%. And of course, we took a look at AGAL Cypher. We also need to now press some highlights onto RRQ Kazu. And of course, it's the young prodigy is Ranze. You did mention earlier on, same amount of eliminations through more games played with against Cypher. But Orion, trial and tested. You give him the Orion, suddenly he has 2 lives. And he is just wreaking havoc. The amount of confidence that he gets from this Orion. And I think the best part is also that it's not like what GAMxPE likes to do, Orion and Cassie. For them, Orion plus a good Coda in A124, it achieves exactly the same result. I'd argue even better, right? Because you can't hit the Orion, but you also don't have access to abilities. Ranze, he has got the 3 aces so far today. So if you want someone to clutch it out, you can always rely on him.
Yeah, but how much further can RRQ go? They must be tired. They are just running off of fumes at this point of time, just desperate to get to the very end. They are just a couple of steps away from it. Getting to the grand finals in itself, I have to say, is a massive, massive win for the region and for the team. But to overcome the Global Finals Clash Squad champions is a whole other level, right? They've already overcome the champions of our spring season. Let's see if or not they can trump AGAL as well. We want to lock down and see exactly who's got their game faces on, and AGAL does not look nervous at all.
This is a normal AGAL face.
Yeah.
Normal game face.
No stress.
No stress. They've been this in this spot for many times. We also talk about in terms of the highest first blood. I remember like Dudes is one of the few that's looking for that spot, and it is. I mean, Zero still hosts the highest slot, but we have Cypher and Dudes coming in second and third.
I already told you Dudes was going to catch up on this top 3, and he finally does. And there's just a 1 first blood difference between himself and Cypher. I highly doubt they're going to overtake Zaref, though. Zaref is on fire in the competition all the way through.
I think he's a bit too good, Sure, they are already out. They just got knocked out by RRQ Kazu, but can't deny the statistics of Zaref, of what he's racked up throughout this short 5 days of competition.
Let's see. How far can AGAL push RRQ, and can they just push them off the edge of the refinery platform on Kalahari later on as well, because I'm sure we're going to see a double Kalahari here courtesy of RRQ Kazu.
It has to be, right? I mean, they did take a gamble early on with Kalahari and I believe Solara. I was slightly surprised that they didn't go for double Kalahari, but I guess it's also a way for them to sort of like do a litmus test, right? So to get some data gathering on how AGAL performs on these individual maps. So we got to see all four of them, all the entire map essentially. But with the recent results, I am inclined to believe that I'm like you, double Kalahari. Zverev, oh my goodness. Yeah, no one's catching up to that.
Yeah, man. And AGAL, the most damage of a AGL player is Cypher, and he's got 51,000 damage. So yeah, he's got to hustle quite a bit to catch up with Abe. And like you said, Abe is going to hustle quite a bit to catch up to Zverev, and there's just no way that's going to happen in this day. Even if you have a 5-gamer. Oh wait, do we? Nah, yeah, okay. Maybe if we have 5 games, there's a possibility.
I mean, if we maxed out every round, right? Okay, if we maxed everything out, 55 rounds in total, and he crushes it every round, right? Even in the rounds that he loses, he's getting like 2 or 3 takedowns, maybe. A slim chance, you know.
55 rounds. Oh, we've had quite a number of rounds today, though, Husky.
I feel like we've already clocked in more than 100 rounds.
Yeah.
Or have we? I don't. I'll do some math. I feel like we are. Either we clocked in 100 rounds already, or we got pretty close to it.
Yeah, sure as hell, man. But I think it's gonna be a game where AGL will be looking to end quickly. And I think RRQ is on the exact same mood as well. Yeah, the map picks, and it looks like Kalahari will be showing up twice. We start and end this grand finals if we go all the way into a map 5 with Kalahari.
Well, completely omitting the Solara this time. So Bermuda is going to be the choice for RRQ for Game 3. Of course, AGL taking their best performing map, the map that sealed the deal in the upper bracket finals, which is Nextera. I've done my calculations. We have done 87 rounds so far. We're definitely going to break the 100 mark by the end of this.
Oh yeah.
87 out of a possible 166. That is if we max out every game today. So obviously that didn't happen, but still, we were getting close to 100.
Kalahari going to be a tough one here for AGAL. They have got a 25% win rate on Kalahari. Steffi taken out from the equation here. RRQ Kazu Dudes will be looking to be dangerous with those nades. And look at the lineup of active skills. They've got the Orion, the A124, Koda. Everything looking solid so far for the side of RRQ.
It's the exact same setup. We have seen this before. And I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? RRQ Kazu, they're going to stick to their guns. And I really want to see if it is going to have the same effect against AGAL. Because if it does, then I think we are in for quite the grand finals here. There should be Santino and Cassie. I don't see any other options because the Zane was banned out by AGAL themselves.
You've got the Clue as well as the Skylar skill cards through the cyber drops. So I think that's going to be not really a big advantage at all. So informational play advantage to the side of RRQ here. Ma'al's going to be bringing in the Ray. You've got Dew with the Sentino. You've got Cypher with the Morse. That's going to be a very dangerous flanker on the side of AGAL. But they have to be perfect on their mechanical plays for sure. We talked about the 65-35% between the advantage of the mechanical skills versus the active skills that are brought in. AGL will have to go full on with the 65% and focus on getting the perfection out of every single mechanical engagement.
Yeah, but this Ray is another piece of the equation, at least for the side of RRQ Kazu, because you get the bond of Eclipse. Sure, the enemy knows where you are, but it does help dudes find a target, right? You get them to the threshold, and then they get knocked. So overall, RRQ, again, there's a method to this. There's a method to this madness, and I think, you know, for once, it's AGAL that has to find a solution.
I'm nervous for AGAL here. But RRQ on a legendary run for Indonesia, for themselves. The most improved team here at the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia. Compared to all of their previous Clash Squad runs, this is the best version of RRQ that we have seen in this mode so far. And I cannot wait for them to pick up their very first Southeast Asian trophy in a long, long time. But they gotta go through the global final champions of Clash Squad first. Ma'al tagged up. Very dangerous play here. Finally gets put down with the USP2. Nameless with the follow-up. He's got the side to himself as well, but does not get punished. Instead, it's the Santino on the plate. You quickly repositions, but Ranze on the follow-up will get the numbers to the side of RRQ.
Oh, he might be able to do it again. There's an ace angle. Oh, so
My
close.
God.
So close. Can you believe it if he does it again? And even then, even though the denial happened in favor of AGAL, there's always that sliver of hope that Ranze is going to pull through. And that is the scary thing, is the possibility that Ranze can keep on making miracles happen for RRQ Kazu.
Absolutely, and Team SR is pulling out that perfect time turn. It kept him safe for the longest of time, and he played exactly that, the timing against RRQ Kazu, jumping out of his defense, getting the USP2 shutdown. Definitely better rate of fire than the G18, but I suck on the USP2. I don't know how these guys are pulling off these perfect shots. Now the stealth bite's going to be coming through once again. Cypher looking to quickly reposition on that high ground. Does he have the G36 in hand? Yes, he does. Ranze sprayed down. No front line here for the side of RRQ Kazu. And Ma'al will not be able to get to his buddy. Cypher, dangerous rotation round. Brings out the smoke vortex. Hunting down Abe. Gets the double, triple tag. And Abe just have to scurry off. Cypher still has the massive advantage and will make that work.
But Deuce did get the nade early on. The nade connection, I believe. Whoever got knocked down is already back up on his feet. So all that effort, not able to be converted into much. This should be a second round for AGAL. But we still see RRQ Kazu stick to their guns to pull all those grenades and really, you know, try to replicate the success that they had.
Some wild hip fire there when he could have scoped in with the G36. But towards the end, it was brought to an end by the Eagle up close and personal. AGAL, 2 rounds in a row they've picked up for themselves. And a massive advantage for this round 3 where you've got the cyber point available. RRQ could use that cyber point as the bait because AGAL will most definitely be looking for it for the extra advantage on defense later on.
And a bit of an adjustment as well. Usually we'll see a duel on the Morse, but now they got Morse and Santino, means that Cypher gets to not only be the rusher, but be sneaky too. Nameless is already so far in the backline. They do not see this coming. He busts through with the Valiant Dash, but somehow still alive. Somehow finds cover. Ranze by his side. There's a trade there. Dudes for Nameless.
What is Dew doing? Man is buying a lot of time. Cypher on the opposite end though, making God's work here for the side of AGAL so they can gain the advantage with the numbers. Dew finally back in play, but Cypher uses Dew as the distraction to nail them down with the G36. 3 rounds in a row. Your global finals Clash Squad champions showing exactly how lethal they are. And they are taking the fight up to RRQ on this Kalahari map.
Yep. Completely rendering RRQ Kazu strat ineffective. Especially when they're picking up key members from the beginning, finding dudes and winning individual gunfights. We even saw a 2v1 in favor of RRQ Kazu, and unfortunately that didn't pay off as well. So clearly RRQ needs to switch things up a little bit. Whatever playbook that they've had against GAMxPE doesn't really work against AGAL.
Man, what are they going to pull off of this setup this time around? Ranze, rushed. He will quickly back away. Nameless tagged up, but still, Ranze gets sprayed down. Ma'al for the follow-up there. Nameless trying to save his buddy with the time turner. Will be pressured by Ma'al. Ibesar knocked down. And Ma'al just with the ray, taking advantage of that situation. And the numbers advantage now for RRQ, all thanks to Ma'al.
Back up. Arriving promptly and rushing into action to cover for Ranze, who unfortunately loses out on the engage. Nate into his hand, he chose it out, but didn't really need it in the end. Would have great to carry it forwards, but still, RQ Kazu getting a much needed round win. Even here, even though Ranze went down, there is still a trade that came through. And the time turner this time from Team SR ended up working against him as RQ floods through and Cypher was just a bit too late. The bottom of Eclipse making it almost unfair for him to fight.
Absolutely, man. And RQ just facing a little bit of trouble here in this matchup up against AGAL. Yet another cyber point to fight for. Down in the middle part of this map, AGAL wants every bit of advantage here for themselves. And as you notice, Dudes has already gotten his hands on the grenade. Does he go in for the use though? Ice grenade is going to be laid out first. Dragon Freeze. Oh, what a nade. And Team SR protects himself from the split blitz courtesy of Dudes. And the chrono coming in clutch there.
Cypher on the hunt onto Abai completely trapped here and there's no help coming anytime soon. He's gonna try and buy time with the blue wall. Cypher gets the spray down soon, but unfortunately Abai with his best efforts not able to stay up. Ranze and Ma'ao doing some work on the low ground, taking Nameless out. There is a trade coming through. Ranze getting tagged, but he is the Orion, so there is a way out of this one.
Team SR very carefully breaking down those glue walls, making sure he does not get turned on there. And Cypher with the flank towards the right. Dude, smack! Beautiful flank by Cypher. As AGAL loses the fight for the cyber points, they will win the round here as they hunt down for Ma'al. Unless Ma'al walks away with an impossible 1v3 clutch.
And the entire round, they have no idea where Dew was, so there were free shots coming in from angles that RQ Kazu were not able to defend against. This should be the fourth round for AGAL. I don't see a clutch angle here for Ma'ao. I mean, he does have the bond of click sure, but a 1v3 against a team like AGAL, way too much of a task.
Absolutely. And AGAL now picking up their fourth round win in the first game. In the best of 5 grand finals up against the monsters from Indonesia, RRQ Kazu. Definitely giving them a little bit of pressure in this round as they secure the cyber point. They don't bring a massive advantage to their side, but they also make sure AGAL does not gain that crazy advantage of the level 4 West too early. Either way, they are down in rounds. And they'll have to make sure they don't lose any more.
Yep. Even Deuce has abandoned the idea of relying on nades now. Going back to a more traditional approach with the guns. Did get an initial tag, I believe, onto Dew. Cypher also losing some health bar, but again, no confirmation just yet. Cypher is the more so. If push comes to shove, he can disappear into the shadows. Nameless, what was that? He's so low and yet still standing.
This is just a standoff between the two squads here. No big advantage of rushing down towards the mid. No cyber points to contest for this time. The Coda is going to expose their spots. Dudes. Ice grenade to force them away from the window. Will get the tag onto one player as well. The Moko getting the markup. But still RRQ playing this very patiently, not putting themselves in a little bit of a pickle here by rushing out towards the center point of the map. Wild flank by Cypher, taking some damage from the blue. And he's just going to get stuck in the tent.
Yeah, I think they sort of know where he is. But finally do again and Ranze, good first contact. The blue wall gets used, Ranze wins the fight. The utility does come in, but the team boosters onto Ranze. Team SR drops down the dome to try and help Cypher out, but he's out in the blue. So RQ Kazu getting the better end of this exchange. Everyone survives.
Beautiful, clean round from RRQ. And the patience will pay off. Ranze dealt with Cypher perfectly, and Team SR just showed up with a fantastic jump shot. But it was not enough to pull the victory away for AGAL. RRQ is turning the situation around a bit. And now, big round, cyber point for the taking. Both teams will definitely go in here for the contest, and a base A124 is going to be crucial for them to gain a big advantage.
AGAL still in a very commanding lead. See Cypher popping the stealth bison ready to get into the spot. And Deuce, what? Finds him out in the open.
Played perfectly. And it looks like AGAL is just going to be stuck in a tight little corner here with Ranze, and they make that work beautifully with the Mag 7. Nameless gets the annihilation, and the time turner will protect them from that massive nade from Dudes. The chrono is making magic happen here for the side of AGAL. And Dude's just wondering, how does he get the tags with the nades? Ma'al will show up strong though with the Mag 10. Up close and personal, get the job done. Dude sprayed down to the ground. It's a 2v2. Team SR has no med kit, so there is an advantage here for RRQ.
And Ma'al will pick his captain back up on his feet to get the numbers advantage here. Team SR and Dio working together, but Abai another shot with the Winchester. He is left unchecked. And Dio pours out into the open, but too many bodies to deal with. Abai with a triple. And to bring RRQ closer to that equalizer, they are starting to wake up.
This is just getting closer and closer. Uncomfortable for AGAL it should be. 2 cyber points to their side to keep a little bit of an edge over RRQ. And this is going to be a massive, massive focus for sure for AGAL in round number 9 to complete that cyber point run for themselves. They're looking for the level 4 West, but at least now they've got the access to the clue skill card, as well as Skylar. Koda on the opposite end gives away that information. AGAL should have purchased those active skill cards already. So RRQ needs to be very careful with their rotations out in the open.
I think Abai is ready as well in this position. Sure, the circle is closing in. And Sci-Fi and Nameless, they were able to go on an expedition and take up a lot of space, but unfortunately, not able to get anything out of it. And Dudes, he's been found. Nameless can take him out. It is going to be a massive advantage. And I know Nameless is willing to take this fight. That's why Dudes calls in reinforcement from multiple angles. Can they get there in time to bail Dudes out of this?
Looks like Dudes does not get bailed out. Gets shut down instead. Oh, Nameless. Gonna go in there to make sure nobody picks up their buddy. Team SR on the chase. Ma'al will get caught out here in a CQC. But Ranze for the save as he pulls the perfect backstab. Cypher up top. And what a shot! AGAL gonna bring us to match point here in game number 1 at Kalahari, a map picked by RRQ.
And Ranze finding nothing in this game. 1-7, I believe, after this round. Ma'al is the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but the grand theme of this game so far has just been coming down to AGAL winning the gunfights, to AGAL being better at shooting compared to RRQ Kazu. It came down to the most fundamentals of the game. No fancy tricks, it's just AGAL willing to take those fights and confident in winning them. So RRQ Kazu, they gotta dig deep to win 3 in a row to bring themselves the victory on Kalahari, and Ranze is not looking good. Does again the nade.
Big win here for RRQ. As Ma'al takes Team SR out of the equation, RRQ secures a double cyber point for the level 4 West, and they are making their way back into this game due to the massive grenade. And now just to deal with Cypher and Dew. But a bay taken out of the equation here by Cypher. Still can be picked right off of the ground here. Cypher, the enhanced hammer. Winchester looking for the shot. Dew with the nade response as well.
Whoa!
Will find Ranze, put him on the ground, and one final survivor on the side of RRQ. They win out big on the cyber points, but they do not get to use those level 4 West. AGAL brings the first game to an end.
So the battle between Cypher and Ranze won handily by Cypher. Ranze seemingly rendered useless in this game as they shut him down at every corner. Just felt like whatever magic we've seen from Ranze against GAMxPE has depleted. But Cypher, insane with the Winchester, making every shot count. He's hunting down the back line, he's hunting down the front. That Morse is giving him so much value.
2025, we had multiple Clash Squad competitions. It was not called Clash Masters back then. It was just FFWSC Clash Squad. And I think we had a total of 4 Clash Squad runs there. RRQ could not do much at all. They kept getting 5th spot, 9th spot. You know, I think the best placement they had gotten for Clash Squad was in our preseason, 3rd and 4th spot, right? But apart from that, they were just on an empty run. They did not show up strong at all. Here in 2026, spring, same story, got a little bit further. But here in summer, it's a different story altogether. But up against your global finals champions, it's looking to be a tough one. Even on their best map, they could not pull that W away.
Yeah, and with their best strat as well. And I think we found sort of the solution to it, right? The chrono time turner, it's a very good way to protect yourself from explosive when you don't have access to the Steffi. But not only that, the Morse that they brought, the Morse and Santino, making it very hard to predict the movements of both Dio and Cypher. And I think even AGAL, they brought in their own bag of tricks, right? They also have people who are pretty good with those grenades. And Dio proved it, that he can go toe-to-toe with dudes.
Absolutely. And I think it was a brilliant play in the overall grand scheme of things to send your chrono down the middle to contest for the cyber points initially, because they knew exactly what was coming, right? Those nades were coming, and the time turner just saving him time and time again. Team SR playing those positions extremely well, and it's the timing of the time turner, pun intended, that gave him the biggest of advantage in every single round up against RRQ. And not a single time could Dudes really put them under pressure with those grenades. The magic that we saw up against GAMxPE just could not work against AGL, at least in the first game.
Yeah, not at all. I think AGL, again, monstrous in these gunfights, right? They are so accurate, especially like a lot of these encounters, a lot of these 1v1s, AGL are just a lot more aggressive, a lot more bloodthirsty, and even, you know, someone like Ranze who has put out some great highlight reels in the face of Cypher and Nameless feels like it pales in comparison because AGAL are just sharper.
Yeah, absolutely. You can say that again, man. I mean, these guys are just great at Clash Squad, and they've found dominance here, and they have kept their dominance here for a long, long time. Going for another trophy for Clash Squad, this time as Clash Masters. They got outplayed the previous season by GAMxPE, who crowned themselves Clash Masters, and they just want to make this season theirs, to take back what they feel is theirs. The MVP for this game, the one and only Cypher, making absolute magic work here for the squad with the Morse. The stealth fights giving him all the advantage that he needed it. And he also had the dashy duck walk, very rare pet that we see out there. Just gives you a little bit of a extra speed, 60% extra speed whenever you're crouching. And I guess he just wanted to get around the battlefield a little bit undetected, and that's exactly what he did to pull away those numbers.
Yeah, good enough, right? Even has the Joseph with him, the Luna too. So everything about Cypher is being stealthy and avoiding detection as much as possible, or at least avoiding the debilitating effects on whatever negative effects on himself. Overall, it's just a very specific setup geared to allow him to navigate the map and really just perform these pickoffs, these off-tempo pickoffs that usually take longer to set up.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Looking at the numbers here, RRQ, they kept up with the numbers in terms of eliminations, but it kind of tapers off towards the bottom. Ranze just could not play a good game. And when you don't have Ranze on his best, RRQ will definitely suffer, right? Your front line needs to be really strong, and it's usually Ranze running a lot of these battles. But it was a difficult one because he was going up against Team SR. He was going up against a very strong chrono player, and the timing was sublime of Team SR. Time and time again, he just went in there for the Punisher, and the backup from Dew as well as Cypher with those crazy flanks. Like you said, just staying stealthy for a majority of the period, Cypher, and Dew with those massive quick repositions off of the Shape Splitter Santino gave them this victory on the RRQ map pick. And now we go into Nextera. But before that, the match summary first. You can see they got outplayed through mechanics. 6 headshots versus the 2 on the side of RRQ.
And this one was a complete blowout, unfortunately, for RQ Kazu. They did try to put us on resistance, but unfortunately, the star player was the one that got completely shut down. And even with the Orion, right, most of the time he didn't really get to use the Crimson Crush in an effective manner. A lot of times he just gets picked off, and then that's all she wrote. Unfortunately, the backup from the side of RQ Kazu, swift as they were just not enough to deal with AGAL simply because they were losing out on those gunfights.
We talked about the factor of them being tired, but there's also another factor where they're just going to get outplayed by your global finals champs, right? It's just AGAL doing what AGAL does best. And we have, you took away the Steffi from the side of AGAL, but you don't have a Steffi, nor do you have a Chrono. And when Dew now starts popping those nades on your head, what do you do?
Nothing, right? Well, at least without Steffi, there's really nothing you can do. You just eat it, I guess. But I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? I feel like even for GAMxPE, I wouldn't want to say they didn't think this far, but I think it's just you play to your comforts, right? And at one point, I think when they start losing, that's where they really got affected. And when you're up against RQ Kazu, they've been through the worst, right? They are the ones that had to play the most today. And sure, they lost game 1 against AGAL, but we saw the same against GAMxPE, who beat them 6-1 on Kalahari, and it really didn't matter.
Now, AGAL has taken away the best map from the side of RRQ Kazu. We are now moving into the best map of AGAL, Nextera. Will Kalahari upset happen here at Nextera as RRQ Kazu attempts to steal it away? Or will AGAL show us exactly why they have been super dominant on this map for a bit?
RRQ Kazu, they did take a chance with Nextera, or at least they were the ones that looked better on Nextera at the start of today in the upper bracket finals. They had 2 chances on that map. Both of them went to AGAL, but they almost won the first one with one of the potential greatest comeback ever. But if fatigue hasn't set in yet, I bet you it is slowly starting to set in. This is grueling. This is the 12th game that they have to play. I can't imagine playing 6 games in a row, half of what they're playing. And this one is not just the 12th game. It's not even the end of it. Even if they lose this, and if they win this, there's more to come, and there's actual stakes. That is what makes it so much scarier, so much more stressful, for RQ Kazu.
Absolutely, man. I mean, they've gotten this far. I think it's a big win already. They have never gotten this far. Again, the best performance for RRQ Kazu, and I'm talking about Southeast Asian level. Obviously, in the Indonesian region, they kick some good butt when it comes to Clash Squad. But when it comes to Southeast Asia, their best has been in our preseason, and that was literally at the start of 2025. It's been a long time. We got 5th during spring Clash Squad, and then they dropped down to the 9th. Global Finals, they only managed to walk away with the 5th spot. Granted, there were not many teams who were playing in the Global Finals Clash Squad. And in Clash Masters Spring, they walked away with the 7th spot. Not the best run for sure. So they have to be proud of how far they have gotten. But obviously, we're not looking for just a 2nd spot improvement. We are looking for a breakout run. And this time, the Ignis is going to get banned out here by AGAL. And the... yeah, smart. You take the damn Chrono away from Team SR.
But you give the Steffi away.
Oh.
That they just take the Steffi. I think they probably would think of the Cassie first, then the Steffi. But yeah, I agree with you, right? And again, this is like the final hurdle for RQ Kazu, right? Sometimes it's like, okay, they never make it far, but when they make it far, they can't complete the run. And once more, we find ourselves looking at RQ in the same exact position that they've been in multiple times, whether it's...
Yeah.
Well, they haven't had this happen in Clash Squad yet, but looking at their history, we know that this is the position they're all too familiar with, and not really in a good way, right?
Yeah.
The Iris being brought up by Ma'al. First time ever today, which is pretty interesting, and Abai, he now goes on the Morse duty.
Yeah, it's a good steal coming through from Ma'al. He does not want Dew to use the Iris, and the Iris has been deadly on this Nextera map in the hands of Dew. So smart pick, I would say, because they can't really ban out all of the power picks here off of AGL. They only get one single ban. So in terms of stealing, it's a good play. They have also got the Moss on their side. So, and I don't think Cypher was even going to force that. I think they're going to go with a more straightforward play this time around. A very aggressive setup from AGL. You've got the Cassie Electrotherapy, and then on your front lines, you've got the Oscar as well as the Zane, as well as Dew to play the flanks of that Sentino. So definitely liking the lineup of active skills here on the side of AGAL, looking solid. But RRQ still has got viability on the front lines. You've got the Orion, and you've got a little bit of extra information off of Abe. In terms of how the Iris and the Morse is played, though, is going to be crucial to see if not RRQ walks away with a victory.
We have been, circling back to digging deep, at different points of today's matches, whether it's the upper, lower bracket or the grand finals. But whenever we want the teams to seek out what else can they, kind of conjure to make a difference, RQ Kazu, right? They brought out another variation, another version of something that they have kept hidden. The secret to GAMxPE was Deuce's grenade. Well, that clearly was solved by AGL to a certain degree. Ranze not really able to show up much. And now we see that Morse and that Iris for RQ Kazu for the first time.
Man, this has been running for quite a while in the day already. And we are approaching the 7th hour in our competition for the grand finals here. Not the best of time to pull a technical pause for my tummy. I am quite hungry after expending quite a bit of energy using my brain for this broadcast. But it looks like we'll have to wait a little bit more before the tummy gets its fill. I don't know who pulled the tech pause, but either way, at least we have a little bit of breathing space here for RRQ just to figure out how they're going to strategize their approach towards a very strong AGAL.
I mean, when you talk about having a long day, right? Even for AGAL side, they also have been through it, right? They had to wait for this grand finals. I mean, that's usually what Dew looks like, but you can see, it's been a long day for them as well. And what is the thing is they can still keep themselves sharp. I wonder during the earlier lower bracket finals, obviously the coaches are going to be watching. I'm pretty sure the players will be watching as well. But do they spend that time to get some more practice in, or to brainstorm more stress, or are they just purely focused on watching the game?
This is going to be a rough one, right? AGAL looking to pull away a finisher in this competition as quickly as possible. Then again, if it drags out, it's to no detriment of AGL at all. They've been sitting calm, cool, collected. The thumbs of the players on the side of RRQ, though. We have been casting for 6.5 hours. They have been playing non-stop for 6.5 hours. And regardless of how strong of a gamer, how good you are, and how many years you've got in all these years of playing competitive, this is a mad stretch for RRQ to hang on with.
Yeah, and if you think about it, right, through all the Battle Royales we've seen them play, no Battle Royale has ever had to come close to this duration, at least in terms of play time, right? Just because of how the format works and the fact that the game technically ends itself after a certain time limit. So Clash Squad technically is more of like the endurance test, the one that really pushes you more. And that's why, being able to get through Clash Squad technically means that you have better endurance in a certain way. The modes are completely different. Of course, the variables are very different as well. But for the players, it really is more of a slightly foreign experience, I would say. At least for RQ Kazu, right? This is, I think, the first time that they had to come to such a long and grueling run.
Absolutely. It's a AGAL pause, if I'm not mistaken. So, RRQ. I mean, this is smart technical pause if it's AGAL. You just buy a lot of time for yourself. Just continue to tire them out. They're already having a rough day. Make it a tad bit rougher for them. But I don't think any bit of cheese stretch is going to get you the victory. I think it's going to be a all-out straight battle between the two squads.
Yeah.
And so far, RRQ just hasn't been getting the easy run against AGAL.
Yeah, and again, I think these tech pauses, contrary to popular belief and what chat likes to believe, those are valid reason, right? Again, it's to make sure that the teams get a fair gameplay experience. So it's good that we caught it before the pistol rounds even go off. Speaking of pistols, it is the most used weapon, of course, followed by the Thompson and the MP5, which has caught up to the top 3 list. But again, if we put the USP2 aside because it's mandatory, then Thompson would be the next in line, and it's one of the weapons that Ranze has caught a couple of highlight reels on.
I don't know if I'm impressed with these stats, right? Because obviously there's only that one round in every single game where you'll see the USP2s being spammed by everybody in the game. But I'm quite surprised that the Thompson has not overtaken it just yet, because in the rest of the rounds, obviously you have a little bit more viability, and the Thompson has definitely been one of the better guns in the current season with the lack of mobility as well as, usability off of the M590 after the nerf. Especially with Nikita having half the reload time taken away from her. But it is what it is. MP5, nowhere close to catching up with the Thompson just yet.
Yeah, MP5 definitely less sought after, but still pretty good, for SD SMG. Gone are the days that Trogon was a thing. It's more of a, I feel like it's more of a GAMxPE niche. But yeah, Thompson is way too good. Even I think the value that it provides, from short to long range in the earlier rounds is way better than I think all the other guns right now. At least for its cost, right? Pretty efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm wondering if or not if I get some takeout, it'll arrive by the time we are done, or will my food get cold because we're going to go into a game number 5? These are the tough decisions a caster needs to make when we run into a very long day.
Yeah, I get you. My fried chicken is sitting on the dining table. I got you half of it.
It's a soft chicken now, man.
It's a soft chicken now. But that's how it is. Like that. That's why I've settled into the routine where I always have instant oats, some protein shakes. I found out that fruits work really well as well. And just like RQ Kazu, a banana always works out. Always helps.
I'm desperately trying to catch up with how good you look on some of these LAN events, Husky. So I'm still on a diet. But it's just a wrong day. It's a bloody wrong day to be on a diet. I really thought this would be a slightly faster day. But I should have been smarter about this. Should have known RRQ would wake up, send us into back-to-back and potentially 15 games.
I mean, if you think about it, right? When you see 3 best of 5s in a single day, it's pretty bold to expect a short day. That's what I've learned.
Yeah,
it's all good. I mean, the games are of good quality, barring some unfortunate pauses. I mean, this is the second pause of the day, but still, we're getting some good quality games. And if you ask me at the start of the day, what I've told you, or just my predictions alone, a 3-2, 3-2, no way. It's a 3-1, 3-0, but RQ is the never say die. And AGL still looks good. You did predict a 3-0, and there's a chance this happens. But we gotta see, how RQ performs on this Nextera map pick.
Yeah. Either way, I think they have definitely proven themselves to be a titan of Clash Masters. Even if they don't go all the way, they win the award. It's just an imaginary award that I'm creating. The most improved team in Clash Masters Southeast Asia, hands down.
I think regardless of the result, right? RQ Kazu can go 0-3 in the finals. I think you can't take away from the fact that this is one of the most improved teams, and they have set the bar up, right? When fall season rolls around, I think a lot of people will be expecting RQ Kazu to at least make top 4 again, right? Bare minimum top 4. But when the time comes and suddenly they don't make it, then they'll go back to being those one-time wonders, and that's the worst case scenario for RQ Kazu, even though it's something that I'm pretty sure we are used to already. But again, like this roster, the fact that they stayed together for quite a long time is genuinely something respectable, right? Like trusting the process. I have had the privilege to be involved in multiple and go through multiple game titles. Free Fire is one of the game titles that teams are willing to stick together for long like durations, like multiple seasons. And I think that's the good thing. You get to really nurture these young potential players.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, but is that a drink or food? Man, Cypher, I'm already hungry, dude.
You should get some oats or whatever it is. Take a bite of that dinner.
Problem is there's no dinner, Husky.
Why? I thought you said yet.
I have to order something now.
Oh.
As my luck would have it, it's a thunderstorm here, so it's probably going to take a while. Most shops are closed.
Oh, still
but either way, yeah, a long
wait a
delivery.
minute. I forgot we stay almost around the same area. Yeah, there was a big thunderstorm.
Yeah. So, yeah, my wife just updated me. It'll take 70 minutes for my delivery. So, come on, chop now, AGAL. Let's get it done.
70 or 17?
7-0.
Goodness.
So I don't mind a 3-1 scoreline. Okay. Looking at how long it's gonna take for my food to get here. So
yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, let's not get my prediction correct with a 3-0. Give me 3-1, please.
So it's actually more beneficial to go long. Wake up, Nameless. You got a grand finals to win.
We are just waiting for the players to load into the lobby. So bear with us, guys. As soon as it kicks off, we will start this party.
Like we've been giving praises to, the back, everyone, staffs, prod, players. But there's certain people in the chat that is always present, and I have mad respect for them. For them who sits through the entire broadcast, and that they sit through the whole broadcast because they're always chatting.
Yep.
Like I myself find it hard to sit through a full broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
I can barely sit through an episode of a drama. Maybe like one episode, and then I have to take like a 2-hour break. And some of these people, they stick around for like 5-6 hours. Like, these guys are champs.
Yeah, they're the real MVPs here. Who cares about you? Who cares about dudes? It's our viewers hanging on. Except, of course, TG Tycoon. TG Tycoon ain't my MVP.
Look, he's a dedicated guy. He's very dedicated.
He is. Man, he's on a roll. He's been on a roll for a bit, but he's got to start farming some love eventually.
Yeah, he's been on a roll. He holds on to his belief, even though the whole chat is against him. I've timed him now for spamming, and he is still here. This guy's something else.
Yeah, he is. But good on you. We love you too, TG Tycoons, okay? Good or bad, keeping the chat alive. And I think he's quite a bit of entertainment for all the people in the chat as well. Although, some of them may wish they did not have that entertainment, but entertainment nonetheless.
Someone just asked RQ. Someone just say to let them sleep, which I hope they sleep happy, right? Okay, I think we're ready. I think we've gotten the green light from both sides. So... Right, it's time to get the ball rolling, and I'm pretty sure 3 rounds in, we will be awake again. Now, while RQ Kazu certainly looks excited, we see them going to the gamers mode, which means that you are hunched back, poor sitting postures, but it gives you an extra, what do you call it? Extra performance enhancing posture.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if one of the boys on the side of RRQ are tired. There you go. The eye rub coming on through.
Who is that?
It's setting in.
I think that's the captain.
It's rough if your captain's tired. Shots that they're going to be calling out. But I think once the game starts, you're going to be very much excited to just smash AGAL unless AGAL continues their streak here. Again, Nexterra is their best map. And if you look at the potential win for AGL on this game, it's still extremely high. up against the players of RRQ who are definitely questionable on their next Terra play.
Yeah.
We started off the day with this 33% win rate on the side of RRQ on next Terra.
I personally am excited. Whether it's a win or a loss for RRQ Kazu, we are going to see Bermuda either way, right? I want to see how that turns out, because I thought that RRQ would take a chance with Solara, and I'm trying to figure out, is it because of it's like, what's the reason that Solara wasn't included in the equation? I mean, we did have that in the upper bracket finals, but now RRQ, they go in a slightly different path in selection. Dew is definitely eating something. What is that?
Stop eating in front of me, Dew!
Is that coconut ice cream?
These boys are just chilling. Bear with us, guys. We're trying to get the match on the ground here for you guys, but there's some slight delays in the background. As Husky mentioned earlier, we want to make sure the environment is perfect for play between the two squads. Don't want anyone having those excuses saying, oh, I lost because I could not do this, I could not. Yeah, you want to sort that out as quickly as possible. And when we jump on in, biggest question is going to be if or not RRQ is going to force at least a game number 4.
It's every time something like this happens, people are gonna start throwing around wild speculations, right? Oh, there's sabotage. Someone cut the underwater interland line. This and that. The DDoS attack. And then I think you guys have watched too much hacker movies, right? Things like this don't just happen out of thin air. And the technical ability to do this isn't exactly that easily accessible to the general public, so don't think that these teams would go that length. But that is the exact reason why we need to make sure that everything is going according to order, so you guys don't come up with this wild accusations of what is helping a team to win the game. They win by their own skills, right? It's also proof that this is not an AI podcast, which has been the theme recently. I don't know why people keep saying that this is pre-recorded.
Because it seems a little unbelievable to them, some of the storylines here, but that's what it's all about, right? Season after season, teams just waking up, stepping it up, learning, growing, and it's great to see the growth from these teams. It's great to see the growth from RRQ. It would be great to see the game number 2. We agree with you guys, but we have to make sure we sort out all of the tech issues first before we can hop on in. The environment is going to be very important for them. Every single bit of effort that they throw out there should count for something. If they do have some sort of an issue to deal with, we want to make sure we remove that from the equation first. A clean fight between RRQ and AGAL is what we want, and we are still on standby. Bear with us. It is a situation where I think it's just the fans of AGAL at this point of time trying to manifest the worst situation possible for RRQ. These boys from Indonesia are tired already, and it looks like they're going to be able to catch a small tad bit break here. We're going to be taking a 5-minute break to sort something out in the background. When we come back, we will resume with game number 2 in the grand finals.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What's surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host's win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on...
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Summer Survivors. We are on our game number 2 after AGAL had managed to steal away the map pick from the side of RRQ Kazu. Now we move on into Nextera, a map pick of AGAL. They should have the advantage here. Nextera is not really the best map on the side of RRQ Kazu, but if AGAL can steal a map from RRQ, why not RRQ do the same to AGAL?
Yeah, we've seen different versions of this happen, right? Teams winning on their map picks and teams strangely losing on their map picks. And if RQ wins this, we are guaranteed map number 4, which is going to be on Nextera again. And there's still a possibility that we go all the way to 5 and really complete, max out every single series possible in today. And especially for RQ Kazu, if that is what it takes to finally lift a trophy, so be it. but they gotta get to AGAL, who have seemingly found a solution to their tricks and RRQ themselves dug deep in game 2, at least in the draft, to bring out something that we have yet to see, which is the Iris and the Morse.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely going to come down to the drafts here. So we see a little bit of magic from the squads that they have played. We saw how GAMxPE got obliterated by Duts and his grenades. And we saw how the side of AGAL saw that play. They still allowed that, or they had no say, that Steffi still got banned in that battle, but they brought the perfection of that chrono into play, right? And Team SR was just making magic work off of that, not just to protect himself from Duts' grenades, but also using that to get very close to the RRQ players and then skillfully jump in and out of his time turner to get all of those knocks. In the pistol round, it happened. Multiple rounds after that, it happened as well. Game 2, they take that chrono out of the equation. Team SR now is kind of nerfed on the front line. So I wonder how the approach is going to be for all of those, cyber points, because now I think there is a bigger advantage for the players on the side of RRQ to sneak away those cyber points.
Yeah, and the Steffi was also completely ignored throughout the entire drafting phase, right? So if we talk about defensive mechanism, in the event those grenades still become the weapons of mass destruction for RRQ Kazu, then there are more ways to, get some effectiveness out of them. But it also comes down to whether RRQ Kazu can hold back some of the assault force of AGAL, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Saifa, he tore up a storm in game 1. He was unstoppable. But that was also partially because he was on the more setup that is specifically geared to be stealthy and play off tempo.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that option for game 2.
Yeah, he doesn't. And the one game changer in this next era map also could be that Cyberpoint approach because of what kind of active skill cards you have in the Cyber Store for Nextera. Nextera is a really good map for the Cyber Store. I mean, sometimes you get junk out of it, but in Nextera, you get some really good stuff. That A124 and the Coda, right? And you've got 2 limits for that Coda. You've got a 1 purchase limit on that A124. The thrill of battle, if you don't need more than 1, is enough to change the pace of the game. I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit of that A124 supremacy in this upcoming matchup in itself. That Coda as well, we saw the drafts. I wonder if or not we're going to be sticking to the exact same drafts when we redo it, because I think the game was called for a pause only when we were about to start the game. So it's probably going to be the exact same lineup of active skills.
Yeah, I think it should be the same. If I remember correctly, I mean, there were some unfortunate potential glitches. Not that sure just yet, and that's why a pause was called. And I think that's something that the backend team is trying to figure out as well, right? Trying to make sure that it doesn't really happen in game. Worst case we want is a team loses out because of some unforeseen spaghetti code. And in this case, I think if we stick to the same setup, that means AGL have a very standard draft that is just willing to run at you, right?
Yeah.
You take the Morse away from Cypher, but now they have the Cassie and the Oscar and the Zane. They can do the exact same thing, but with even more lethality.
Yeah, so they've got the Cassie, Oscar, Zane, Sentino, duo on the Sentino, brilliant in a lot of these circumstances where we have seen just positional supremacy from him. So the surprise element is still there. And the Moss has been snuck away by Duts this time round. An invisible grenadier, if things could not get worse. So I'm waiting to see how Duts uses the Moss later. They've got the Coda, so a big advantage. The A124 was ignored by both sides. Both sides are going to be attempting to loot up the cyber points to get the advantage of the drill of battle. I think this is going to be key in terms of play. So we're going to see a massive fight in all of these cyber rounds.
Yeah, and I think, for RRQ Kazu, there were definitely some shifts to how they tried to approach that initial, map 1 against AGAL. And I think one of the few things they tried to do was definitely trying to take the fight, right? That's why we saw them trying to, how do I put it, be responsive to when AGAL goes for the push. That unfortunately didn't work out. AGAL just better in those gunfights. They try to switch to utility, but again, AGAL has solutions to it with the time turner, and Dew also joining in on some of those 3-pointer as well. And right now, it seems like at least the setup for RRQ Kazu is geared more towards keeping AGL at an arm's length, right? Making sure that they get advantage through these long-range snipes and eliminating the potential of AGL, kind of just blitzing them.
Yeah. Both sides are going to have a massive advantage with the A124, but even without the cyber points being involved in the equation, if you look at Ranze and how he has played the Orion so far, man's a monster, right? So the perfect counter to this Orion could just be the Cypher counter with the Oscar, mainly because he can set up those glue walls. First, force all of the plays out of Ranze, especially the Crimson Crush, set up more glue walls, and then run into those glue walls. It's going to be quite the fix to see him pull that off in terms of battle sequence. This is also depending on Ranze not having any backup on the front lines. And if you look at the potential of backup on the front lines, I can only think of Abe backing him up, because I think Ma'al's going to be far, far away from the rest of the players here. With the Iris, he's probably going to be on some sort of a high ground, playing the role of a sniper once again, because he understands that, okay, in this fight up against AGAL, you are definitely going to have to play far away from the rest of the team members. I think one of the main factors of Ma'al in this next game is for him to drop back into the role of sniper and hunt down Duke. If he can do that, beautiful. But can he get to the AWM? Because inside of this next Terra store, do you have the AWM? I think we have the Groza. Let me check. You don't even have the AWM. So yeah, GG, man. You can't even play your snipes from afar. This is a tough one, right? They'll have to depend on the Winchesters, and that's the best bet they have.
I mean, we saw Cypher win a CQC with a 180 Winchester, right? So I feel like there is no more, there's nothing more that you could expect out of at least what AGL can pull off. It's quite reminiscent of what Moshi has done with PRU. There's very less players who can take something like a Winchester or an AWM, bring it into CQC and still make it look good, right? It's one of the hardest things to do. And I think, for people who are still wondering why aren't we in-game yet, we are still trying to get the issue fixed. Just to make sure, right? For some reason, it popped out again. So we will have to draw this out for a little bit, making sure that it's all in order. I'm pretty sure for the players wish for the same as well. Again, at the end of the day, we want that fair play for both sides. And especially for AGAL, who are in the lead, it would be a shame if something happened. So gotta get that fixed.
We are 7 hours in now. This is one of the longer broadcasts for sure out of FFCM. But I would have it no other way. I feel like it's a matchup well worth our time, and I don't mind waiting for a good showdown between the two, right? If RRQ can make a decent comeback happen here on Nextera with their lineup of active skills, it's going to be a damn fun grand finals by the end of it. Equally as fun if AGAL pulls away another victory, because then we see them pile the pressure up on RRQ and see how they respond under pressure. Do they crumble instantly? Do they go down easy, or do they, just rise up like a phoenix and just shut down AGAL in 3 back-to-back games, pushing us into 5 matches in this series in the grand finals? I'm thinking that if we actually went all out this time, in the next time we have FFCM, we might just have a best of 7 in the grand finals instead.
Look, the fact that, okay, you know what? I don't mind. I don't mind a best of 7 grand finals, but on one, one condition.
Yeah.
One more broadcast day. More broadcast day. Then it would make sense. You want me to run 2 best of 5 and 1 best of 7? Hell no, man. Like that'd be too much. But you know what's never too much is more breaks as we resolve this unfortunate issue. Please bear with us. We thank you for always being here. We're going to be back in 10 minutes time to continue this grand final. It's going to be game 2, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey survivors, the 9th anniversary party is about to start. Whoa, looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and Evos. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, PE Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Esports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer, PE Esports, marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Esports and the Grand Finals.
PE Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram,
and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Esports gets this win and they move to the Grand Finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Focus. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the Grand Finals.
PE Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Esports, your champions victorious.
This is PE Esports with Limit all alone in front of them. And it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished the match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill!
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Esports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and Evos. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Esports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, PE Esports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Esports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. PE Esports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Esports and the Grand Finals.
PE Esports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
Esports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu khá trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với tennis theo là phong cảnh. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Esports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Esports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Esports, your champions victorious.
This is PE Esports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments,
We are back with the Free Fire Clash Masters Summer 2026 for Southeast Asia. You know what time it is. It's a grand finals. Game 2 on Xterra between AGAL and RRQ. Kazu, we appreciate you hanging on with us. It's been a long day, but the games are exciting as always, and we have the issues resolved. My name is Husky alongside Masato AJ, and this time we're ready to jump into Game 2 in just a little bit to see if AGAL will continue their winning ways or will RRQ Kazu take us on another long adventure.
Oh man, I would not mind a game number 5. I mean, I'm sure you feel the same as well, Husky.
Yep.
Yeah, about to hop on into this matchup. It's Nextera. It's the map pick of AGAL. They've managed to steal away the map pick of Kalahari from right under the noses of RRQ. Will RRQ be able to return the favor here as well? The lineup of active skills looking a little bit more aggressive on the side of AGAL. No A124 to disable either side this time, unless one of the squads do manage to get with the cyber airdrop twice. The A124 skill card is going to be very precious in this battle.
More importantly is that, again, the draft is the same as when we first saw it before the tech pause was called. So in case you're wondering, everything is constant. Ranze, though, forcing the Crimson Crush very early on. Blindly spraying through the smokes and getting away with it. Nameless getting attack onto Abai, that M500 coming in clutch. Deuce replying onto Nameless. Ranze now forward. Deuce again coming in hard, and Ranze gets to show off his chops as well.
Man, Dew in a 1v2 unless he can pick up his buddies. Nameless, Ranze, Abai, they're coming in, and Dew solo, he jumps right behind them. Unfortunately, he could not manage the clutch. Instant response from RRQ to pile on the numbers, gain that advantage and keep it on their side. AGAL on the back foot here after losing the pistol rounds.
Line of sight play a big part as Ranze was able to find the edge of the smoke as it started dissipating, giving him better line of sight onto the AGAL members. But Deuce with that quick trade was imperative for RRQ Kazu to set up that winning push. So the stuff right there. AGAL gonna start investing in some of those weaponries. This is one of the ways you can bring it back. Ma'al instantly stops Nameless in his tracks.
Oh, there's a big play there from Ma'al of the AUG. Team SR, Deagle can't do much for him at this point of time. Gonna be trapped here, and RRQ running circles around AGAL with an advantage gained off of round 1. And in hot momentum for this first cyber round after picking up a 2-0 victory over AGAL.
Again, as much as painful as the day has been for RRQ Kazu, one thing that is still intact is that fighting spirit, up 2-0. And they just busted down AGAL's forced buy round. Of course, the economy still not that poor for AGAL. They can still invest in some weaponry, and this is the round that we expect AGAL to come swinging back just because they have access to better arsenal. A 3-man stack already.
Oh, level 3 AUG already in the hands of Ma'al. This is just round 3, so it's a massive advantage, and you're gonna need it on this compound. Oh, Cypher tagged up. Almost put out of the equation here. And down he goes. No way of making a comeback as Dutz peppers him down with a VSS. Ranze looking for the slice and dice, but Nameless with a sliver of health, still surviving, finally dropped. Team SR could not back him up with the electrotherapy. A tad bit slow there on the pop. Abai looking for the shutdown, but Team SR will find the follow-up as Abai was too low on HP. And now a fair 2v2 fight, but Dutz needs to figure out how to get Ma'al to pump him up with the advanced therapy, but they will not have enough time to do that.
Yeah, Duo's doing a lot of the work already, staying hidden as the Morse, and that's how he got the initial first blood in. But this time, AGAL responding in kind. Shot to the dome by Team SR to seal the deal. Again, massive win there for Team SR. He needed to survive the 1v1. If not, this would have been all for nothing, and that was exactly what happened. Not only that, Nameless surviving slightly longer than he should have, and Team SR hunting down Abai to set AGAL up for success.
Yeah, that was a big play. And surviving the battle down in the middle means that AGAL gets the first cyber point that's going to be crucial in this battle between the two. The first ones to get their hands on that A124 will stand a better chance of snuffing out their opponents. And AGAL, although they took the L in the first 2 rounds, they should be able to recover here with a little bit of an advantage. Now they've got the right weapons. Dew all alone. It's going to be the bait. But this is just going to pull the players of RRQ potentially out of position and allow the ones on that high ground to take advantage. Nameless will be keeping an eye on Ranze for sure.
I have a good feeling that, contrary to popular belief, that Morse will start making a move the moment the round begins. Dudes has been staying in the same spot for the longest of time. This could be the off-tempo position. They can give RQ Kazu a bit of a lead if AGAL starts exploring to find him, and that's exactly what Dudes are trying to take advantage of. But Team SR responds quick enough to prevent a takedown. So that means that Dudes' impact in the early round has been rendered ineffective.
Kairos brought in here by the one and only Dudes. I think that's just gonna make him a little bit more lethal, especially when you've got the team boosters on your side to max out that EP from the get-go. So the shots from Dudes, we definitely have to look out for the impact in a bit. Nameless has got the extreme encounter on standby, waiting for Ma'al to stand up, but Dew will be pushed out of position here by Dudes and the VSS. Already enhanced using that enhanced hammer. It's going to be deadly. And none of the RRQ players showing up in the crosshairs of AGAL just yet. Dew needs to snuff out Dudes to stand a bigger chance of victory here.
I feel like RRQ has slightly better position. That is
there you go.
Hold back AGAL. Dudes actually spotted out. Good blue wall. Team SR onto Ma'al again. Has been the biggest playmaker of this game so far. Team SR setting it up for success once more. And Dudes, unfortunately, doesn't have the health bar to work with. And AGAL equalize.
2 rounds in a row. Again, a perfect setup for the Cyber round in round 5. RRQ just could not pull that advantage to their side defensively. They were definitely on the unfortunate end there in that battle. If you look at AGAL, they've got the extreme encounter for the defense. They've got the electrotherapy for the defense. And for the shock factor, they've got that Oscar. And on RRQ side, Dudes just could not make magic work off of the stealth bites this time round.
They were able to get away with it in the first 2 to 3 rounds, but it was definitely switching things up a little bit, right? Again, we saw that delayed move. Unfortunately, the payout wasn't what they wanted. Double smokes in the middle. Again, Cyber point. Crucial for both squads. Ma'al with the VSS finds Dew of all people, and that's going to be Vantage control. Surrender over to RRQ Kazu in the smoke. Nameless against Ranze. Abai coming to back him up. They both taking plenty of damage to the spray as the smoke dissipates. All they see are glue walls, but Nameless is forced to fall back. The therapy heals him back up.
Nameless still within the compound. Within the confines. But Ranze sprays him down and RRQ secures the Cyber point. But do they give away the round because of that? Answer is no. Cypher left all alone in a 1v4 potentially when Ma'al gets picked right back up here. Numbers stacked against AGAL in this round. And RRQ, if there's no clutch from this Oscar, will take the lead in the rounds as well.
Dudes coming alive big time in this round. No casualties on the side of RRQ Kazu, and that is pretty important carrying on into round number 6. It's slightly frustrating there for AGAL. They had the recipe for success, but unfortunately, when you're spraying blindly into the smoke, eventually someone is going to take the bigger hit. And in this case, even with the Cassie on their end, AGAL still ended up taking the L.
I think it was not worth it for AGAL to have Cypher hold back. He should have gone and backed up Team SR on the front lines. Securing the Cyber point is crucial to shut down RRQ and make sure that Coda, especially that Orion off of Ranze, just cannot pop off. But they miss out on that opportunity and they'll have to wait for round 7 to pull away another Cyber point to have access to that A124. Nameless tagged up, info for Ma'al. And because of the Iris, he does have the capability to reach behind the glue wall. But it's not defensive. Back off here by AGAL players. Abe and Ranze now. Smoked 8 out. Perfect. And that was the perfect defense. And Cypher now closing the distance, but he's going to be pressured off of the Crimson Crush and shut down. Abe getting the follow-up. Team SR, a sliver of health left on him. Deal with the backup from afar, but Team SR now sprayed down as well. RRQ gets to maintain the numbers advantage.
Another flawless round from RRQ Kazu. AGAL actually got the read on what RRQ wanted to do, right? That smoke as a distraction so that they could set up on the platform, and yet RRQ were able to anticipate and win out the gunfight. Ranze coming to life, and the exact opposite of game one is happening.
Yeah.
But Saifa was the one putting in the numbers. This time Saifa has no numbers on him. 0 and 5 on the Oscar. And complete turnaround. We're on the side of RQ Kazu. It is Dudes that's putting in the legwork. Ranze with 11 assists.
I dare say this is the most important round in this game too. The team that secures the cyber point will have access to that A124. Dudes now with the push, with the Kairos in hand. Max EP, extra damage, looking for the flank with the Morse. Stealth bites in full play. Ranze and Abe on that higher ground. Cypher break down by Dudes, and the stealth bites paying off big time. But Team SR is there this time for that backup. Cypher needs to recover, and it's going to be the advanced therapy that gets the work done. Deal with the backstab, takes Dudes out of the equation. Abe looking for Team SR. In the meantime, Cypher trying to push Ranze away from the cyber point, but it'll be useless as RRQ secures it perfectly for themselves and the round win as well.
A flawless two-prong attack. Again, Dudes with the setup. He went down, sure, Cypher got picked back up, but again, this Nameless on the low ground, losing out to Ranze. And unfortunately for AGAL, that smoke not only blinded them, but Abai was able to sneak through the building. And I think Team SR, he wanted to watch for the flank, but there's just too many things to deal with. It ended up becoming 2 individual 1v1s that RRQ Kazu was able to win out in the end. 3 straight rounds in a row, and a cyber point in their pocket.
Oh, crap. Now RRQ has got that A124 on their side. AGAL cannot afford to lose this one, but it looks like an L is about to be eaten big time by AGAL. Ranze, Thompson X in hand. The Chrono skill card in their hands already after that second cyber point secured. It's all about the timing here for Abe and Ranze. Again, AGAL not putting a lot of importance on that cyber point at all. And they may pay a big price for it by the end of this. Let's see if or not they can pull a comeback here.
Trying to rush
by. Lockdown.
Able to go back into cover again. Ranze is there backing up. And a lot of those Pepper going towards AGAL. Abai right into the open, and what a swing there. Saifa couldn't respond, and Abai with a 2-piece. Just like what AGAL did to RRQ Kazu in game 1, the scoreline is replied. And this time, swiftly, equalizer coming through. But we're guaranteed at least 4 games, and we will see the end of whether next Terra is going to be that magical map for RRQ Kazu as they get their first Terra win of the day.
Mal needs to use the washroom. Please excuse him. I need to use the loo as well, man. What a game. And you saw that A124 come into play perfectly towards the end of that final round. 2 cyber points secured already from the side of RRQ Kazu. And they had that perfect advantage. The Chrono skill was there in their hands. They had the Coda skill card as well to spot out the positioning of the players on the side of AGAL, as well as that A124. I was talking about that advantage that both sides needed, but RRQ surprisingly getting a massive advantage before even the cyber points came into play.
Yeah, it's the Morse, right? And I can't believe that is... Well, that is the theme so far for the grand finals, but both games have been dictated by the Morse, especially in the first 30 seconds. It was Saifa that did it in game 1 against Kalahari, and then on Xterra, it was Dudes that played surprisingly an off-tempo Morse, where sometimes he goes exploring in the early rounds, sometimes he just lay in wait and let AG do the exploration. And everything else feels supplementary, but Dudes, again, still showing that he can adapt to different styles of plays, whether you want to play stealthily, you want to play as a grenadier, and he is always able to create these openings.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Positioning supremacy for Dudes for sure this time around. Just keeping it fresh round after round, not allowing AGL to really read what the intention of the players on the side of RRQ is going to be. And if you also notice, Husky, he is really baiting them out of position, but not a single grenade has been forced by Dudes this time around. He's waiting for AGL to drop their guard before raining down those nades on their heads. Very sure we're going to start seeing that play come out from his side, potentially in this next game as they look for their second win. But for now, in the series, it's a 1-4-1 each side. pulling away their opponent's map pick.
Keeping it close as always, right? And so far the pattern has been the teams not winning on their respective map picks. And again, right, one of the themes that we saw throughout the playoffs was the Indonesians were the ones that took out the Vietnamese, or at least if we exclude Team Flash from the equation, right? Secret WAG, they dropped the Evo's Divine, and then RQ Kazu, they just knocked out GAMxPE. It's a run of his own. It would take, basically the Indonesian took out the spring champs of both categories, barring different representatives, but still RQ Kazu, they have secured themselves a bare minimum of 14 games tonight, over 8 hours and counting, man.
8 hours and counting, you are damn right. By the time we get into their next matchup, they would have clocked that one in. And the MVP is Abe. Had the Coda, had the Aurora Vision, had the Nikita, had the Luna, had the J Beebs. Extra layer of defense, extra reload speed, as well as rate of fire. Rocked the Thompson and got a massive advantage for the squad overall. And also with the assist of the Enhanced Hammer, you know, he played his role perfectly. 9 eliminations, 8 assists in total, 3,249 on the damage.
One of the contributors to the Thompson and being one of the most sought-after weapons in the summer season. The scoreboard is going to tell us the story of Abai, of course, the MVP that we just went through, but more importantly is Dus as the setup, right? He's the fuse. He's the spark that ignites the fuse. And just like, unlike Game 1, where Ranze didn't get to show off his chops, this time Cypher was completely nullified. Less than 1,000 damage dealt. And he was on, I believe, the Oscar as well, right? And it's very rare to see Oscar getting completely shut out like this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very surprising performance from Cypher here. In fact, non-performance from Cypher here. But Dude tried his best, 44% damage contribution, and he only had 2,700 damage. It was a very weak game out of AGAL. Just 2 headshots in totality versus the 7 headshots taken by RRQ Kazu. Mechanically, they were supreme. 2 players walking away with a 10.0 KD minimum. Ranze and Ma'al performed fantastically well. But of course, it was Abe walking away with the biggest numbers here.
Yeah, Cypher really biting the dust this game. 0.1 KD, really nothing to be impressed about. Even Nameless, the only difference is that he has 2 eliminations, but really having to work against the grain, right? They have the Cassie, and we did say that this lineup is built to last long, but unfortunately, you can't really last if you can't see where the enemies are. And that is some obscene headshots to deny whatever sustain that AGAL theoretically should have. You know, sustain not really working well when you have to deal against burst. That's something that RRQ understood.
Absolutely. And I think the pacing of RRQ was just unexpected for AGL this time around. And it's a massive advantage for RRQ that the nades were not even needed to pull away or to secure this solid round away from AGL. So now there's a double thing that they need to worry about, right? The fact that the mechanical supremacy of RRQ, not only can it keep up with them, but it can overwhelm them. So I'm not so sure exactly what happened during the tech pause, what the mental state of these players were, but RRQ was definitely way more ready for that second game than AGL was.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even for AGL, there were some good initiatives, but I think they sort of like fizzle out once we get into the proper gun rounds, right? I think it sort of devolved into a more primal approach where they were just trying to outgun RQ Kazu, which didn't work out. But, you know, again, I did mention that coming into this grand finals, the ball is in AGL's court. They have to be the ones that prove that they can stop RQ Kazu, who are so hungry. They have come this far. I mean, it almost feels like you watch RQ Kazu play that upper bracket finals until this point, which is going to be their 13th game of today. It almost feels like it's an inevitability that they are going to finally win their trophy at the end, just because of how much work they put in.
Yeah, absolutely. We are approaching 1 a.m. from where Husky and I are from.
12 for the Indonesians.
Yeah, 12 for the Indonesians. And I think they're still looking as alive as ever, right? Not really skipping a beat at all. Sneaking away that map pick of AGAL. And now we head on into Bermuda. It's a pick by RRQ. It's their second best. Is it the second best map? Solara's the second best map.
Yeah,
Bermuda. Yeah, they've played this map 5 times. Only 2 victories so far. But for some reason, they feel a little bit more confident here. And I don't know why. Because if you look at AG, they've got a 60% win rate on this map. A little bit better performance than RRQ Kazu.
They did win against GAMxPE early on too, but yeah, even then statistically, it is one of the maps that it feels like RRQ Kazu, they are willing to take that chance because the other map choices heavily favors AGAL. Again, they get their hands on the Orion once more. Zane and the Chrono getting banned out this time. So there should be Oscar and Steffi for AGAL. I would be shocked if the Steffi doesn't get picked up.
Dude, oh my lord.
Thank goodness.
Okay, all right. But still, there's no A124 on their side. RRQ just needs to bring in that A124, disable that Steffi, and then nade the life out of them. They've got the Coda. No, they lock in the Ignis here. But this Bermuda map, AGL still has that opportunity to disable them with the thrill of battle.
I have a feeling they're going to go for the Santino, and then probably they could take Santino and Cassie if they want to, and then maybe Morse back for RQ. So they do take the A124, and this should be Santino.
RRQ is just very difficult to contain if you don't have that A124. Yes, 65% towards the mechanical skills, but you've got the Orion giving the advantage for Ranze to be very brave on the front lines. It's not going to be a good run for AGL for sure, but with the thrill of battle, they can go in there with the shock factor, and Nero is the shock factor on the side of RRQ. Is it going to be Ma'al or Dudes? Looks like it's going to be Dudes, the Grenadier from hell, walking in with the plushie this time.
Wow. And I thought that GAMxPE not showing Nero today was quite the surprise, but see RRQ Kazu tapping into something even deeper. You know, I mean, they've already went in deep with the previous comp, the Iris and the Morse, but now bringing out the Nero too. And this really gives us a good glimpse about into how deep the playbook for the RRQ squad is and how much more they have left to give and how much more we actually would have missed out if they didn't make it this far.
17 more seconds to make some sort of an adjustment, and AGL is actually going in with the Vietnamese strat, dropping the team booster, walking in with 3 tack markets this time around. More opportunities for the super bonfires, but without the extra EP and the EP conversion potential, do they manage to last or outlast RRQ in this next game? It's going to be a crucial fight for AGAL. If they want to maintain momentum on their side, this is a map they cannot afford to lose.
It would be such a big boon for RRQ Kazu if they end up taking the lead 2-1 in the series. But we see some of the adjustments. Ma'al likes to go from the side, even though he holds up the team booster, the Ignis wall, making it slightly more complicated. But it does isolate Ma'al from the rest of his team, though.
There you go.
So, RRQ Kazu, what is the response to this?
The Steffi was used perfect timing, and Duts with the split blitz will not even tickle the players on the side of AGAL. It's a great counter. What's going to be the play this time around? AGAL once again pressured back with the Ignis. Waiting for that opportune moment. Abe out for the contact, but he will be punished. Ma'al does get the trade onto Cypher, sidesteps it, and RRQ pull away a massive round from AGL.
Great stuff again, using the Crimson Crush to engage. Ranze draws attention away. Cypher not being able to cut down Ma'al probably made all the difference there because it allowed RRQ Kazu to basically pepper dude from multiple angles. It was a close one, but again, the good idea from Ranze to really throw himself into the boiling pan. Make sure that AGAL gets distracted. And even then, AGAL almost pulled off something great there.
Yeah, I hate seeing the Ignis on the battlefield. But when it's used by Abe, it's just a different story. Such well-placed flame mirages to pressure AGAL and put them at a massive disadvantage twice there. Not only blocking out their vision, but also giving RRQ a little bit of viability to go in for that push. And Ma'al's sidestep was definitely a big factor in that victory. Managed to get the numbers advantage to their side. But now, Ma'al looking for Nameless, who's got the deagle. A triple deagle set up here on the side of AGAL. Looking for the fantastic pull, but the G36 from the side of Ma'al still dangerous. Nameless just hops away easily from that.
That triple D, get a G36, so conserving some economy, but just relying on a good one tap.
Nicely done.
Ignis Wall causing some minor problems there. Here comes the narrow plushie, and that's going to be the flush there. As RQ presses the button, Cypher still wins out with the G36, but you have Ranze to worry about. He gets hit by the duel of battle, and that is perfectly executed by Nameless to halt RRQ in their approach.
Ranze used that Crimson Crush a tad bit too early. It was forced, and it doesn't get taken down with the initial bout, but the secondary push comes on through, and Du gets a double deagle shutdown. And the main play was worked off that cryo mine as they tossed it in, stopping the glue walls from being pulled out by AGAL. They thought they had caught them with their pants down, but it was Du with the perfect angle, making the deagle work hard. And now we are all equal as we set up round 3 for the cyber points. But honestly, the only reason why the cyber airdrop would be anywhere as important is because of the flash freeze extra utility as well as the level 4 West. No useful skill cards out of it this time.
Again, the A124 being the secret difference maker in that previous round, really making sure that Ranze can't just go invulnerable as he please. I think RRQ Kazu needs to keep that in mind. These rushes, it's only gonna work well if you can get the timing of the duel of battle. Team SR with the cut down, and again, is finding a better execution. This is exactly the same execution that we saw from RRQ Kazu when they went up against GAMxPE. Ranze eliminated. Team SR getting shut down, but Deuce was found out by Cypher.
Yeah.
Not happy with the results of the previous round, and AGAL take the lead.
Big win here for AGAL. And Dutz did manage to get the God nade, but that was just a single knock that came to nothing as Cypher read the moves, understood exactly where to find the player on the high ground. And now that very same high ground is going to be the advantage for the side of AGAL. And I expect to see Du up on that roof, causing some havoc. Question is, what gun does he bring in? He's got the AC-80 in his hands this time around. And the AC-80 is deadly when Du holds on to it.
Yeah. Not to mention that you also have the overhead grenade that Nameless just casually tossed into the Pain of Refuge, which they own, so doesn't deny that. And it made it twice as hard. If you're hiding in the smoke and people have no vision of you, they will just bombard the area. And that's exactly what AGAL did. Right, Cypher in a 1v1, the plushie is out, but Cypher ignores it, wins it anyways. Ranze did not stand a chance there.
Pain of Refuge again will protect AGAL from those nades. I guess these boys are just not expecting that at all, and that's why they should have banned out the Steffi. Instead, they let it be picked on the side of AGAL, and it is putting them at a massive disadvantage. Dutz just cannot reach behind that Painted Refuge. Ma'al left all alone now, up against 4 players. He won't be able to pick Abe up just yet. Sort it out. And in a 1v4, Ma'al looking for some sort of a clutch. Du just buying time, waiting for backup, not looking to make any mistakes whatsoever. Cypher with a follow-up from the back. And Du, the final few bullets to put Ma'al down.
Another round where the execution was slightly better from the end of AGAL. When Cypher, given a mission, takes them out. The Oscar, in game 2, he got the Oscar, wasn't able to find any payout, but this time it's different. They have Nameless to facilitate the rush. They have Team SR to protect the team from the utility dump of RQ Kazu. And unfortunately for Ranze, him wanting to stay in the fight becomes twice as hard, especially when the A124 is still alive.
2 frag grenades on both sides. Difference, AGAL has the Steffi, RRQ. I just eat those nades big time. Dragon Freeze tossed on out. All thanks to the fact that AGAL has got an advantage here. Looking for yet another cyber point. Runze is going to get tagged up. Steffi popped once again. Runze has got the Crimson Crush. Backs away. Team SR, good positioning. Looks for another slice. And the A14 locks down Runze, but Team SR just could not get that site annihilation. Nameless now hops on in. AGL has already secured the cyber point here for the late game advantage. A Bay down on the ground. Runze not able to save his brother. Ma'al with a sliver of health left on him as Deuce gets shut down. Runze on the follow-up. And Ma'al, the final player, again up against a full squad of AGAL, and he stood no chance.
Runze played that the best he could. He got hit by everything. He does not have access to the Crimson Crush. But unfortunately, Abai overextended just a little bit and underestimated how many members of AGL are nearby, and then does tunnel visions and gets caught lacking by Cypher from the second floor. Oh wow, Ma'al was just trying to survive in the building. Bit of a chaotic and messy round for RRQ Kazu with the right intentions, but wasn't able to execute it.
This is not the AGAL that RRQ whooped into shape in the previous game. It's a different beast altogether. They're going all out. No cyber points this time around to distract either side. It's going to be full-on, straightforward battle. 2 grenades each side. First one is going to be the Dragon Freeze that's tossed on in. Ma'al does get tickled by it. Flame Mirage sent out. Team SR, a sliver of health left on him, but Dudes pressured from afar, and the follow-up from Cypher. Big time, AGAL.
Again, they got desperate. This is what we fear the most, and this is what AGL loves the most. When their opponents get a bit too bloodthirsty, they stop.
Oh man.
Sort of looking after themselves. Nameless do get sprayed down, but Dew backs him up, fills in the void. 1v1, him and Abai. Dew so far has been shot this round off the second floor. Lacking health, and from the low ground, Dew clutches it.
Man, monkey see, monkey do, but he did not need to copy off of anyone. That was a brilliant jump down to the lower ground. When I thought he was about to be at a massive disadvantage, he had the Thompson, flicks it up, and the timing was perfect. Managed to take Nameless out of the equation. Managed to take a Bay out of the equation. Had the same gun, just not the right response time. And Dew with a massive clutch to put them on match point for the third game.
So far, the teams that win their maps have been quite a one-sided affair. This one looking to be just like game 2, but the opposite results. And now the confidence building up on the side of AGAL. Utility dump onto Runze. He's eating everything. Cypher being tagged up overhead. Blocked by the Steffi again. Cypher right on the money with that. They get the trade, but the nade comes through. And of course, it's more worth it for AGAL as they find 2 for 1.
AGL have lost Cypher in the equation already, but the follow-up onto Abe is perfect here. Dude's all alone. Can he get the pickup on his brother's? Answer is going to be no. This is way too far. And in a 1v3, AGAL, 3 cyber points to their side. Locks him down with the A124. The second before annihilating him with the shots as well. And now 2-1 up in the series. AGAL just needs one more game victory to crown themselves the champions of Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia Summer.
Very, very dominant performance here, and completely thwarting RQ Kazu's game plan. If there even was a game plan to begin with, because RQ Kazu, we start to see a bit of that desperation, right?
Oh yeah.
The way that they are starting to flood through those fights, trying to just win through raw force, and that is the same trap that AGL set up for them in the upper bracket finals, and that's why we see that they dominate the 6-1 victory. But we also talk about RQ Kazu taking a bit of the gamble, picking Bermuda as map 3 with their veto, and we said it's quite the big risk. They haven't had the best results here, and unfortunately, it didn't pay off.
Yeah, it was a weird pick here for RQ. I don't know what kind of cheese strat they had, but you had a couple of mouses on the side of AGL that nibbled through whatever cheese strats they could bring to the table. And now we move on into game number 4. I'm just done with seeing these map advantages, man. They really mean absolutely nothing at all in this grand finals between these two titans.
It meant something in the upper bracket finals. We saw a slight break of the pattern in the lower bracket finals, but yeah, you're right. In the grand finals, it feels like it means nothing, right? It feels like it's just novelty. novelty for both teams. We are gonna go back to
Nextera.
AGAL's map pick again. Nextera. They won 2 Nextera maps on the in the upper bracket finals. RQ Kazu able to turn it around just now in quite the victory. It'll be pretty ironic if RQ Kazu wins Nextera again. And then we go into game 15, which again feels like it is destined. But RQ Kazu has some decent setups with the Nero, but it was pretty weird that they decided that the Nero was the pick for this game.
I'm surprised that Nextera is the map for AGAL, because this is the map where you usually don't see Dew popping off because the AWM is just not available. Even if the AWM was available in Bermuda, Kalahari, and Solara stores, it's going to cost the team 4,000 to pick it up. So very late in these rounds. And it seems like the game's just not going anywhere close to stats like that, right? In this Bermuda game, not a single AWM we managed to spot out here.
Yeah, and never really got to that point. Seems like AGAL, they just decide to, rock the rifles, the SMGs, more than enough to wreak havoc in the ranks of RQ Kazu. And a lot of these is just tunnel visioning. RQ Kazu never really given a chance of a fair fight. The judge, jury, and execution here, primarily Cypher and Dew.
Let's see who the MVP is going to be here for this matchup on the side of AGAL. One and only Dew, 10 eliminations, 11 assists, 3,620 on the damage, rocking the Centino. I didn't see the shape splitter pop out much, but his mechanical supremacy in this game was definitely strong.
Yeah, lesser tactical elements in this game and more just raw gunfights. At least that's what we sort of saw in the grand scheme of things, just because RQ Kazu and AGAL were fighting a lot more. But I think it's also because AGAL decided that, okay, we're gonna speed things up, and RQ Kazu just didn't have a proper response to it. More so when they tried to do so, you have Dew, who was left unchecked for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's check out the scoreboard as well to see what kind of number. Oh my lord. RRQ barely brought any numbers to the table through those eliminations this time round. And Abe walking away with absolutely nothing in terms of eliminations. The only consolation there is Nameless struggled as well, but at least Nameless has got the damage and the assists to show up with.
Yeah, that A124 is a bit too much. Like, it really messed up Runze's game plan. And it's quite surprising, right, that RQ Kazu let that through. I mean, if you let Steffi through, then you better take A124 and vice versa. But AGL got the best of both worlds, and RQ Kazu sort of dug themselves into quite a tough situation.
Yeah, Runze is very much useless on the Orion on the front lines if there is an A124 on the opposite end, which is why the focus onto every single cyber drop whenever the A124 was not picked by the side of AGL had to be there. In fact, just anybody who's going up against the Orion. But as we look at this next game, it's going to be that Nextera map in play. But before that, the headshots, AGL managed to walk away with a total of 7 versus RRQ that only afforded 1 through Ma'al this time.
Yeah, quite a pitiful showing from RQ Kazu. But surprisingly, Abai is still able to put in 1.5k damage despite all the things that has happened, right? A lot of times he was sort of like the second line of offense to support his teammate, but no confirmations. Not good enough there. So back to Nextera we go. If RQ Kazu can overcome Nextera again, they at least balance out the skills. But again, last map, Kalahari, it feels like RQ, they want a second chance to win on Kalahari, and actually will be the most poetic thing ever. But there are a lot of what ifs here. They gotta get through Nextera first.
Man, RRQ is tired, right? No doubts about that at all. They've been playing 8 hours straight. And they are hanging on. But they're definitely getting weaker and weaker as these matches drag on. At this point of time, I think they just need an adrenaline pump. Somehow they need to psych themselves up, because if they just step into this next game a little low in spirits, a little low in energy, is just not going to help them out at all. And look at their faces. They're sunken into their chairs. Not a good place to be if you are RRQ.
And even the coaching staffs, right? They have worked overtime here, but you start to really drain the brain juices and what else you could bring into game 4. And it's not to say that, RQ Kazu are the only one going through this predicament. AGAL also getting put to the test. Dio returns from the bathroom and settling in for what's potentially the final 11 rounds before they get a trophy lift here. Ismail, stretch a bit more. Stand out, walk around the room.
Hey, holding his head, wondering, what do they need to do? Don't give them the A124. That's what you do. Why would you?
Why would you give them both?
Yeah. The massive nerf onto Ranze is just not the way you should be handling situations like these. Because when your frontliner can't really get aggressive, then you're just giving away that massive advantage to your opponents. And AGAL will run away with that.
Yeah.
Now on to the map pick confirmation for you guys once again. We are heading into Nextera, and this is a map pick by AGAL. But since RRQ just took the L on the third game, they will start off the map, sorry, not the map, the active skill bans and picks.
And I think, RRQ Kazu, they have a very good idea, or at least a very sound approach to the draft, right? They have two win conditions, Ranze on the Orion, and Duis being able to rain accurate utilities onto AGAL. But the problem is that if you have two win conditions, but you also open up both the win conditions counters, that's where we're going to have a bit of a problem, right? So it's either A124 or Steffi. You got to pick a poison here. And this time the Orion gets banned out as AGAL puts RRQ through a test. And that means no more Orion shenanigans for Ranze. They want him to play honest, so he will have to settle for the Oscar.
Oh, damn. Okay, this is actually going to be a game changer right here. They still can pull in the A124, but all they'll be disabling at this point of time is that Zane mainly and RRQ secure it for themselves. There is a little loophole here in Nextera. The cyber airdrop, the cyber store gives you the A124 skills card. And we have seen how proficient AGL is at securing those cyber points. So it's once again going to be a big play from them looking for those cyber points later on to nullify each other through those thrill of battles. But now AGL gets a double pick due teasing with the Iris. And Nextera Iris in the hands of Dew is gonna be deadly. I think this one could just end right here.
Very good chance. Stu's gonna do it again with the Morse. Could be an answer to picking off AGAL, who are a lot more utility-based this game. Barring the fact that if they see you, they can still shoot you down, but taking out any of the players is going to eliminate a key piece. Zane, of course, being the lowest priority, finding the Ignis or the Coda, that is going to change the course of the round. I think dudes have to decide, you want that Morse or you want that Narrow. If you ask me, I feel like I want to go for Morse a lot more, but they decide to go for the Narrow instead to fight utility with utility.
Okay, it's all about the usage here. Again, I'm not a big fan of the Morse in the current situation of things. That plushie just has 1 HP. You can sneeze and the plushie will disappear. It does tag you up, but if you've got the Sensei Dig on your side, it's a useless skill against your squad. But it does have the capability to disrupt when you are rushing at your opponents. And there's 2 options now. In fact, 3 options to rush at the opponents. This is a very aggressive lineup of active skills. You've got the Valiant Dash, you've got the A124 Thrill of Battle, you've got the Narrow. This is full-on capacity to run at AGAL without a worry in the world. AGAL has to play this one very safe, which is exactly what Dew is going to be looking for off of that Iris, keeping the distance. The Ignis Flame Mirage is going to be keeping the players on the side of RRQ behind the lines a little bit, and at least Cypher does have that Aurora Vision. So both sides have got a good setup of active skills. RRQ the more aggressive one, but AGAL more tactical, more defensive in this Nextera game.
And let's see if they can turn that into an offensive means. Lure RRQ Kazu in, right? They overextend.
Yeah.
And AGAL could punish them, and something that they're good at is finding these angles. Because the pistol round onto Nextera is always more of a complicated one. And Dew just made it harder for RRQ Kazu to recover with that tag. The
nice.
M500, Maal pinned down by Nameless, and that's 2 down. Ranze finds a bit of a response there, needs to get his teammates back up, and the confirmation actually comes from Ranze, who is fighting back hard. Team SR in the thick of it finds one. Nameless tag teams him, and the RRQ Kazu falls. AGAL with a pistol.
Yeah, Nameless just shines there. The A124 pop did come through, but just a tad bit too late in my eyes. Team SR managed to activate the thrill of battle before the A124... Team SR managed to activate the extreme encounter before the thrill of battle was brought out by Abe. And he was a tad bit too strong. I think timing needs to be a little quicker by Abe if he wants to lock down the players on the side of AGAL. And you see Cypher using the Aurora Vision literally the moment that round starts, because in the first compound here at Nextera, the players are just very close to each other, and the distance will be an advantage for AGAL. Dude's just falling right back. Does he have a medkit though? Unfortunately, no. Ma'al gets sprayed down. Big disadvantage again for RRQ.
Most likely going to be a wipeout again. Unless RRQ Kazu can somehow pull out a miracle. The team boosters not having any impact. Instant cleanup there from AGAL. Trying to speed things up. We thought that they were already playing pretty fast in Game 3, but Game 4, they are riding off of their momentum. And it seems like this time we are starting to see more of the adverse effects of that fatigue, of that long day for RRQ Kazu. Yes, they're starting to hit their limit.
Absolutely, man. You can say that again. Cyberpoint round here. A124 not available on the side of AGAL. But if they can focus on the cyber points, then they will get that advantage as well over RRQ. And bloody hell, that is going to tip the scales big time the way of AGAL. They'll teleport themselves to the opposite end. And RRQ just needs to deal with a rushing squad.
What?
And runs a valiant dash. It's tagged up by the Flame Mirage. And Dew jumps right in to shut him down with the VSS straight up to his face. Cypher with a crossfire from across as well. Dew with the pickup onto Nameless and the numbers advantage for AGAL yet again.
Yeah, MVP performance from Dew, and Dew is actually able to find it because Dew has been causing too much problems. Nameless though gets a trade back. We did say that the pieces of AGAL, all of them play an important role, but I mean, if Dew is on fire like this, then it's even more unfair, right? The first encounter, the moment RQ goes to rush, look at this instant one tap from the VSS of Dew.
Absolutely, and the round was just very difficult. Ma'al just got into a little bit of an off position, and the push by Ranze just didn't help the squad. His Valiant Dash did nothing. The A124 was used by Abe in a timely manner, but I don't think it had the capacity to stop AGAL and their push anymore, because again, it was all about the timing. And Abe's timings are a little off with the thrill of battle this time round. Not really giving a lot of advantage at all to the Indonesian squad. In 3 rounds, this could be all over as AGAL is looking to end this 3-1.
And you disable AGAL, but it's just abilities, right? So far, they've been out muscling RQ Kazu with pure guns.
Nice.
Dew's looking to make a difference here. And that is already a better start for RQ Kazu. Now he's going to get pinned down by Dew. And so far, Dew has been left unchecked. And this is the Iris, right? It's not like he has a Santino. They're throwing the plushie to buy some time. A buy straight onto the second floor. That's not really how you want things to play out.
Wow, Dew running away, but punished by Ma'al on a flank. VSS perfection from the left. And now the numbers advantage for RRQ. They have to see this one through. Flame Mirage sent out by Nameless. Looking to see if or not he can go in for a quick pickup here, but it's going to be the backstab instead. And that's the advantage you want to pull for yourself. Dew back up on his feet. Nameless finishes off Ranze. And we are left with Ma'al and Dutz here to pull this back for RRQ, and they may be able to do exactly that if Dutz continues to play like this.
Camping in the corner of that entrance. Now that's the equalizer there for RQ Kazu, but what's next, right? That's smoke grenade might have been enough of a diversion because AGAL relocated and Nameless and Deuce splits up. The thing is, if you go for a shoulder boost right now, Deuce is going to take your head off. But Deuce is going to take that chance anyways. Deuce like, this is the only way back into the game, but there's a flank incoming from Nameless on the low ground, so Deuce has to win this. It is imperative. And Deuce gets the job done. He wins it, and that might just be enough. Triple for Deuce. Nameless equals out the playing field, and Ma'al have lesser health.
Nameless now, massive advantage. Has the VSS, but more importantly, the level 3 MP5. In a CQC, it's going to be Nameless. Advantage gets the tag onto Ma'al as well. Ma'al needs a headshot. It's do or die, and he doesn't have the chrono activated on his side. Was on cooldown, and the time turner unfortunately unavailable to save the super sniper of RRQ, and AGAL picks up yet another crucial round. 4-0, really dancing circles around RRQ this time.
It's been a minute since Heroics came out from RRQ, and Duz has already gone above and beyond. He's doing more than he should have. Fighting more that he could chew, but it was a necessary move. Unfortunately, the Chrono Dome ended up being detrimental to him. That was an ace angle, but it was Nameless that walked away with 3-piece, and AGAL now up 4-0. It seems to be hopeless unless RRQ can get a solid round off.
With just the level 3 in the hands of Ma'al this time around. He's gone in for a big investment here. Needs to pay off somehow. AGL looking for the little loot here. Ma'al pulls out the time turner. A little premature if you ask me. Ramsey steps in. Man, Ma'al, big mistake. And AGL gains that advantage in numbers. The cyber points should be on their side as well, but Ramsey, up close and personal with the Thompson, pops the head of Team SR. But with Dutz down on the ground already, they need to find some sort of a clutch, and Ramsey needs to use that medkit.
Dude takes a run, a 1v1 challenge taken. Abai wins that. But it's a 1v2 for him though. He has Dew and Cypher to work with, both on the low ground with decent vision. And unfortunately, Abai, unless he lands a great throw of battle, this is most likely going to be a 5-0 affair for AGAL. And all they got to do is to double up, pin him down, out the blue. Cypher with the confirmation there. And I think we might be looking at one of the cleanest ways to win the Grand Finals.
Series point for AGAL. One more round away from securing the championship here at the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Summer. And they're doing it in style. But man, I feel bad for RRQ. They made a long journey today. And they're just running out of gas. AGL's just getting started. They have got a full tank in this battle.
14 games, more than 8 hours, and more than 100 rounds. But it could just be abruptly stopped here by AGAL, who are looking unstoppable. 5-0. You could not have asked for a better way to win a Grand Finals in this manner. Proving once and for all that they are just a superior team. And they, true to their name, with enough practice, more prepared to take that trophy home.
Definitely the better Clash Squad team here. Your 2025 Global Finals Clash Squad champions. And multiple-time dominators in their Clash Squad runs. AGL looking to finish things off here. Play Mirage teasing them. Ranze in the thick of the action. Team SR calls out for the time turner as well. Punishes Ranze as Team SR gets taken out. Nameless on the opposite end. Ma'al is all alone. Can the super sniper of RRQ save the day? He runs to pick up his brother. Dude is going to be needed here. But he can't. Distracted by Cypher. Thompson in hand. Ma'al gives up on the pickup. Chooses to go for the fight, and he will find Dew.
Is this the Heroics that can pull on the Cypher? With the showstopper at the very end, AGAL closes it out. The Grand Finals concluded 3-1. And the trophy for the summer season goes to AGAL in Thailand. Our FFWS 2025 Global Finals Clash Squad champs now gets a regional trophy.
8 months. This is exactly what they had to wait for. To pick up yet another Clash Squad championship for themselves out of their local region. It looked like it was a tad bit difficult because we did see them put up a strong fight at the Free Fire Clash Masters Thailand Summer, but all they could walk away with was that second spot as Buriram dominated. But here in Southeast Asia, they show up once again super strong in the competition that was a little bit more challenging up against the other regions. AGAL shines bright.
Another scenario where AGAL was never meant to be the favorites, and yet they were the ones that came out victorious in the end. And another story for RQ Kazu where they came so close to the finishing line, and yet they were the ones that failed to cross it. It is more than just a curse. It feels like this is what our RQ Kazu is going to remain for another season. And hopefully they come back stronger in fall, because summer was the high point for this Indonesian squad. And they sure are still the best in the region, but they unfortunately are still never the best regionally.
It's like someone made a deal with the devil to be damn good, but just never champion. RQ Kazu again, man. Again, a runner-up for them. So close yet so far. When are they going to finally complete the story? When will RRQ complete their run here on the massive stage as champion? I mean, it's not too bad, second spot. It's great how they've managed to improve their run here in Clash Squad. Almost became Clash Masters, but just missed out. And I have to say, time is definitely a massive factor here. I have not seen any other team play 8 hours straight and still remain as sharp as what RRQ was showing us at the start of the series. But towards the end, they had the wind knocked out of them for sure.
Yeah, I don't blame them for running out of gas, but they definitely have made this entire 14 games memorable. And I think a lot of people have found newfound respect for RQ Kazu. It's a team that has always shown up on the podium, but just not standing in the center of it. Maybe fall is going to be the season, right? The past few tournaments that RQ Kazu has been a part of, they have always been there in the frame of the camera, but just not as the main subject. Either way, if this is the bar that they've set for summer, I think there's going to be a lot more that we can desire from them from fall. But at least for now, AGAL are going to be the centerpiece of the conclusion of this grand finals, as they completely dominated RQ Kazu in the tail end of this finals.
Absolutely, man. And of course, in the final game, that narrow, I don't know. I just didn't like that pick at all. And Dirts, where were those brilliant grenades? What was he actually expecting to pull off? There was no Steffi this time on the side of AGAL, but we just did not see the force plays through those magnificent bombs that we were seeing round after round after. The GAMxPE players showed up strong against them. RRQ snuffed them out in a mighty fashion, but up against AGAL, that brilliance just did not come through from one of the best grenadiers in the world.
Yeah, and that's why I say, right, between, even though we don't like both the Morse and the Nero, I feel like between those two, maybe the Morse would have made a bit more of a difference. A lot of what ifs that we will never know, but I would say another great approach from AGAL was that Orion ban. I think that sort of sealed the deal for AGAL, because that was a big tool that gave RQ Kazu a lifeline in the most dire situations. But unfortunately, in this case, AGAL delivered the final blow before the game even started.
Yeah, it was an insane scoreline for the final game. 2,993 on the damage. Not a lot of eliminations, but man, he took it home with the assist this time round. Due with the Iris on Nextera, unstoppable. You get to this map, you must take the Iris away from this guy.
And unfortunately, for RQ Kazu, I think once they started losing out, especially that game 3 on Bermuda, started to question a little bit of what works against AGAL, right? Primarily is the gunfight, and even I think on Nextera, some of the earlier rounds, there was a clear disconnect on the execution, especially with how the Oscar was played out, and some of these glue wall connections from RQ Kazu. Could be the fatigue, could be just AGL getting to the hit, but it definitely felt like RQ Kazu finally ran out of fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's unfortunate because they started off with a lot of fire, right? I want to swear on broadcast, but unfortunately, I like my job. I can't do it just yet. But it was a damn good day for RRQ. And we love the fact that they have brought in a massive improvement to show the world that they are now going to be a big threat in Clash Masters as well. Clash Squad was never their mode. They spent the whole of 2025 just getting kicked around in Clash Squad. They did the exact same, they tried to show the exact same improvement that we expected out of them throughout the whole year of 2025, but failed at the spring season. But when they came so close, again, they falter. But it's okay. In the grand scheme of things, it was a much better run for RRQ Kazu compared to the other Clash Squad tournaments they've hopped on into. But a 6-0 scoreline is definitely a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, it's a new high for RRQ Kazu, for sure. Bittersweet one, like you said. But I think, for the fans of these two teams, there is more to look forward to, right? We are going to see them in less than 2 weeks. And they're going to be competing on one of the biggest stage of Free Fire. And RRQ Kazu will get another shot at righting the wrongs of 2025. And that's going to be another chapter that they hopefully would close out on a better note. It's another chapter that, at least last time we saw them, they end up on the podium, but not in the center of it. That was taken by Esports Divine. So if there's one team that has felt that multiple times, it is none other than yours truly, RRQ Kazu.
Absolutely. And we're going to be happy yet again with another phenomenal performance from not just himself, but the whole squad. Nameless popped off big time this time. 10 eliminations for the guy through 1,640 damage. 7 eliminations to Cypher. Team SR, not a lot on the eliminations, but the assists big time with the impact that he brought into this game. RRQ wishes they could have given a little bit more, but I'm very sure during the fall season, they will be bringing the fall. They won't be falling, but they'll definitely be taking some of these big boys off of their purchase. They've already managed to annihilate the spring champions for Clash Masters. Maybe in fall, they also successfully annihilate these summer season champions.
I gotta say, they already gave us 14 games across almost 9 hours, and sure, some of them, they were ran over. It was one-sided, but hey, I mean, you go and try play 14 games in a row, and you tell me how that feels.
I know, right?
It's gonna be it's such a tough thing to do. Either way, I think RRQ Kazu, regardless of how it ended, one of the best results so far that we've seen. But AGAL, they remain kings for now. Really, just superior, I think. The unfortunate thing about this finals was not because it's one-sided, it's because as we went deeper into the rounds, AGAL just won through mechanics. They just shot better.
Yeah. I think every competition we learn something. I think the biggest lesson that we learned in this competition is maybe we should just have the lower bracket grand final as well as the grand finals matchup for the final day so that the team that makes it from that upper bracket finals could at least stand a good chance, right? Running these many matches definitely is going to be straining. Any gamer would falter, man. I cannot imagine sitting down in front of my computer or in front of my mobile phone for such a long run and still give my very best. But, they tried and they just had to take on a massive squad in terms of capacity in Clash Squad, and they got smashed. But good on AGAL. They pick up their very first Clash Masters title. They have to be proud of themselves.
Yeah, they absolutely, right. Pretty funny if you think about it. They became global champions first before regional champions. But sometimes you just have to reverse engineer it, right? You work backwards and, go back to the starting point, right? That's how things, at least that's how things worked out for AGAL. Started from nothing, had the highest of highs and the lowest of lows to a point that people thought that you should have just switched teams. But hey, he stuck around, and the teammates that people were criticizing ended up working with him to lift their first trophy in Jakarta less than a year ago. So either way, whether you are a believer or not, you cannot deny that AGAL is a long-term work of art.
Yeah, but we're still waiting for that magic to happen in Battle Royale, though. I think still some hiccups there. They have managed to dominate Clash Squad. They have managed to dominate Clash Masters. Now they've mastered the Clash finally. technically they did, but it was just a different brand in last year's global finals. But in Battle Royale, we're still waiting for the fire from the whole squad of AGAL. And I feel like they're not too far away from delivering that. We have got the Esports World Cup coming through. Man, and Husky, how many days do we have? About in a week, we will see that action.
15th of July, if I remember correctly, right? So in 9 days. Yeah, in 9 days. Wow. Okay, so yeah, less than 2 weeks, and then it's gonna be so these players, they are gonna be on that plane pretty soon. So no rest for the wicked, right? This is just a minor rest stop for them. Of course, something to be proud of, but the holy grail awaits in Paris, especially AGAL. They're gonna be there. RRQ Kazu will be there. Unfortunately, GAMxPE didn't qualify for that. But if you're a Vietnamese fan, you have Secret WAG, or at least in this case, Team Secret in the EWC that you can pin your hopes on. So plenty of things to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think towards the end, Cypher did not manage to break the record held by Seraph, right? Seraph still holds on to the record of the most eliminations here in FFCM summer season, and he has to be proud of himself. GAMxPE was a titan, and they held their own as the reigning champions, but now a new champion is on the block, and AGAL has to definitely fear for their spot, because I don't know if or not they're going to be able to take a back-to-back. Now they have got two titans looking for them. GAMxPE will be coming back in for the fall championship, looking for revenge, looking for their title back, and now they have to worry about what RRQ Kazu can do in Clash Masters as well.
No team in the history of Free Fire has won the entire Golden Road circuit, and if we add the Esports World Cup into the equation, then that makes it one more title, right? I mean, BRU, they have almost everything, but they don't have an EWC title. Unfortunately, Falcons have an EWC title, but they don't have a Global Finals title, and so the list goes on, and we are still waiting for one of the teams to do that. AGAL, they're pretty close. They're lacking an EWC one, and they're lacking the Battle Royale one. In fact, if we just count the official circuit, if they win a Battle Royale trophy, they are going to be the first team to have that full collection. So it's going to be exciting times for AGAL. 2026, we're only halfway through, and there's a lot more exciting things in store. And who's to say, they could be Global Finals, Clash Squad back-to-back champions.
I wonder if or not we will find the first Grand Slam champion in AGAL. But for now, we'll find some answers to our questions that we have thrown at the players. Let's see exactly how they do in this interview. We'll be back with you in a bit.
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับเพราะว่าปีนี้เป็นปีแรกครับที่ได้แชมป์ที่4ครับปกติได้ที่2ก็แชมป์พันนี้ก็มีความหมายครับเพราะว่าปลดล็อกครับจะได้ไปแชมป์ EWC ต่อครับก็ขอบคุณคนในทีมครับแล้วก็โค้ชครับแล้วก็เมเนเจอร์ครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับครับที่ให้กำลังใจครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณบาลอด้วยครับกำลังใจดีๆครับได้แชมป์
Pardon the energy, it's been a long day, but congratulations to AGAL. By the way, that trophy looks pretty sick. I mean, the official circuit has some pretty trophies, and they're always different, which is what I like. Battle Royale is different every season, the Clash Squad is always different, and AGAL looking stronger than ever.
Absolutely. And this is one of the best case scenarios for them to gear up for the Esports World Cup. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout this whole broadcast. We know it was a long one. Apologies for the technical difficulties, but it has been fun. Husky and I signing off. Y'all take care. Good night and goodbye.